Good morning. Test, test, test. Good morning and welcome. Hopefully you had a great evening last night. I want to be the first on behalf of Mark and the entire team to welcome the people who are joining us for the first time today. I will say first and foremost, congratulations, because our belief is that you made a huge investment of time, talent, and resources to be here, and we have a great deal of respect for that investment, and we don't take that lightly. How many of you are excited about the Market Disruptors Live Great Reset event? Let's hear a big yes. Very nice. So as I said, my name is Scott Demola. I am the MC. I get a chance to contribute to you throughout the next 2 days. And I'm just going to ask you to fire me as an MC for just a minute and hire me as your coach to set you up to get the most value from the next 48 hours together. I think many of you are here for one or two different reasons, but I'd like to get to know a little bit about who's in the audience and why you're here. So how many of you are here because you want to learn how to protect your assets, your freedom, your rights, your properties, and your family? Show of hands? Very nice. Congratulations. How many of you are here to prepare for the unknown future and the Great Reset coming? Yes. How many of you are here to get access to Mark's inside resources, his Rolodex, and some of the trusted resources? Show of hands. Great. How many of you are dealing with some stress and navigating what's going on in the current market? Is that an issue, yes or no? Most people, and I'm so glad that Dr. Joe Mercola is going to be here today, because not only is he going to be talking about censorship, but also health and the importance that, I think I mentioned yesterday that wealth without health has little value. But stress plays a detrimental role in your future. And there's a drug, literally a hormone called cortisol, that the more stress you're in, the more it attacks your system. It's great for fight or flight when you need it, but if you live in a state of stress, it impacts your health significantly. In fact, it's one of the great compromisers of your immune system, as many of you know, at a time when we need our immune system more than ever to protect ourselves. There was a statistic by the British Journal of Medicine that said that even low levels of anxiety can increase your mortality rate by 30%. By 30%. That means, and if you think about it, stress is the precursor or contributor to about 90% of dis-ease. And I say dis-ease because a body that's not at ease attracts dis-ease. So how do we get ourselves more prepared? We have 3 very important goals to share with you over the next 48 hours. First is to pour into you as much value as possible in the short time we have together. Now, immersion experiences are amazing because you get a chance to have access to and decide who do you want to continue your journey with, who do you want to continue your education with, so that you can prepare for some of the challenges and the narrative and the issues that we're being faced with right now in the world. So value is number 1. Number 2 is to help you deal with the fear of the unknown. Are a lot of people living in fear today, yes or no? Yes. There are 2 things that contribute to fear. If you look up fear in the dictionary, fear simply means that you're about to do something that you don't feel prepared for. You're about to do something you don't feel prepared for. We've never navigated this before. Most of us still have no idea how to prepare. If I were to ask you to come up in front of the room and give a 5-minute talk, many of you would immediately experience fear because you weren't prepared to give that talk. We aren't prepared to navigate what's coming because we have little or no resources other than places like this, because the mainstream narrative isn't giving us the information that we need to navigate this. The second ingredient or challenge with fear comes from a lack of trust. Do you trust your politicians? Do you trust the media? Do you trust technology? Now, this is not a judgment, it's an observation. Think about this. Of all, 90% of the United States media is owned by 6 companies. Do they have something to gain, yes or no? Technology. Do they have advertising dollars to to focus your eyeballs in the direction they want you to go, yes or no? So we have to be very careful. Trust is incredibly important. I'll give you a great example. A dear friend of mine, Stephen R. Covey's son, wrote an amazing book called The Speed of Trust. If you haven't read the book, it's a good time to go grab it. The Speed of Trust. And he simply says this, that when there is trust, the speed of business and productivity goes up and the cost goes down. When there is no trust, the speed goes down and the cost goes up. Now, some of you are here looking for ways to build passive income, residual income. Cody did a great job yesterday. Would you agree? Brilliant presentation. One thing the reason she is so good at what she does, and I would challenge you to make sure that you model that, is that if you want to buy businesses, one of the ways to make sure that that transaction goes smoothly and effortlessly and you get the deal at the terms that you want is to be trustworthy. See, when Warren Buffett goes in to buy a business, he says, I want to buy your business. He does a handshake deal, and 30 days later, the transfer of the company happens. Is that true with most purchases, especially large businesses? No, they bring in their teams of lawyers, and they take a year or two doing their due diligence to figure out what assets are really there. Are they trying to hide something because we don't trust the company? Trust is really important. If you want to go out and buy businesses and get the terms you want, trust is critical. The third outcome is to get you to think this weekend. And you go, wait a minute. Don't I think? Do you? George Bernard Shaw said it best. He said 2% of the population think, 3% think they think, and 95% would rather die than think. You've heard the term sheeple. How many people aren't thinking? They're just reacting. We weren't taught to think. We were taught to do as we're told. We were taught to conform. Most people don't think, they react. In fact, if you ask most people what they were thinking, they'd be speechless because there's nothing there. So I challenge you to think, to get curious. Finish this sentence for me. Garbage in? Is that true? Or isn't it garbage in, garbage stays, garbage gets pregnant and gives birth to even more garbage? We need to control the narrative. Yesterday I mentioned that it's been 19 months since I got on a plane, and the first flight that I got on was to come and support Mark and this group because it's such an important mission, such an important message. I didn't mention that since July 6th of last year, I have not watched one newscast. If you'd like a gift, try it out. I've never been so happy, so present, so connected in my entire life. My wife says, she has a saying for many, many years. She goes, Scott, I'd much rather drive a Volkswagen bus to the beach every day than to a job I don't love. I said, that's cool. I said, but I'm not buying you a Volkswagen bus. So I said, is it okay if we buy a Mercedes Sprinter van? So we have the Mercedes and the beach, and we get a chance to go around and be present and visit and connect with people when most people are disconnected. So for the last 15 months, we've literally spent most of our time on the road. I'm doing my Zoom calls, and Mark says, are you in your cab of your van again? But it's just a chance to live your life and be present and be connected. Would you agree that we're dealing with a great deal of change, yes or no? Yes. Massive. Massive changes that we're unprepared for. It's unforeseen. And here's what's interesting. One of my favorite quotes is by a gentleman named Eric Hoffer. And Eric said this. He said, in times of change, the learners will inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists. And that statement today, even though it was a quote from many, many years ago, has never been truer. And that's why we say congratulations for being here, for being present, for learning. Does it take confidence to learn, yes or no? Yeah, you have to have confidence to learn. Because if you have too little confidence, you don't think you can learn. And the other alternative, which is bad, just as bad or worse, if you have too much confidence, you don't think you have to. And both of those are traps. So I'm excited for you to lean in to what you're going to be hearing today. I think Seth Godin said it best. He goes, learning means a momentary experience of incompetence. So you're momentarily incompetent. One of the things I love about what's happening today is that people are starting to ask questions. So it's really important. In fact, write this down. If you've got something in front of you, write this sentence down. I'm going to challenge you to use this as you hear speakers today, as you go through life, as you're making decisions. Write down the 2 words, I'm curious. I'm curious. First of all, it's a softener and a cushion statement, so when you're asking questions of other people, it triggers compliance. They're more likely to answer your question. And imagine if you go through life in a beginner's mind with a state of curiosity as opposed to a state of knowing. Because curiosity leads to creativity and understanding so you can create the change that you desire and deserve in life. Knowing creates resistance and confrontation. Have you ever said something to somebody and they say, yeah, I know? What they're saying is, I know, I'm right, and you're wrong. They're shut down. One thing I love most about Mark, he's one of the most curious people I know. He's constantly asking questions. He's constantly reading books. He's constantly gathering information. And he said, I mentioned yesterday, he said it's selfishly to help himself and his family, but the truth is it's self-care because he's contributing that information to his tribe, to his community, to people who are also in search of. So go through life in a state of curiosity. If you do that, you won't have to rely on the media. There's a lot of people today who could have been here, but you know what? They're on Facebook, Meta. Change the name so you can get rid of all the labels attached to it. They're watching CNN or Fox News, and they're so encompassed and listening to the narrative that they're sitting on their couch living in a state of fear because they're not prepared and they don't trust. So get curious. Remember, there's a statement, I think Stephen Covey said it, is first seek to understand before you seek to be understood. And remember yesterday, if you were here, I said awareness precedes understanding. Understanding precedes change. Understanding is critical for us to make intelligent decisions. I also challenge you not to buy into labels. As soon as somebody puts a label on something, we go, oh, that's what that is. And they stop getting curious and questioning it. If you go through the next 48 hours, do it with a frame of mind that there is no good, there is no bad, there is no right, there is no wrong. There is no good, there is no bad, there is no right, there is no wrong. It's just what is. How do we go from where we are to where we choose to be and not get caught in the labels and then having to defend and fight for your thoughts and beliefs? So often an experience happens. Right now, there's a lot of experiences you can say, that's bad, I don't like that. A little over 2 years ago, for the past 40 years, I have a speaking, training, and consulting business for businesses. And for 40 years, I had numerous, videotapes, audio tapes. I had 50 hardbound journals that, by the way, if you have a journal in front of you, I highly encourage you to write it down. Because I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but with technology, we've actually disassociated from some of the connection by typing on keys. When you write down something, you have a 30% higher comprehension than if you type it on a computer or a tablet. So make sure you write down notes today as key distinctions, so A, that you can capture it from a memorization standpoint, and B, there's a better memorization or retention of that material. So back to my story, I had collected all this material. I had my artwork, I had photographs, and I put it all in my training center. Because for many years, I mentioned yesterday that I was traveling over 200,000 miles a year to go see my clients and do trainings and speaking events all over the world. And I decided at one point that that wasn't the lifestyle that I wanted to continue. Can traveling take its toll on you, yes or no? Yeah, so I learned to travel a little bit differently. I learned to travel in a state of appreciation because most people who are traveling don't live that way. And I remember one time I was flying from Burbank, California to Las Vegas at the time when I was living in California to do a talk. And I noticed I get on the plane and the flight attendants weren't in what we call a peak state. Have you ever had those flight attendants? Yeah, I mean, they're frustrated as well. They're having to deal with unruly passengers and masks and all this kind of stuff. But this was pre-9/11. It was the security. When we talk about trust, there's more, security screenings because there's lack of trust for flying. So they weren't in a peak state. So I get on the plane and I said, "Hi, isn't it a great day?" And they look at me like, "Yes, sir, it's a very fine day, thank you." So I'm one of those people who's kind of willing to do whatever it takes, right? So I get on the plane and I start to walk down the aisle. And I said, "Isn't it a great day to go to Seattle?" Where's the plane going? Las Vegas, right? And I go down the aisle, walk down to my seat, and she's following me. She goes, Sir, can I see your ticket?" I said, "Sure." So I hand her my ticket. She looks at my ticket, and she goes, "Oh, funny guy, huh?" Now, my wife would agree with that statement, but here's what's interesting. They close the door to the plane. Oh, by the way, she goes back and starts talking to the other flight attendants and actually starts greeting customers with appreciation. Totally interrupted her pattern in her state. She's now living with appreciation. She starts having fun, dialoguing. They finally close the door to the plane, and they say, the captain comes on, they pull back the plane from the runway. She said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Flight 44 America West from Burbank to Las Vegas." True story, a woman about 2 rows behind me jumps up out of her chair and she goes, "Oh my God, stop the plane, I'm on the wrong flight, I'm supposed to be going to Seattle." And with the intercom still in her hand, she goes, "Sir, this is your fault, you started this." What if we went through life in that playful state instead of the state of fear that most people are living in? So after many, many years of travel, 2 years ago, I made the decision to open up a training center in Las Vegas. Why? Because people like to gamble with their finances, with their business, with their health. Would you agree? They come to Vegas because there's dopamine, there's excitement, there's risk. And where do they get their advice? I'm going to share that with you in just a minute, but I want to share the story about the training center because 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago, on Father's Day, I was living in a condo, a high-rise condo on the Strip in Las Vegas, and I'd been there for about 12 years. At 5:30 in the morning, my wife had gotten up early. She was doing some meditation. She looks out the window. She goes, "Scott, there must be a casino on fire." The entire sky was filled with smoke, thick black smoke. And I said, "Honey, that's not a casino. That's on the other side of the Strip. Turn on the news." We turned on the news and they go, "Yeah, there's this 84,000 square foot office complex totally engulfed in flames. It had been on fire since 3 in the morning. It took 115 firefighters and 17 hours to put it out. And in that fire, I lost my entire history. My journals. I used to say to Dallas, I said, if there's ever a fire, I rescue you first, the dog second, and my journals third. All of it was gone. And you could label that as bad, couldn't you? Here's what's interesting. Just months later, something was announced called COVID. Instead of having $12,000 a month mortgages and overhead for a facility that I wouldn't be able to use, I no longer had that liability. So originally I could have labeled that bad, but guess what? It was a clean slate. It was a chance to start over. And I said to Dallas, I said, we're just going on a new journey with less luggage, less baggage. And 36 hours after the fire, I had to fly to Austria to do a training for a company there. And I said to her, I said, we have less baggage, let's have some fun. One of the first times, because we didn't have time to pack, we actually checked a bag, which they managed to lose. So now we really had less baggage. So we talk about Las Vegas. How many of you have ever played the game of blackjack? Show of hands. So what's the goal of blackjack? Get as close to 21 as possible without busting, and you have to beat the dealer's hand, right? So how do most people play blackjack? It's just like they do their investments, just like they do their business and their life. They go, hey, what do you think? What should I do? And they don't get the information. They wing it, they guess. They even tip the cab early to get to the casino as quickly as possible so they could go sit down, and they've got it portioned out. This is what I expect to lose. This is what I expect to lose. This is what I expect to lose. Do you do that with your investments? Some people do, don't they? If you have a 10 and a 6, and the dealer has a 10 showing, what do? How many would hit? How many would stand? And the rest of you didn't raise your hand would freeze, right? How can you make a decision if you don't have the right information? And that's what I love about the resources that Mark has brought together, because now you're going to have trusted resources to help you make that decision. Here's the challenge. Regardless of what you do, you will lose 75% of the time on average. But if you stay, you lose 26%. If you stay, you win only 24%. If you hit, you win 26%. Very small numbers. But if you do each and every step correctly, you're going to come out way ahead. Now, what do you do with an A7 versus a 6? Do you hit? Do you stand? Or, like Cody mentioned, are there other options to be aware of, to think about, that you can incorporate to be successful? Could you double down, leverage, get more money in the game? So what I love about what you're here for is to get access to the resources to help you make those decisions and mitigate your risk. Reduce the fear. Increase the trust so that you feel more prepared to navigate this. I look at it as if this is, how many of you can remember the very first time you got on an airplane? Okay, some of you are really old. Maybe it's been a while. But think about this, the first time you get on a flight, is there excitement and anticipation, but maybe also a little bit of anxiety? So maybe you sat at the end of the airport in the runway, and your parents, took you to watch the planes take off and land, and you were really excited. Say, I want to go on a journey someday. And the first time you get a chance to go fly, you get to the check-in counter and you say, here's my ticket, and they go, okay, it's 12F. Go down this runway, and the flight attendant will help you get seated. So you go down the gangplank, and you get to the front of the fuselage, and you show the ticket to the flight attendant, and she says, yeah, it's 12F is down about 12 rows back on the left-hand side. It's right on the aisle. Just put your stuff in the overhead bin or the seat back pocket in front of you, or under the seat in front of you. And you do that. You walk down there, you sit down, and just like you sat down in this room, you looked around and you said, I'm curious. Where's everybody going? What's the journey that we're on together? Because we're all going there together, we just don't know the details about the people that we're going to play with in this opportunity. Is it important to navigate this journey with a community, yes or no? Critical, because you're going to need that support. So, all of a sudden, they close the door to the plane, and they start to pull back from the runway. Now, the excitement begins to build. The anticipation, the unknown, the expectation, anxiety, but also excitement. Because you're going on a journey. So they start to pull as they're taxiing out to the runway, the flight attendant picks up the intercom and says, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to cover a few safety instructions. How many of you could recite those instructions back right now? Probably. So they said, reach to the seat back pocket in front of you and pull out the safety card. So you pull it out, and you look around, and because this is your first flight, you realize nobody else is looking at the safety instructions. Everybody else is winging it. Listening to outside resources. They don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want to be fearful, so they just go with the flow. You start to actually, and you put it in the in-flight magazine so nobody can see you're actually looking at the safety instructions. So she finishes her pitch on the safety instructions. They taxi out to the end of the runway, and now the excitement really begins to build. They stop at the end of the runway, and you hear the brakes. And the captain comes on the intercom, and she says, ladies and gentlemen, we're next for takeoff. Flight attendants, please be seated. Now the excitement really builds. And that's the stage we're at right now. The captain releases the brake, and all of a sudden you can feel this force and this energy, all the fuel put into the engines, and it starts to surge forward. And it gets about 25% down the runway. It starts to go faster and faster and faster. Finally, you're about 3/4 down the runway, and the plane lifts off. You're on your journey. And it's exciting. You look out the window, and things are getting smaller and smaller. You get up 5,000 feet. You get up 10,000 feet. You get up 15,000 feet. You're up finally to your cruising altitude about 30,000 feet. And you're just starting to relax, and boom! The plane falls 5,000 feet like that. Now the flight attendant picks up the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to recover those safety instructions. and you and everybody else on the plane bolts for the back of the chair, and you rip out the safety instructions, and you sit on the edge of your chair as if your life depended on it. Now, your physical life may not depend on it for the next 48 hours, but I can tell you that the quality of your future and the quality of your life does. So I've said enough. I'm going to share with you very quickly a video to help introduce our host. So if you'll look at the monitors, we will cue up the video.
A market disruptor believes the world happens for them and not to them. A market disruptor rejects the herd mentality, defines their own life, creates their own luck, and builds the world they want.
Mark is really taking a unique approach. He talks about how if you are presented with problems, it's actually an opportunity because it allows us to come up with solutions.
You know, Mark is a great speaker. He uses lots and lots of intellect and takes really complex issues and breaks them down very simply so everybody can understand it.
The gift of the clairvoyant. In 2020, when you predicted we would see an energy crisis, that prediction seems to be coming true.
I am a market disruptor, and I am building the future I want.
Very nice. We have a lot of great resources to share with you, and there's none who's contributed more to this journey and to your flight than Mr. Mark Moss. So if you do me a favor, get on your feet, give some energy up, and welcome Mark Moss. Let's have it. Where is he? Here we go, buddy.
What's the music? Thank you. Appreciate that. You guys, good one. Wow. Woohoo. Well, that was awesome. I thought yesterday was awesome, but you guys got some energy today. I love it. Little sizzle reel. I didn't get to see that until just now. That was pretty cool. Explaining what I think about when I talk about market disruptors. I haven't really talked about that, so that was cool that they put that on there. Disrupting markets. I know most of you guys watch what I do, so you hear me say these things all the time, but everything you have learned is wrong. Mainstream is wrong. Cody talked about yesterday, you can't make money in the stock market, the real estate market, that's all democratized. It's squeezed, all the alpha is squeezed out. You follow mainstream advice, it's all wrong, so we have to disrupt that. We have to learn how to think about all those things differently. All right, what do we got? See if I can do this. There we go. Whew, disruption. Tensions are high. People are fighting, more divided than ever before, all around the world. People are marching in the streets. Some of you see it, some of you feel it, some of you don't. The mainstream media ain't giving no play, but it's happening. Beneath the surface, you know there's something going on. Most people just can't quite seem to put their finger on it. They don't understand what's going on. But at the same time, even if you don't know what's going on, you feel it, you know there's just something holding you down, there's something pulling you back. It's almost like you're trying to run a marathon race in quicksand, and then you got people attacking you at the same time. Of course, the state of the world is falling apart rapidly. The amount of debt that the world has never been at a higher amount. It's amazing. August was the 50-year anniversary of breaking the gold standard, and since then we've just been on a printing spree, trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that have been sacrificed from the future and brought back towards today. And it's just this heavy weight that's just pulling everything down. It's distorting everything that we have, and it's making it harder and harder for us to get ahead, to function our own lives. And at the same time, it's funding these regimes that are actively working against us. Literally working against us, working against our best interest. Maybe some of it's evil. A lot of it is just probably unintended consequences. Doesn't really matter. It's the reality of the situation that we're in. And of course, this week we saw inflation hit a new all-time, or 30-year all-time high, 6.2%. 6.2%. Come on. Gasoline's up 50%. Real estate's up 25%. Used cars are up 35%. I'm a carnivore. I eat steak at every single meal. That's up 20%. I don't know where they get 6%. That's what they tell us. But even if that was the number, do you understand what that means? That means you're losing 6% of your wealth every year. What's 6 times 5? 30? 30% of my wealth disappearing like that? Even if that number was true, which of course it's not. I like this, one of my favorite economists, Milton Friedman, says that inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. It's caused by the monetary base increasing. We'll have some people talking about that more in depth later. But how much did the money supply increase? 30%? So it's no wonder we see real estate up 30% and steak up 20% and lumber up 300%. Of course, bigger problems than that. They want to say that, it's transitory. Everything's going to be okay. And a lot of us, as I kind of talked about yesterday for some of you guys that were here, our own human biases hold us back. And that's a problem. We have to understand that. We have to check those. And so our own human biases, such as normalcy bias. Whatever's going on today is normal, or what has been normal will come back. So everything's going to go back to normal. Eventually, these mandates will go away. They'll decide to give us our freedom back, because that's what's normal, right? Prices will go back down because that's what's normal, right? They'll give us excuses like, well, it's just because the supply chains are broken. And the reason why the supply chains are broken is because, the economy's so good and people are buying stuff. And it's logistics. That's why. But why are the logistics broken? Because they increased the monetary supply. If everybody woke up in the morning, the entire world woke up in the morning with an extra $1 trillion in their bank accounts, would you be more wealthy? Would you be more wealthy if you woke up with $1 trillion, if everybody did? No. You would have more money, but money is not wealth, right? Wealth is goods and services. I have to now go buy goods and services, but everybody has more money. Now we have more money chasing the same amount of goods and services. The prices go up. But now we're in a situation where we have more money chasing more goods and services, and we got less goods and services. The reason why the supply chain is broken is because of the money system. And it's getting bad. We can see here a couple of headlines. It's broken. It ain't getting fixed anytime soon. We can see that some big problems are coming. Some super, super big problems, and I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I'm the eternal optimist, which of course is why I'm an entrepreneur and an investor. But I have to check my own bias. I'm so optimistic, but at the same time, I see massive trouble. We can see farmers are hit hard as supply chain crises cause massive shortage in machinery and parts. Farmers. I just learned this last weekend. 9 meals to anarchy. I was like, what the heck does that mean? That means when you skip 9 meals, anarchy is going to happen. For most of you, if your kids were to skip 3 or 4 meals, anarchy is going to happen. Food is the trigger. Food is the trigger. When you don't eat, you're ready to get wild. You're going to do anything that you need. And so the farmers, they can't get a tire for their tractor right now. If they place an order for their equipment today, they're said they'll be lucky to have their equipment by spring of 2023. Yeah. What if that gets delayed by a couple of weeks? They miss the spring plant? We don't have food till 2024? That's what we're facing right now. These are big, big problems. You know, I like to look at the macro picture. It takes time for this stuff to walk through. But the problem is policy. The problem is central planners. The problem is central planners that don't have enough data, making bad policies, and because they have this unlimited money supply, there's no accountability, there's no feedback loop, and they just keep doubling down on worse and worse and worse policies. Biden seeks more oil from OPEC. At the same time, proposes more regulations on oil in the United States. Before Biden got elected, yeah, let's go, Brandon. Now, if you like to invest into energy, it's done pretty good for us. It's done really well for us, and it's going to continue to do really well because he's going to continue to make stupid policies. Before he took office, I predicted that gasoline would be $10 a gallon before Biden left office. $10 a gallon. I think it was an average of $1.80 before he took office. I saw yesterday in LA, $8 a gallon. $8 a gallon in less than a year. I said before he left office, dang, was I underprepared. But it's the policy. So let's shut down energy in the United States. Let's jack up the prices. Now we don't have enough energy to make the fertilizer. Fertilizer's up 1,000%. What do we need fertilizer for? Oh, yeah, to make food. Shoot, that's going to be a problem. But it's not just the U.S. Europe. You guys have been seeing my videos, I'm sure. Massive energy crisis throughout Europe. Natural gas up 800%, electricity up 400%. They need natural gas to make electricity, so it's up 400%. They're going out of business. A dozen energy companies have gone out of business. Millions of people are affected by that. They don't have the stuff to make fertilizer or nitric oxide to process food either. They say lots of people are probably going to freeze to death this year. That's the problem. But do they back off from these policies? No. They just keep going. They just keep doubling down on these policies, again, because with this money printer, with this unlimited money supply, there's no accountability. They don't care. And at the same time, we're seeing this division. They're continuing to make it worse by passing mandates. You can't work unless you do what we say. I'll say it. You can't work unless you take a jab. I'll say it. It's my event. I'll say whatever I want. And I can't say this on YouTube, so you're here. Actually, it's being streamed on YouTube. Shoot, I might lose my channel. But seriously, I don't think anybody here would have ever imagined a year and a half ago you'd be forced to stick some foreign substance in your body that has no testing done on it. We don't know what it is. We see people dropping dead like flies left and right today, but yet that's where we are. And so they're saying that inflation is caused by supply chains. Like we don't have enough people to work, so let's fire more? Seems kind of weird. New York governor deploys National Guard to replace unvaccinated healthcare workers. So we're in a health crisis, apparently, so let's fire all the healthcare workers? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't matter to them. Central planners, they're just going to keep going. There's no feedback loop. So that's the state of the world that we're in. That's what's going on. And what's even worse is they don't have any clue the problem that it's creating for you, or you, or you, or you. While schools are reporting they don't have food for their kids, I saw in Denver they didn't have meat for their kids, so they substituted for chili cheese fries. So we're in a health epidemic, and we're going to serve our kids chili cheese fries? They don't have milk. I don't drink milk, but they don't have milk for schools. It's a big problem. And at the White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, they asked her, hey, what's going on with supply chains? And she laughs. Oh, you mean the tragedy of the treadmill. Come on. People can wait for their treadmill. No big deal. No, kids don't have food at school. That's like Marie Antoinette. We don't have bread for the people. Let them eat cake. You know what happened to her, right? Pretty soon we'll see the wood being chopped down. Maybe those guillotines will be put back up. I don't know. But they're so out of touch. Jen Psaki says that too much online shopping is to blame. It's your fault. You guys are the ones that have caused these supply chain issues because you buy too much stuff. Kind of like the 2008 housing crash was your fault too because you bought homes. Come on. That's how out of touch they are. Then Biden goes on the news the other day, Brandon went on the news the other day and said, Americans are too stupid to understand what supply chain issues are. That's what he said. You guys don't know? Come on, you don't understand why there's inflation. Don't you understand supply chain? Oh, no, you don't understand supply chain. So let me just tell you that's what it is. I think the term is actually called gaslighting. I tell you one thing, but something else is going on, and you know that something else is going on. The term gaslighting came from a play about 100 years ago. The husband kept turning down the gas lamps on his wife, and she kept thinking it was nighttime, and it wasn't, but he was playing tricks on her, and he was trying to make her go crazy. That's where the term gaslighting came from. That's what the media does to you. They gaslight you. No, there's no inflation. There's no inflation. It's transitory. It's 6%. What? Because my gas, to fill up my truck, unfortunately I drive a big truck and it costs a lot of gas, and it's double. But no, there's no inflation, right? Everything that we see, what we hear, it's not what we see or what we hear. Oh no, it's normal for kids to drop dead now all of a sudden. Didn't you guys know kids have heart attacks all the time? It's always been like that. Not in the world I grew up in, and it wasn't normal for me. But what you see, what you hear isn't true, right? That's what they say. At the NASCAR race, they were screaming, F Joe Biden, and the news reporter said, no, they're not saying that. They're saying, let's go Brandon. No, we heard what they were saying. No, you didn't hear it right. That's not what they said. I mean, come on, right? That's the state of the situation. That's the state of the world that we're in. And we've built this gambler economy. This is where we're at in the world today, this gambler economy. The fiat money system, this unlimited money system, has created this system. People think that money is neutral. Money is a tool. Money can be used for good. Money can be used for bad, right? Is that right? No, it's not right. No, it's not right. The fiat money system is a system built on theft, on lies, and deceit. Anything that's built on that system is inherently evil, and it incentivizes theft, lies, and deceit. We have a system today, we saw a few weeks ago, options trading surpass stock investing for the first time in history. Gamblers. Scott was talking about that gambling before, right? They're gamblers. They're trading assets back and forth, crypto assets, option, whatever it is. They're not providing value to anything. That produces no value. It solves no problems. It solves no needs. It gambles, and then they make more dollars, more fiat dollars, and then they go steal the productive value that you guys are producing. And everyone's gambling now. And they have to, because the money is losing value so fast. The bond market doesn't pay any yields. And most of you guys, well, hopefully not these guys, because you're all market disruptors, but most of the world is just trusting the mainstream. I'll trust my financial advisor. He says that I can get a 7% return, and I'll just leave my money in the market. How the heck are they going to get you a 7% return when bonds are at 1%? With their 60-40 split. Come on, that ain't going to happen. Right? We're in the age of crypto meme stocks. The hottest movie on Netflix is Squid Games, and so there's Squid Coin, and I'm just going to go gamble on it. I don't know why it's going to go up. I don't know what it was meant for, but I think I could get lucky. Oh, look how much it went up. Oh, shoot, they just took all my money and rug pulled the whole thing. Oh, no, well, maybe I'll just trace the newest dog coin. Well, maybe if I put Elon's name with a dog coin and or Elon and Shibu together, that will go up. That makes sense. I mean, come on. But that's where we're at. That's the state of the world today. No value is being added. So it's pretty easy to see things are falling apart pretty quick. And of course, if that's not enough, our great leaders at the World Economic Forum are telling us that it's time for the Great Reset. We have the IMF. The IMF is sort of like the central bank above all the central banks. So the nations have central banks that control the monetary supply. We have the IMF above that. They're calling for a Bretton Woods II moment. And I know you guys all watch my video, so you're well aware of what Bretton Woods is. Bretton Woods was 80 years ago when they changed the entire monetary system, the entire global monetary system. They're calling for that again right now. Of course, no wonder, right? When you play a game, if we're playing whatever, I don't know, Scrabble, if I'm out of moves, what do? We reset the game. When you're out of moves, you reset the game, right? Now, a lot of people might have seen some of the work that I've done. I'm not going to go deep into this. My thesis, I got videos if you want to go learn deep into this. But there's a reason why I believe that we are where we are. It explains what's happening right now. And even more importantly, it explains where the future goes. What happens in the future? Of course, we need to understand where things are going in the future so we can prepare for that. And the three revolutionary cycles that are converging right now are one, like a political, social, it's a cultural revolution that works on a 250-year time frame. Every 250 years, it's reset. 250 years ago was the American French Revolution. 250 years before that was the Protestant Reformation, and on and on and on. We have technological cycles and revolutions. They work on a 50-year time frame. And then we have financial cycles that operate on an 80-year time frame. An 80, a 50, and a 250. And what's crazy is they're all three converging right now. That's why we're seeing fireworks. The world is just about to just shift and change. Now, I have this chart right here. So this kind of shows you what I'm talking about. Every 80 years, we have this like populist uprising regime change cycle. 80 years ago was World War II, Hitler, Mussolini. FDR changed America into a socialist country with the New Deal. 80 years before that, Communist Manifesto was written by Karl Marx, led to the European Spring, the largest revolution in European history. 3 times 84 equals 252. That's 250-year revolution cycle. You can see what we're talking about right there. The world's ready for it. We're at peak globalization, peak centralization, World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, World Meteorological Association, the IMF, the UN, all these 3-letter NGOs, non-government organizations. I didn't vote for them. Did you guys? Did you guys vote for Klaus Schwab? No, we didn't even get a ballot. His name wasn't on there. But they're the ones pulling the strings. So it's easy to see we're at this peak centralization, but we can also see that the world is pushing back. Again, if you're paying attention. And it's because of all these cycles converging. We have this 80-year financial cycle, like I showed you the first slide, the amount of debt that we have in the world, not just the United States, but individuals, maybe some of you guys in here, and all the nations of the world. It's never been higher. And there's only 4 ways out. Only 4 ways out for a nation. One is austerity. That means they live on a budget. That means they live on less money than they take in. You think any government's ever going to try and do that? Let's just spend less money. No one's going to go for that. Well, the other option is to default, restructure it. They could do a wealth transfer, meaning they could tax people more. Let's tax the rich. Let's tax unrealized capital gains. Most of the budget, the amount of money coming in from capital gains went from like 10% of the budget to 30% of the budget. So what we do is let's just keep the markets going higher, let's keep real estate going higher, let's keep Bitcoin going higher, and we'll just keep taxing that. We'll get money. So we'll keep taking that. Of course, there's the wealth tax, et cetera. That's wealth transfers. The problem is people are only going to give up so much before revolution happens. So then, I mean, we can do that, but that's not the best option. And then they can debase the currency, which is, of course, what they're doing. Let's print another trilly. Fire it up, get that printer going. So that's what we're facing, one of those things, and that's what we have to be prepared for. Now look, I know this was a lot of doom and gloom. I'm sorry for that. But unfortunately, we're in bad times, and the future doesn't look better in the near term. In the near term. Per my thesis of the revolutionary cycles that are hitting, I believe it's about to change. I believe that this revolution is going to happen, and on the other side is massive hope and prosperity. All right? So I'm not about doom and gloom. Remember, I'm the eternal optimist. But I do have to check my own bias as well. But I do believe that there is massive hope on the other side. It's kind of like this forest fire, right? The forest fire needs to happen. We need to have the clearing of the brush, and when the brush is cleared, we have new life. Unfortunately, it just has to happen. We need to have that clear away all that debt, all that baggage that's holding us down. Clear away the money printer that empowers these people to keep stealing our wealth and entrapping us in their own system, right? So that's what's going to lead to massive hope. The problem is navigating the transition. That's the problem. If we can get to the promised land, the world's going to never be better, but who's going to make it? That's the question. And that's not just the question, that's what we're all here for today. All right? That's exactly why we're here. That's exactly what I try to do with all my videos. It's exactly why I've brought everybody here. This is kind of what I'm thinking. I think maybe the next, unfortunately, I hate to tell you, but probably the next 4 to 5 years is probably going to continue to get worse. Newton's third laws, H force has an equal and opposite reaction. So the more they squeeze, the more we push back. which then means the more they squeeze, and then the more we push back, and it's going to be this kind of back and forth flow. So I think the next 4 or 5 years is probably going to continue to get worse. I think after that point, we'll start transitioning into a new system, and I believe by the end of the decade, we'll see this new spring. When Katie talked yesterday, if some of you guys were here yesterday for Katie's workshop, which was awesome, by the way, we talked about the end of the nation state, and I think that's probably where we'll be by the end of the decade. And there's massive hope. I'm hopeful for the future that my kids will have. You know, part of it, I've done pretty good for myself, not to brag. I lost everything in 2008. Most of you guys know my story. I had to rebuild everything. And I'm pretty good right now. I could just kick back and relax. I could ride this out. I'm old. I could just go hunker down and just live on my ranch until this is over. But what about my kids? What about my grandkids? So we got to fix this. We got to get this right. And so we can ignore it. We can do nothing about it. But you're at a point where you're faced with a choice. You have to make a choice. I wish you didn't have to. I wish life could just keep going on. But we have to do something different. In order to get something different than you have in your life right now, you got to do something different. Whatever you've been doing most likely isn't going to continue to work for where we need to go into the future. So we have to do something different. So a couple tips. One, we have to learn to think critically. These are like cliches. What does that even mean? The problem is today is not the same as the problem in the past. The problem in the past was how do we get good information? The problem today is there's so much information. How do I even discern what I'm looking through? So we have to learn how to think critically. We have to learn how to build wealth, not money, not currency. Remember, money, currency is not wealth. And the problem is that we think about everything in dollars terms. Home prices are the most expensive they've ever been. Are they? Are home prices the most expensive they've ever been? No? Well, they are in US dollars. If I price homes in US dollars, they're the most expensive they've ever been. But what if I were to price them in oil or gold or Bitcoin or rice? They've never been cheaper. So dollars is 1/2 of every transaction that you make. And if you're thinking about things in terms of dollars, which is a completely manipulated number, you lose sense of reality. So you have to start thinking about things differently. Think about building wealth. Think about building assets. Think about things in terms of purchasing power. A lot of people are like, oh, I could sell my house right now. It's never been higher. Great. What are you going to do? You're going to buy the same house. They've all gone up. Your purchasing power didn't increase. Now, 10 years ago, it took like 700,000 Bitcoins to buy the median home price. Today, it takes like 10. So my purchasing power went up by holding that. That's just one way to think about it. Don't play their game, right? They put you in this system. You know the rules, right? Get a good job, go to school, get a good job, save for retirement, put your money in the 60-40 portfolio, work for 60 years. Don't worry, it's going to be all good. Really? Hasn't really worked out too well for the boomers. And then we have to protect our wealth, our assets. They're coming for everything. Remember, there's only 4 ways out of this debt trap that we're in. And one of them is to come and take your wealth. And they're going to continue to take it and take it and take it. So we have to do active strategies in order to protect that. Of course, Yaya. Everybody love Yaya, right? You know why he's one of my best friends, man. He is contagious. But we have to protect our wealth. There's a lot of ways to do that. You have to start thinking about that. And we have to increase our options. These are part of the reasons why we're here today. All information is not equal. As I say, the mainstream is wrong. And part of the reason why the mainstream is wrong is because of the incentives. They're not aligned. Warren Buffett's famous partner, Charlie Munger. I know Greg Foss loves Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. I'm sure he'll tell us about that in a second. But Charlie Munger says, show me the incentives, I'll show you the outcome. And so the incentives are not aligned. If you go to Charles Schwab or wherever, their incentives are not aligned with you. They're in charge of selling you their company's products. And as long as you keep buying their company's products, they keep making their commission, and their life is good, but what happens to your savings? Unfortunately, your doctor's incentives aren't aligned either. He's getting paid for the amount of pharmaceuticals he prescribes to you or the amount of vaccines that he gives to you. That's his incentive. It's not your incentive. Your freedom. The government's not incentivized to give you more freedom and more options. They're incentivized to get more control over you. You see how that's a mismatch? No one cares about your life as much as you do. Well, you should. Well, I know you guys here do. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. Unfortunately, all the other people that didn't come, they don't care about their life. Just you guys. So congratulations for that. But, you know, it's up to us. No one's coming to save you. If you're going to depend on your experts and you're just going to outsource your thinking to them, it's not going to go super good for you. So what we're doing here, I've assembled the team. These are my friends. These are my mentors. These are the people I talk to on a regular basis. And I've put together a really wide list of topics today, all the way from Gerald Salente is going to tell us about the trends, all the way through the bonds, the markets, private equity, asset protection, all the way to health. I mean, this is a very wide range of subjects because it's what I believe you need to know in order to survive these next 4 to 5 years, because if you can keep your purchasing power, if you can build it, you can grow it, you can protect your assets, and you can make it to the other side, massive hope, massive prosperity, or you could lose everything, and that's going to suck. So I've assembled a team to give you this kind of full, comprehensive 360-degree view. But the one thing that I want to tell you is, some of you guys might be disappointed, but no one's going to give you the next hot stock tip today. No one's going to give you the next dog meme coin to buy. We're not going to do that. It's more about the what. Here's what is happening, or it's not the what, not what to buy, but it's how. Here's how to think through this. Here's how to address the situation. Here's how you need to be moving in order to move. All right? We're not just handing out fish right here. We're going to teach you how to learn how to navigate. So it's going to be a little bit bigger, and we're going to break things down into what I like to call first principles thinking. Again, referencing my own videos, you know that I'll typically go back, I'll kind of set the stage, I'll go backwards to build the base and then build it back up. And the reason why is because you can hear guys talking about bonds, and you can guys hear us talking about stocks or the dollar supply, and it can get very complicated. And then it's almost academic. But if we can break it down to like a first principles, you can understand it here. And if you can understand it here, you can understand it on a higher level. And then one thing, right? One thing can change it all. That's my approach to everything I do. If I can learn one thing. The other thing is opportunities come from the network. So I brought all you guys together, and I've stressed over and over and over the importance of building a community of like-minded people. So get to know each other. Cody yesterday said most of the deals will come from people in this room. Get to know each other. But also, talk to the speakers. They're all here. They're all friendly. They're all nice. And they're all here to talk to you. And be intentional about this. Life doesn't go very well for people that are passive and they're just passively riding along. It's about intentions. If you've picked up things about starting a business from Cody yesterday, or asset protection, or going out of the country with Katie, whatever it is, be intentional. What do you need to do while you're here? Who could you meet? What's something that you can do? Be intentional about it. And I got this put on stage, so I guess I should talk about this. I think each one of you guys saw this put on your chair this morning. And this is something that I put together last minute. That's why it's kind of thrown together and it's just put like this. But the content's still good. And so basically I've kind of put together this track for you. It's a sovereign guide. And so you can just kind of read through this, and you can just kind of take an inventory of your own life, an honest assessment. If you want to go somewhere, if you're going to use Waze or Google Maps, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to put your destination in, but it's going to know where you're at. Where am I starting from? The media says we're all in this together, but that's a lie. We're not in this together. We're all in different spots. We're all starting from somewhere different. We're all trying to go somewhere different. We all have different wants, needs, desires, timeframes, interests, skills, everything. We're all different. But we need to be honest with ourselves and take an assessment of where we're at. So you can kind of just go through and think about where you're at, chart these things down. And the reason why I wanted to put this together, and we kind of rushed it and put it together, is because as you go through this, start thinking about where you're at, and then that will help you key in with the different speakers to help fill in those gaps. And you can take this with you, and this is your journey. It doesn't end tomorrow at the end of the show, right? This continues on and on and on. Quarterly, you could review this. Annually, at least you should try to review this and think about it. Now, unfortunately, the world's changing so fast, you may not want to think annually. Quarterly might be better. But that's why I put that together. That's how it's used. So that's what the event's for, this Market Disruptors event. Hopefully you'll all be Market Disruptors. I talked about the financial system is ready to crumble. Every 80 years it gets reset. The amount of debt that we have has never been higher. A lot of people don't realize this, but everyone focuses on the stock market. Most people are come into the market thinking, how much can I make? If I buy Bitcoin, how much will it be worth? If I buy this meme stock, how much will it be worth? If I buy this real estate, how much can I make? Professional investors don't think like that. Professional investors say, what's my downside? How much am I risking? So most people think about the stock market, how much I can make, but professional investors look at the bond market. If you guys know in a liquidation event, who gets paid first? The bondholders, the debt. If there's anything left over, then the equity people get it. So if the bonds aren't worth anything, then the equity ain't worth anything. And so I've got my good friend Greg Foss coming up on stage. He's a 30-year bond trader. He's got incredible insights into the market that kind of sets the stage for everything that we're going to go to today. So Greg Foss, come on up. Now, I gotta warn you, Greg gets a little fired up. He can spit some vinegar here, but he's gonna tell you exactly what's going on. So Greg, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mark. I got this. Yeah, don't ever leave your presentation to the last minute to prepare, okay? So I had this done 15 minutes ago, all right? A little story about me. First of all, thank you, Mark Moss. I'm Greg Foss, and we are the Oss brothers, okay? I loved his presentation. Little story about me, I'm Canadian, I'm 58 years old. I have twin brother and sisters who are 53. No, sorry, they're 55, 3 years younger than me. My sister Heidi is a stand-up comedian. All right? I'm on stage, and I'm nervous, but I'm confident. Okay? I'm confident because my presentation today is not going to go as bad as her first stand-up comedian presentation. So what happened was, Heidi graduated from university. She became a stand-up comedian, but her first act was in Northern Ontario, in a town whose main mill just laid off 50% of their workers. And it was a dinner. And they had buns. My sister got pelted with buns. All right? Absolutely destroyed. She called my mom. She's bawling her eyes off. She said, I'm not giving up because it'll never get worse than that. Okay, guys, you can throw anything. I'm okay with it. Just understand, perseverance is unbelievable. Because my sister, has been voted Canada's top female comedian for 5 years. Okay, so that's cool, right? Now, she doesn't believe in conspiracy theories until she's come in second 3 times and never won. You know, so Foss, meaning me, there's nothing wrong with government conspiracies, that's nothing. But as soon as the voters don't vote her as Canada's top female comedian, there's a conspiracy there, right? So here, in my effort to live up to my sister's stand-up comedian, I'm going to tell you a joke. I hope it doesn't go over like a fart in church, but let's just say, this is my first joke. You ready? Fiat money. Is that all right? All right, my second joke. Charlie Munger. And why? Charlie Munger called Bitcoin rat poison. All right, Charlie Munger's been through a few wars. I will agree with Charlie Munger that Bitcoin is rat poison if you guys will agree with me that fiat is the rat. Okay? So, I'm here to learn. I'm curious. I love this conference. And what I hope to impart with you today is the fact that I've spent 30 years trading risk. Trading risk in real markets, not some academic armchair economist like Steve Hanke. Okay? I promise you, you've never sat in a risk chair and see the world close to unraveling, and you come home and you look at your kids and you're like, what in the hell is going on? But I've done that. So, who is Greg Foss? He's overweight. He's 58 years old. I have 3 amazing kids. And I didn't realize that I'm going to tell you guys this, but I was also suicidal. I'll leave that to the end. I have 3 amazing kids, and I've spent 30 years trading risk, where obviously the level of anxiety was insurmountable at times, and, it impacted me. But I started as an engineer at McGill University, my hometown of Montreal, and I knew I never wanted to be an engineer, but I did love mathematics. I was at the school to play sports, and I said, you know what, I'm going to stick with this. I don't want to be an engineer, but I'm learning math. It's going to be crazy. I think I'm going to make it through 4 years. And I did. But I knew I had to do something to get out of the engineering field, and luckily I had applied to a school, really good school in the USA, Cornell University in upstate New York, for a business degree. And I never would have gotten into Cornell if I was an American. I had the marks, but I didn't have the work experience. But as luck would have it, and life is a journey and everything happens for a reason, in my opinion, they were building an international business school. They let some young Canadian in, and it's the greatest opportunity of my life. I met some amazing Americans. I understood the difference between Canada and the USA. As an aside, I experienced some heartbreak when my roommate from Cornell was killed in the World Trade Center. I will just tell you that the USA is the greatest country in the world. All right? Now, I'm Canadian, and I'm a proud Canadian, and I don't root for you guys in hockey, I promise you that. But I root for you guys to solve the problems that your politicians have gotten you into, because they have failed mathematics, pure and simple. So what is mathematics? Math is the base layer of language, right? If you speak Chinese, French, English, Spanish, doesn't matter. We all speak mathematics. Your mother tongue is your second layer of communication. Mathematics is your first layer. So my whole life is based on math and probabilities. I'm okay at it. I'm certainly not a rocket scientist like Michael Saylor. But I try and break life down, or opportunities down, into probabilities. You're very seldom certain about anything in finance except this. I am 100% certain that fiat currencies will continue to debase. The mathematical certainty is because of the debt spiral that we find ourselves in. So, where do I point this? All right. Are you guys familiar with this? I hope so. Okay, look. Everyone talks about this number up there. This is total U.S. debt. When you go on the screen, it's actually beautiful because it's running. What I want you guys to focus on is not just this number. Foss is a little nervous here. I want you to focus on those 2 numbers. Those 2 numbers are your Medicare and Medicaid unfunded liabilities. Okay? So we always talk about total debt to GDP, 30 trillion divided by GDP, which, just for a number, let's call it 25 trillion in the USA. How about we start talking about off-balance sheet liabilities? I'm not sure if you guys are counting on Medicare and Medicaid, but I know some people are. $160 fucking trillion. Okay? Plus another 30 trillion, and I forgot to say, I'm sorry, I'm gonna swear because I get passionate about this, but jokers are allowed to swear. Like my sister swears all the time and people laugh, okay? So look, this is not a joke. This is not an effing joke though, okay? 160 plus 30, almost $200 trillion of debt. Quick math question. How many Bitcoin is that? Seriously, I'm saying, someone please take out their calculator. I know the answer. Someone tell me how many Bitcoin the US national debt is, funded plus unfunded. Anyone? I love it. Hey, that's the best answer I could ask for. The answer is 3 billion Bitcoin. Okay, can you just imagine how big this number is? That's 3 billion effing Bitcoin. Oh, but Bitcoin's a fucking Ponzi. Okay, let me tell you why it isn't, but I'm going to start with this number. What's the Ponzi? It's called fiat. Fiat is the Ponzi. Munger's a conflicted old fool. Okay? Why is he conflicted? Because he owns all the financial institutions that pretend that this doesn't matter. Foss graduates from Cornell University, had an opportunity to work on Wall Street. I wanted to come back to Canada to make a difference. I started working for the Royal Bank of Canada, Canada's largest bank, in 1988. I worked directly for the CFO, great guy. I won't dox him, but his name was Emil Bolduc, okay? So there you go. Emil was a great guy. He started at the bottom layer of the bank, honest to God, started as a teller, became the CFO of the bank. Didn't mean he wasn't qualified to be the CFO. But in 1988, I started working for the Royal Bank of Canada. And one of my first projects was the Latin American debt exposure that the Royal Bank of Canada had, which was a lot. And there was a US Treasury Secretary, Nicholas Brady, had proposed the Brady Plan to solve the Mexican component of the Latin American debt problem. Because not only was Royal Bank exposed to these, but so were, at the time, the money center banks in the USA, which included Manufacturers Hanover, Chase Manhattan. Notice that these have all been acquired by bigger institutions. Bankers Trust, you name it, everybody in the world had exposure to Latin American debt. And we had to determine for the Royal Bank of Canada what Brady option we were going to take. The cool thing is, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, I said, well, before I get into this, let me analyze the entire situation at the Royal Bank of Canada. And I said, we had $4 billion. It doesn't sound like a big number, but trust me, at the time it was. We had $4 billion of Latin American debt exposure. And the average trading price of the debt was around 25 cents on the dollar. Well, you guys are smart. You go, okay, that means the Royal Bank of Canada has to mark down their loan losses, if you market to market, from 100 cents on the dollar down to 25 cents on the dollar. That's 75 cents on the dollar on $4 billion of debt, right? That means they have to write down $3 billion. Foss goes to the book value of equity of Royal Bank of Canada, and it's 2-point-something billion. I'm like, what? The Royal Bank of Canada is insolvent? Meaning they had no mark-to-market book value of equity? 1988. Holy shit. I go to Emil. I say, Emil, we have a big problem. He goes, I know. Don't tell anybody. Now, what the absolute F, right? Like, here's a kid who spent 6 years in school, and I come back and I analyze the balance sheet of the largest financial institution in Canada, and it's on its way to bankruptcy. Yet my mom and dad put their money in the bank, deposit the money in the bank, everything's cool. And I don't go to the Montreal Gazette, because I don't want to torpedo my career, right? And say, Royal Bank. But believe me, Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady did not do this Brady plan for Royal Bank of Canada. He did it because all global banks were in the same situation. 1988 was my welcome to the real world, Foss. What you learn in school, I wouldn't wrap fish in, okay? It is honestly, the financial Ponzi starts with everyone's belief that the banking system is too big to fail, yes or no? That's what they believe, and that's what the Fed has always done. All right, Foss tells the CFO, Emil, we have a big problem. He says, Foss, don't tell anybody. I say, Emil, we're going to take this Mexican Brady plan option A. We're going to put 100% of our exposure there, and I think we should buy more. Emil looks at Foss and says, kid, I love you, man. But man, we blew our load at 100 cents on the dollar. Why would we ever buy any more at 25 cents on the dollar? Well, what the Brady plan was an accounting gimmick, but it was genius, where they turned a 5-year obligation into a 30-year obligation and secured it by U.S. Treasury zero coupon bonds, essentially guaranteeing that over 30 years, the principal would accrete to 100 cents on the dollar, and you don't have to write it down. Gimmick, gone. We're no longer insolvent. I don't know, I live my life by a mark-to-market basis. I hope you guys do too, okay? Point being, that was my first financial crisis. I've since lived through the long-term capital debacle, where losses were socialized on Wall Street because long-term capital was run by a Nobel Prize winner that levered his fund 100 to 1 and then proceeded to sell insurance to the Wall Street banks when the world was imploding. And they bought the insurance from the bank, from long-term capital, because it's managed by a Nobel Prize winner. He based his study on 6 years of data. I suggest you guys read the book, When Genius Failed. I lived it. I'll tell you, sitting in a chair, my sphincter was fucking tight, okay? Because the world was coming apart for the second time. But that's okay. They got bailed out, socialized losses. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Drive on. 2008, 2009. Now that was the real deal, okay? I'm working at a hedge fund. We're actually making we've made some very smart insurance trades. We're doing well relative to the markets, but actually producing positive returns. And we're getting redeemed by our unit holders because we're the only ones doing well in the rest of their portfolio. So I'm like, this is unbelievable. You can't win. It doesn't matter. The point is, I promise you the system was going to implode. Lehman Brothers was an experiment in seeing what would happen if a large financial institution defaulted. That experiment did not go well. Why? Because what you tend to forget is that all counterparty risk from Lehman Brothers was laid off with other players on Wall Street. You heard the opinion that if AIG was allowed to fail, Goldman Sachs was baked. And that's true. Goldman Sachs had bought so much insurance from AIG that they were gone. Anyway, the Fed did what they had to do. They actually bailed out the system. There was no other alternative, and used things like TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program. What they did saved the world. What happened after that, though, is they never paid it back. So we have now reached the point where fiat currencies have to debase in order to keep up with the debt spiral. Okay, this is only USA. I wrote a paper, you guys can read it or not, but my life as a credit trader, and Mark mentioned this, is based on the fact that only credit markets matter. Credit has a priority of claim over equity. If you invest in a company's equity, and you don't know where their debt is trading, you're an idiot. You are. Because the debt has a prior claim. If the debt isn't worth 100 cents on the dollar in a restructuring, the equity is worth 0. Okay? But how many equity analysts out there start their report with the debt of this company's trading here, with a yield of this, reflecting this type of risk? But here's where we think you should buy the stock, because increased cash flows accrue to the stock, etc. Because equity analysts believe that trees grow to the moon, and debt guys like me aren't. We don't say, how much can I make? We always say, how much can I lose, right? That's how we start our analysis. And maybe you call us pessimists, but we're also realists. When the credit markets don't work, the equity markets are done. Toast. Over. Why? The credit markets are about 4 times the size of the equity markets, and they have a priority of claim. So when I'm sitting on a bond that I'm worried about it losing its $100 claim on $100, what's one of my hedges? I go out and I start purchasing puts on the common stock, or just outright shorting that thing. And these poor guys are getting run over. They have no effing clue. And I'm just like, sell more stock, because I can buy all the bonds I want. And I've actually entered into 100% risk-free trades. No way I can lose money. And my risk officer, who's a Harvard MBA, didn't believe it was happening. I showed him the trade. He's a textbook guy. Name's Jason Marks, Harvard MBA. Looked at my trade. It was on a Canadian company called Nova Chemicals, and he goes, "You can't be doing this. My textbook tells me this trade does not exist in the market." And I'm like, "Jason, it exists. It's right here, man." And he looks at it, and he's smart. He gets it right away. He goes, "God damn." I go, "Jason, how much can I do?" Jason says, "Infinity." Thank God there's some risk managers out there that understand when you hit a trade that's absolutely risk-free, you're supposed to do infinity, right? Listen, I've been trading in markets for 30 years. I found less than 3 of those trades, and 2 of them are very hard to execute. Nonetheless, we still made an infinite return on real capital, sitting in a chair where Steve Hanke would have also said, "That doesn't exist because I sit at Johns Hopkins and I tell you it can't exist." That's the problem with our system. These armchair economists have never sat in a risk chair. Okay? So, I'm here to talk Bitcoin. Why? The world is fucked. Okay? The world is fucked. It doesn't mean I want it to end. I told you, I love the USA. By the way, if it ends in the USA, Canada is a rounding error, right? Like, I'm from Canada, like, fuck off. Like, you know what I mean? All right, so, but here is why we are in trouble. Okay, oh yeah, point here. All right, so I traded credit my whole life. I told you this. I don't want to get too granular with you guys, but everyone says the USA has no chance of defaulting. The market says otherwise. The market says somebody is currently paying 13 basis points for 5-year protection on the great country of the United States. Actually rated AA+, right? So I'm going to show you guys over here. USA, 13.7 or whatever that said. I can't see from here. 5-year CDS. The interesting thing, it'll actually show you a probability of default based on that spread. It's only mathematics. It's based on a recovery rate assumed on debt of the United States. It's a little bit like someone said garbage in, more garbage in, or whatever, but look, nonetheless, this is a real market. Isn't it interesting that Denmark, the market is paying higher rates to insure United States than Denmark? Look, guys, I just fell off the turnip truck, right? But fuck, there's no way that Denmark survives and the United States doesn't, okay? Like, that's just pure stupidity, but I don't make markets. I just try and take advantage of them. All right. Here's where it gets interesting. I'm from Canada, right? Anyone know what Canada's credit rating is? It's AAA. But what does the market say it is? Oh, shoot. What does the market say it is? There's Canada's AAA rating. The market says it's not even close to AAA, clowns. In fact, it's trading more like a single A credit. So you got our idiot prime minister out there saying stuff like, forgive me if I don't care about monetary policy. Quote, Justin Trudeau. The budget will balance itself. Another quote from Justin Trudeau. Well, this market is sort of like the equity market that says, hey, if you have a CEO that's that stupid, I better buy insurance on them, okay? So this is the current rate that the world is paying for insurance on Canada. Guess what happens when S&P finally gets their ass out of their you-know-what and downgrades Canada to the proper credit rating? Where have we seen this before? The whole subprime mortgage problem and super senior debt was based on this same misrating by the rating agencies. Who pays the rating agencies? The issuer. The issuer doesn't get money if the issuer isn't happy with the rating. Okay? Look, I love Turkey and everything. Turkey's done. It's over. I really hope that they can get their act in gear. But I've traded markets long enough to know this is just a precursor to the eventual unraveling. In my history, Argentina, which is a G20 country, has defaulted 4 times. So I'm only been in the markets for 30 years. What does that mean? Any 30-year Argentina bond has never matured in my career. Never. Like, okay, so what's the joke? It certainly isn't the most beautiful technology that I've ever seen in financial markets, and that's called Bitcoin. Okay? I came at Bitcoin from a credit perspective. Like everyone, in 2016, I retired. I mentioned that I was dealing with some tremendous stress and anxiety. I put my hand up. We had completed the greatest trade of our careers. I said, that's it, I'm done. I need to retire from financial markets because they're killing me. They really were. So I'm retired in 2016. I'm like, that's it. I'm gonna, self-care, all the stuff that you guys are gonna learn about. That I'm a survivor of that. And anyone who wants to talk about that, please look me up. I have been on the edge, okay? But that's not important. 2016, someone introduces me to Bitcoin. I'm like, come on. I've been in markets for 30 years. At that time, 25 years. Bitcoin's a Ponzi. Come on, why? Because MSN tells me, or mainstream media tells me it's a Ponzi. It's got to be a Ponzi. Okay. Foss, do me one favor, the guy who's selling the idea to me. Check out tradeblock.com. Tradeblock.com is the blockchain in action. You see the transactions flashing across your screen, and if we had the good internet here, or better internet, I would have shown you on the screen. Please just go there and see what tradeblock.com shows you about the Bitcoin blockchain being built in action. And I'm an engineer, and I look at this, and I'm like, wait a minute. It really is this beautiful, and there's really only 21 million of them? And who controls it? Nobody? And I can send money or value across the world in 10 minutes, and it settles to an address where I don't have to jump through hoops at the commercial bank to send an international wire transfer. Have you guys done that? It's embarrassing. But that's what Munger and Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett own so many financial institutions that of course they call Bitcoin rat poison. Why? Because it's absolutely gonna destroy the legacy financial system. Doesn't mean I want fiat currencies to fail, but what it does mean is you can operate a parallel system where you can have Bitcoin as a store of value, your savings account, and you have your checking account, which is your fiat money. And that means you don't have to worry about barter. So think of the opportunity that the USA has right now. Bitcoin is the most beautiful financial technology I've ever seen. And those wizardly smart communists just said, get out of my country. Greatest country in the world is supposed to say, thank you, China. I always knew you guys were fools. And now I have a chance to embrace the most beautiful financial technology I've ever seen. I have 3 kids. I'm a boomer. I'm a selfish old fuck, okay? I am embarrassed for all boomers out there who are pulling forward riches that should be accruing to our children, okay? We have the opportunity to change that. It's called Bitcoin. You can only trust that I know what I'm talking about, but I've spent 30 years in the market and I did not blow up. I didn't blow up because I know math and probabilities. So let's start with what Bitcoin is. It's going to change the lives of billions of people in the world that don't have a bank account. Now, I love the United States of America, but most of you guys have bank accounts. Most of the world doesn't. You guys live a privileged life. And Bitcoin is going to change your lives as much as it's going to change the life of one of my good friends, Jose Lemus, who's working in El Salvador to implement the Bitcoin merchant solution to allow Bitcoin to be legal tender. He's doing it. He's onboarding the Starbucks of El Salvador. More importantly, he's doing it so immigrant workers can send their money back to El Salvador and avoid the Western Union squeeze machine. You know that Western Union takes 20% fees? If 20% of El Salvador's GDP is because of remittances, what it is, and 20% of that 20%, which equals 4%, is getting taken out by Western Union, wouldn't it be wonderful if there was a payment rail that circumvented that? There is. It's called Bitcoin. Okay, I'm going to pretend you guys are hedge fund managers. If you haven't been convinced to buy Bitcoin, what's the other trade I just laid out for you here? Short the hell out of Western Union. That stock is fucking gone. Over, see ya. And guess who owns it all? BlackRock and Vanguard. S&P 500 passive investing ETFs that buy it just because it's in the S&P 500. I could go on and on about the problems about passive investing, but let's focus on the positives. Bitcoin is hope for millions and billions of people in the world, but it's also hope for my kids. I have Bitcoin put away as an insurance policy on the fiat system cratering. And that's the way you need to think about what Bitcoin is. It's insurance against the stupidity of the politicians who don't understand math. We live in a fire zone. I hope you guys own fire insurance on your house. Well, Bitcoin is fire insurance on the fiat system. And by the way, you don't trade your fire insurance, do you? You buy it when it's cheap, and you keep buying it until the market gets to a price. So what's the price that Bitcoin should be, in Greg Foss's opinion? Well, it's laid out in my book. It's not a book. I published this because I feel so that I've been sitting in a chair that very few other people ever have. I base the value of Bitcoin on a number of things, including the CDS market that I just showed you. The CDS market, which is a real open market with not manipulated rates like your fixed income markets. CDS is insurance, and Bitcoin, the best way I can describe it, is insurance on a basket of fiat currencies. So I don't want the USA to fail. It will eventually, the fiat, but hopefully not in my lifetime and maybe not in my kids. You never know. But I promise you, a bunch of fiats are going to fail. They always do. There's 180 fiats in the world, you guys, and Bitcoin can protect every single one. Some people should own more Bitcoin than others. The point is, the price of Bitcoin is stupid cheap right now by many metrics. I have 6 more minutes. I'll try and get done. I'm going to get done. My price target for Bitcoin, over $2 million US in today's dollars. Ah, Foss. Okay, but that's okay. Thank you, but why? Very simply, Bitcoin is going to capture a large percentage of the total financial assets in the world, in my opinion. And let's do some quick math. Global financial assets, 900 trillion US dollars. 400 trillion of it is debt, 300 trillion is real estate. The other 200 trillion is equities, shit that doesn't matter, like gold, silver. Not saying don't own gold and silver, but just understand that debt is the most important. And everybody who has exposure to debt needs to own Bitcoin. So if there's 900 trillion of total financial assets, I do a probability in my head and I say, I think Bitcoin will become the world reserve asset. And if it does, I think it'll gain at least a 5% market share. 5%. Is that rational? I think so. So let's do some quick math. What is 5% of 900 trillion? It's 45 trillion. What is 45 trillion divided by 21 million? There's your over $2 million of Bitcoin in today's dollars. Okay, let's get even crazier. And this is where I drop the mic and I go, you don't have to get crazier, but I can tell you situations where it goes to 20 million bucks a Bitcoin. Okay? But don't listen to me. Bitcoin currently is trading, I don't even know, I haven't checked it today, but let's use 60,000 bucks for a number. And in a probability-weighted world, which I lived in for 30 years, I would say, Foss, back out the market probability of Bitcoin going to 2 million bucks a Bitcoin in today's dollars. And what you basically do is you say, okay, we assume a binary outcome, 1 is 0 and 1 is 2 million bucks. And then you say 3% times 2 million is 60,000, and 97% times 0 is 0. And you add those two together, and that's what's called your expected value outcome for that scenario. I don't think Bitcoin's going to 0 with 97% probability, but the market, just to make things simple, thinks there's only a 3% chance it goes to 2 million bucks. And I'm like, all right, you guys haven't done your fucking math. Because I've watched this pony train for years and years, and I've studied Bitcoin for over 5 years. Bitcoin, with a 3% chance, is like going to the horse track and they're laying 100 to 1 odds that your pony is going to finish first. And you're like, wow, I've watched this guy train. This pony's got at least maybe 5 to 1 odds, but not 100 to 1. All right. The odds that the market is laying against Bitcoin reaching my price target is wrong. I'm more like 40% chance it hits 2 million. So 40% times 2 million is $800,000 of Bitcoin. Until Bitcoin trades at $800,000 US, I buy it with my eyes closed. I buy it for my kids. I buy it for their kids because I can transfer wealth over time and space with the most beautiful technology I've ever seen. I'm going to end it with Bitcoin is hope. Owning 0 Bitcoin is absolutely retarded. Okay? You are taking risks that you do not understand the probability outcome. There's going to be 100 years of change in the next 10 years. That's thanks to my good buddy Jeff Booth and a friend of Mark's as well. 100 years of change in the next 10 years. You better have some insurance, folks, okay? We have the most idiotic politicians I've ever seen in 30 years. I don't like who's driving the bus, all right? I think I'm done. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Well, actually, thank you. One last thing. I was on the edge, okay? I was on the edge, maybe because I was so discouraged with the financial system and didn't realize it. It also had to do with my son's hockey career, which was very volatile, and he coulda, shoulda, woulda, but he's playing professional hockey in France right now, which is pretty damn cool. I will benefit from what today is going to provide to me. Keep learning. Please keep learning. I promise you the Bitcoin community is so full of talent, I've never seen anything like it. And I will tell you, I get DMs to me all the time. Hey, I don't want to dox myself, but I work at a big bank and we're fucked, okay? And can you help me buy Bitcoin? Because I see it, but I'm also a senior executive. And I'm like, yeah, dude, okay, you can do math. Good work. And this is how you buy Bitcoin. Own that asset. It's the best asymmetric trade opportunity I've seen in 30 years. And asymmetric trades define careers. Okay? This is your opportunity to define your career. I'm not saying go all in, not 100%. But if you own zero, your name's Munger. And Munger is a stupid fuck. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, babe. Thank you.
Give it up. Great. Now, normally the MC would come up and apologize for it. I know better, first of all, because I'm married to a Canadian. And you see, F-bombs are just punctuation in Canada, so it's okay. He just means he's passionate. Would you agree he shared his passion? Yes, very nice. You know, he's been in the bond trading business for 30 years, and he has a certain viewpoint and perspective. And our next speaker is also in the bond trading or the bond education experience or background. And I'll tell you that, what if he had a different perspective? Now, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but one thing I love about Mark is this, is that, you know, we say we want to be around like-minded people. My question is, do you really? Do you really? I mean, it's kind of like going to the airport and you're pulling the bags off the thing. If all the bags were the same size, the same shape, the same color, would you know which one to pick? See, uniqueness provides opportunity, and that's why your curiosity is really critically important. And, you know, if you were just around like-minded people who all thought the same way, then we would have to reach across the aisle. What a concept, right? What if we had a different perspective instead of defending our own? And I love the fact that Mark is bringing you different perspective, different viewpoints, and then you ask the question, is that true? Does that make sense? How does that impact my investing or my business strategies? So the next speaker is Steve Van Meter, and Steve is probably known as the YouTube Bond King. He also, so if you go on YouTube, you can start tracking and following him. He also monitors and keeps a close eye on the Federal Reserve. So if that impacts your portfolio and having good information on the Federal Reserve and the bond market, you'll definitely want to follow Steve. And it was really kind of funny because he said, you know, I've got to follow that guy because he's funny. And, you know, I said, well, is there anything special that you'd like me to say about you, to introduce you? And he goes, just make some shit up. Here's what I learned from Maya Angelou, and that is, who you are speaks so loud I can't hear what you're saying. So please give your full attention, ask some questions, get curious, take some notes and ahas, and please welcome to the stage Steve Van Meter. Give him a hand.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Munger, and I'm fucking stupid. I am that guy. I told Brent Johnson before I got up here I was going to throw a bucket of cold water on all of you. I'm going to rain on Greg's parade. But isn't he great? Man, I'm pumped up just listening to this guy. So I'm going to tell you my story. Because when I asked Mark what he wanted me to do here, he said, tell everyone what you think of the next 3 to 5 years. I said, Mark, it's a lot different than what a lot of other people think. He says, that's why I want you to tell them. So I'm going to tell you my story, my family story, how I got to be standing here. Because one thing that Mark said is things are going to look really bad over the next 3 to 5 years. He's right. 100% agree with him. But in the middle of every storm is opportunity. I'm going to show you how I'm going to play it, how you can play it. Now, maybe you might not agree with the tools that I'm going to use. Maybe you like something else. And I think that's great. And that's why we're all here today, is how to thrive through this great reset, through what's coming. In your life, you will see 4 recessions. Now, you might see more, but you're either too young or too old to care. One can change your life. But the first one, you don't have much money. You're young, you're in your early working career. There's nothing you can do. 2 can change your life. And at the last one at the end, you can't afford the risk. You're too old. Your third one can create generational wealth. To me, that's pretty interesting. My father, in his 30s, got one. Never repeated it. Changed our entire family's life. The whole course, the whole path we were on. One decision, one advice that he got from someone at an event like this set off a chain reaction. In fact, before I came here, I was talking to him about that. I said, Dad, you really understood what you did? He says, well, I know what I did. I said, but do you understand how it impacted our family? And he stopped for a moment. He goes, we wouldn't be here today. We would be somewhere else doing other things. And that's incredible. I've got one too. Changed my financial future, all in one day. One day. I'll never forget the moment I called my wife. I went to work that day and I said, today's the day I sell. She says, how do you know? I said, today's going to be the day. I called her later and said, this is the number. And we just laughed. I got one. Most people take their one. You all will get one. Maybe you've had one. What happens is people will go buy a car or they'll do something silly, and that'll end. The second one will come along. They'll miss it. I'm going to show you over the next 3 to 5 years how I'm going to get 2 and then flip to number 3. And after that, I don't know what I'm going to do. So over the next few years, I'm going to show you what I expect, what to watch, but more importantly, how to profit. Because that's what we're all here to do, is make money. Yeah. That's right. You know, people often ask me, Steve, you have a very different view of the world and how things play out, and you play it differently. Yep, it's true. He said, you know what's coming, and you know it's going to be bad. I said, yep. A lot of people are going to lose a lot of stuff. Yep. You're not. Nope. In fact, you're going to be standing there by yourself. I said, yeah, I know. And what are you going to say about that? It says bittersweet. It's going to be bittersweet because every one of us has the opportunity to prepare for what's coming. And that's why you're here today. We're going to have another financial crisis. In late 2009, I said the next one is going to be worse than this one, and that was pretty bad. Because if you look at the structural imbalances of the system, we didn't do anything to fix it, did we? All we did was paper over bad debts. We didn't print money. I hate that term because we didn't print money, but we bailed the system out, as Greg talked about. And we didn't really solve the problem. But it went away, didn't it? And everything looks okay now. We go outside and the economy's still running, everything's still happening. But the analogy I like to use, it's like coming home and finding out that you've got black mold on your wall. And so what do? You just take some wallpaper and cover it up. That's what they did. And then it seeped through, so they covered it up some more, and it kept coming through, and finally they put enough layers of wallpaper over it that nobody can see it. And it's by design. Our monetary system is defective. It was intended to be that way from day one. Now, if you're hearing this for the first time and you don't realize it, it was designed to fail. If you go back and study the very early designs of a debt-based monetary system that we're running today, it's not new. It was designed to take money from you. That's all it was designed to do, was to get you to take your money, buy real assets, and then when the system broke and you needed money, rich people would take it from you for pennies on the dollar. We've been running this cycle for a very, very long time. It's not a new game, and it's played very well. There's reasons why in this country there is generational wealth held by a small number of people. They're really good at this game. For generations, their family has been playing it, taking from people like you and I. I am a player. I'm not going to be taken from again. I've been there. You've been there. And I'm not doing that again. Because when you know the game and how it's played, you know how to position yourself. And what's going to happen is, once again, most people are going to lose. I don't know if it's going to be in the next couple of months or the next year or 3 years, but at some point, the game ends. And if you remember what the great financial crisis was like, if you remember what the dot-com bubble was like, it's going to happen again, except this time, worse. Now, if we talk about a great reset, is that going to happen as soon as some people think? And I don't. So what is it? It's a change in the monetary system. Now, mind you, we have been playing the same system for a very, very long time. But it does involve a new reserve currency, to which Greg thinks is Bitcoin, to which I think he's an idiot. I don't think that's going to happen at all. But maybe he's right. Maybe I'm right. Who knows? Maybe someday he'll be right. But I don't think just yet, because the powers that be don't want that. But it will involve a wealth transfer. The biggest wealth transfers in your lifetime happen in a small point in time, and that is at the very, very bottom of a recession. So are we there yet? Are we at the cusp of a great reset? In my opinion, no. Monetary policy needs to fail. Now, I could argue that when it comes to the Fed and quantitative easing, the current game that we're playing is exhausted in terms of its effectiveness. The longer the Fed does QE, and I know they're tapering it or going to start tapering it, the less effective it becomes. But in order for there to be a great reset, monetary policy has to completely fail. Not there yet. The Fed doesn't own everything. Treasury yields across the curve, not just the front end, but even at the 30-year long bond, needing to be at zero. And this is important to understand because money creation in our economy comes when people borrow money. The federal government doesn't print, the Fed doesn't print, there's no legal authority, they cannot do it. Money is created when you go to a commercial bank and borrow money. And what we need is yields to be at zero and money creation to fail. What does that mean? Because you're thinking, well, if yields were at zero, I would borrow a ton of money and go buy a ton of stuff. Right, it's just the service of the payment. The interest rate may be zero, but if you ever borrowed money to buy a car at zero, did you have to make a payment? Well, sure you did. So what happens when rates get to zero and you have to still borrow money to make the regular payment? That's when the system fails. Fiscal stimulus needs to fail. And that hasn't happened yet. We've proved that fiscal stimulus works. What we haven't proved is when all of these things combined happen, when the Fed owns everything, every treasury and every mortgage-backed security, yields are at zero, and the government is pumping your pocketbooks full of money, and it doesn't work. That's when we'll be at a great reset. But we're not there yet. We'll get there, maybe quicker than you think, but we're not there yet. So are we on the brink of a collapse? I think so. How about you? Yeah. And why? The question you should always ask yourselves is, why are we going to have some event happen? Because, my friends, monetary policy is not working. So the Fed's going to taper. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. Banks, they're not lending. Lending growth is up smidge. But what are they doing with their money? Do you know? Yeah, they're buying their stock back so they can line their executives' pockets. Why lend if you don't have to? And we're now seeing politically fiscal stimulus is done. Now, many people tell me, don't worry, Steve, the moment things go wrong, the government will be back with fiscal stimulus. Clearly, those people do not understand the power struggle in Congress right now. Fiscal stimulus is done. But it's coming back at some point, but it's done for now. So if you look at the current setup, it's ripe for collapse. That doesn't mean the whole system fails. It just means it's going to be really bad. And why does this happen? Now, my friend Brent Johnson is going to talk about the dollar more during his presentation next, but I want to touch on some things. The catalyst for every collapse in our monetary system throughout history is the exact same thing. This is what you have to understand, is the rules of the game and you don't know them. There's going to be a dollar shortage. Could be a yuan shortage. Could be a euro shortage. It doesn't matter. Whatever the currency is, there's a shortage. Our monetary system was specifically designed this way. It was designed for there always to be a permanent and persistent shortage of currency. Always. You might say, why is that? Well, simple. If I am a king, and I am a self-anointed bond king, so that is fair that I can say that, and you are all of my subjects, and I am very rich and you are very poor because you're my subjects, at some point you get tired of that. And so what do? Yeah, that's why guillotines were invented, right? You overthrow the king. Now, as a king, we don't like that. So we really do not like guillotines at all. So what do I need to do to keep you from coming after me? I need to keep you busy doing something. And if you're in debt, what do you have to do every day? Go get dollars. Every day, you and I and everyone in this room go out and we compete for a pool of supply of dollars. Most every day, we come out okay. But have you ever noticed, even in the best of times, people fail? Because there's always a dollar shortage, and somebody loses. The reason this starts to happen is because there's not enough new currency to keep the game playing. That generally happens when you see the Federal Reserve tighten monetary policy. Now, it's kind of weird, and if any of you have ever heard me speak about this in the past on a show or an interview, you'll hear me say the quantitative easing tightens financial conditions until it eases. So even when the Fed is in the perception of easing, it actually isn't easing until certain specific conditions are met. And how do we know there's not enough new dollars? Simple. Lending growth tells me that every week on Friday. Is there enough money being created through the commercial banking system? And when that amount of dollars starts to get short, then things break. And the Fed, because they don't have the legal authority to print money, they can't do anything about it. You ever wondered why they always lower rates? And quantitative easing is nothing more than an extension of lowering rates, is because if rates go low enough, what will you do? Borrow money. Money gets created, problem, hopefully, gets solved. So there's this persistent, ongoing dollar shortage. Recessions don't occur, depressions don't occur until it gets really bad. And we're sowing the seeds for that right now. and financial conditions are tightening. Now, how do you know this? How would I know this? How would anybody know this? The bond market. It tells you this every day. And everybody gets this backwards. Everybody thinks that lower interest rates are inflationary. Nope. Low interest rates are only inflationary under one condition, is if they're low enough to spur lending growth. So if interest rates are going down, it tells you financial conditions are tightening. And they're going down because they need to fall to a level to get people to borrow. And if they keep falling and people aren't borrowing, it's telling you there's a clear problem. It's only when interest rates are rising that financial conditions are actually easing. So we know that yields are trending lower. Did anybody see my interview with Dr. Lacey Hunt a couple weeks ago? So none of you watched my show? Yeah, that's good to know. I mean, you can start watching it now. That's cool. I got a bunch of new fans. So I had the legendary Dr. Lacey Hunt on my show a couple weeks ago. The show was titled Inflation Warning. It's about an hour long. I don't do hour-long shows, but with him I did. You should go watch it. The guy is one of the foremost experts in the monetary system and bond market. You listen to him, I guarantee you get smarter. When he talks, you know those commercials, E.F. Hutton, when E.F. Hutton talks, you listen. When he talks, I listen. We know conditions are tight because consumer prices are way too high. Now, I don't care about prices much, but when I go to the store with my wife and she complains, well, then I start caring because I really don't care. And energy prices are too high, right? Some of you fill up your car with gas. I drive an electric vehicle and plug into my solar panels, so again, I don't care. But what does that mean to the average person, right? They go to the store, they go to the gas station, they're going to turn on their heater this winter, and they can't afford it. So they have to redirect money from the discretionary side of their budget to the side that they have to pay. That is not what you need in an emerging economy coming out of a pandemic. So financial conditions are tightening. That's why you see interest rates go down. And I like to think of this as a game of musical chairs, this whole dollar shortage. And periodically the music stops and everyone scrambles for a chair. And there's always a few people that don't get it. It's when the crisis becomes a crisis and a lot of people are standing there because there's hardly any chairs left. And when that starts to happen, as we saw during the great financial crisis, what do people do? Well, if you don't have any money to pay your bills, what do? You stop paying, right? It's simple. I'm just going to stop paying because what else can I do? I've lost my job, got no savings, so I guess I just won't pay. And then loans enter a delinquent status. Banks start knocking on your door, want our money, and you ain't got none. And so people start defaulting because what choice do they have? And that's when the dollar shortage is really bad, is when the music stops and we find out. And that's what the Fed is always constantly trying to do, is keep pushing this thing forward, hoping that enough dollars will be created and the economy will start to grow again, and it doesn't work. And that's why you get a deflationary crash. It's the same thing that happens over and over and over again throughout the history of time. I mean, have you ever picked up a history book and like, man, that tulip bubble ended in hyperinflation? Nope. Dot-com bubble ended in hyperinflation? Nope. Great financial crisis? No hyperinflation there. Why? Because asset prices have to come down to the amount of dollars remaining in the system. Think about that for a moment. If there's not enough dollars today to hold asset prices up here, where do they go? Down to the level there is. That's what we find out. So asset prices are going to collapse, just like they've done every time throughout history. Banks are going to fail. Is there anybody that disagrees with that? No. Now, the question is which banks are going to fail? How many people think it's the big commercial banks? No. How many of you think it's the small and mid-sized banks? Yeah, they're in big trouble, my friends. They're loaded up on car debt. Remember the subprime home crisis? What you haven't heard about is the subprime auto crisis. There are more subprime auto loans now than there were total, not loan, I mean dollar amount of loans in cars than there was homes. Now let me ask you this. You lose your job, you don't have no money, you go home and you're sitting down there with your spouse, kids are hungry and you got bills to pay. What are you most likely to just not pay, your house or your car? Your car. Those small, mid-sized banks have been forced to take on all this debt or these loans, these bad loans, because the big commercial banks have been fed by the Fed through quantitative easing. The big commercial banks, they don't need any help. And once again, during a deflationary crash, people will lose everything. And so what happens then is something really interesting. Where do people sell most of their stocks at? The retail, you hear this, right? Where do retail investors sell most, top or the bottom? Have you ever asked why? I ask why all the time. I treat myself like a little 3-year-old that follows myself around. Hey, why is this way, Steve? Why is this that way? Why? And it's really annoying. But if you ask why enough, you start to challenge yourself to think through the problem. So why? Why do people sell at the bottom? Because recessions are liquidation events. And I love liquidation events. See, I'm the kind of guy that likes to buy things on sale. I will buy the things that you don't want because they're cheap. And I'll buy a lot of them. And then I'll sell them to you later when you can afford them. I love things on sale. People think it's weird because I leased my last car for $3,000 over a 3-year period. $3,000, and it doesn't take gas. I fill it up at home for free. But it's not a popular car. But I'm not a popular guy, so it works. People are not like, hey man, that guy is really cool. I've never been cool, so that's good. It fits. But why do people sell at the bottom? They need money, right? Man, you got that friend that's got that really cool classic car that you've always wanted to buy, and he loses his job, his wife loses his job, and he needs the money. Now guess what? That car just went on sale. He goes sell it to you for cheap. So people sell at the bottom, not because they want to, because they have to. Because when you think about it, people sell what they have to keep what they want. Sell what they have to keep what they want. So I've got a house because I've got a spouse and I've got kids and I don't want to be homeless. I can't afford to pay on all my stuff, so I start selling the things I have to keep the things I want. And what do I sell? Oh man, this is my favorite day. Everything must go, and I show up with money. What do they sell? Stocks? Yep. Gold? Oh yeah. See, people think, oh man, gold's gonna go way up. After it goes way down. I know it's not a very popular view. But think about it, right? Again, your mortgages, you're not paying on your money. You gotta think like other people are thinking so you understand the rules of the game. They can't pay on their bills. So the husband and wife sitting at the table, kids in the other room hungry. And she says, hey, we've got to feed the kids. We've got to keep this house. And he goes, we got no money. Right? And we go, okay, I think we'll go over here for a while. I don't know, right? And what does the conversation become? Well, don't we have some gold coins in the safe that your grandfather gave you? Well, yeah, but honey, all right, I'll go get them out. Yeah, go sell them. Well, what about some of that jewelry you got? Well, we're not selling that. We might next month. How about that vacation home or that other property? Sell it. That fourth car, sell it. And what price do you get? Rock bottom. And that's what happens because, I come from an oil town in California. It's really interesting. If you've ever seen these guys that work out in the field, they get paid pretty well. They get six-figure jobs. But I tell you what, man, when they're working and when the oil's booming, man, you go out to the field and you'll see the fanciest trucks and cars. I mean, they are spending money like fire. And then when oil goes down, there's this thing called the auto trader in my town. I don't know, you might have one like that. And you want to get a good deal on one of them fancy trucks? You just wait till oil price goes down, because they're all selling when they lose their job. Everything must go. And it's never different. Everything will be sale, and everyone will need dollars. All knees will eventually bow to the almighty dollar. And it was designed that way, to get you to cough up your real assets that you worked hard for to the rich person who's got the cash to buy from you at bargain basement prices. And guess what people do every single time? So for those who have dollars, in case you're wondering, I always do, because you never know when there's a deal that comes along. You just never know. There's always somebody that needs dollars. There are people that have dollars that will trade their dollars or future dollars. Where's a future dollar? What? Bitcoin is not a future dollar. Oh, come on. I got to have one fan in this room. Yeah, bonds. Bonds are future dollars. Why do I call myself the bond king? I could hold present dollars. That's what my friend Brent probably does. I don't know what he does. He's a milkshake guy. He'll tell you about that. I like future dollars because future dollars are like a leverage play on dollars. Did you know that? Somebody said this morning that I don't know how you make money in bonds. Clearly, you don't know what duration is. Man, you want to make some money on bonds? Go look up the duration of a 30-year bond and multiply that by the current yield of the 30-year bond, and that is how much it goes up in price when yields go to zero. That's called future dollars, my friends. That's how you make money in bonds, not on the interest rate. Who cares about that? Yeah, I consider that a bonus. And I'll trade those dollars for your risk assets at the low and profit on the event. That's how the rich get richer every time. So I see recessions as opportunities. A lot of people hate them. I learned a while back that I want to save up as much money as I can when everyone else is out buying new homes and cars and spending all their money at the top of the cycle, because when it rolls over, man, every day is sale day, and I got the money. I got the money. And that's how you get rich, my friends. You don't get rich at the top, you get rich at the bottom. A few will come out ahead. You could be standing there with me. There's room. There's plenty of room. I'd be happy to have all of you with me. But only those are prepared, right? That's why we're here. It's why Mark invited us all here. So what's going to happen? The Fed's going to react. They're going to buy everything. Everything. And yields are going to go to zero. Now, for those of you who do not know what duration of the long bond is, I'll tell you what it is in terms of yields going to zero. It's about a 30% upside to maybe 50% depending on how far out the curve you are. I'm so far out, people have lost sight of me. Like, they're like, man, that dude is way out there. It's a risk-free asset. That's pretty cool. I know you say, well, maybe other things will go up more. Look, I'm not worried about more. Because remember, what did I tell you when we started out? I had that one event and created some wealth. What do you think I don't want to do? Lose it. So what is the absolute safest thing I could do and still make a healthy return? Because I'm just telling you phase 2. I haven't told you phase 3. Play the bond market. And when the Fed does QE infinity, risk assets are going to go straight up. In stocks, they're going parabolic. How many of you know who Mike Green is? Man, when Brent gets up here, thinking I know who he is either. Okay, I got some homework for you. Mike Green's a friend of mine. I want you to go on YouTube when you have some time, when you go home, and look up, it's called Mike Green, and look up his presentations called The Rise of Passive. It's passive investing is what it refers to. Watch that, and you will learn why stocks are going to go parabolic after the Fed, they come crashing down. Because there's a high concentration in passive investing now. You wonder why market continues to try to rise now despite the economic data suggesting it should be going the other way? Over-concentration in passive investing. That's coming. Stocks will go parabolic. If you're kind of getting, I'm giving you the roadmap as we go. But don't worry, I'm going to summarize it all at the end and make it really clear how I'm playing this. Because remember, I'm just telling you how I'm doing it. You might play this a different way. And timing is everything. And I'm a terrible timer. I'm like the worst there is. Because I'm very content on waiting and playing. I'm the guy that nobody sees coming when they're having their fire sale, and I show up, I'm like, man, where have you been? I'm like, I've been sitting over there for a while waiting on this. See, if you're bad at timing like I am, you miss out on some gains. But I don't care. Because what people don't understand, if you've ever waited for a bus at a bus stop, and a bus comes and you missed it, I better catch it. No, just wait. There'll be another bus. Just go back. And that's like this too. If you miss, it's okay. Don't go play chase. Just wait for the next bus. Now, some people, they're going to take a lot of losses. They're going to short the market thinking, man, I'm going to make a killing when this thing goes. And they're going to make a whole lot of losses over the last 18 months being short the market. Or you're like me and you just end up waiting. See, I'm like 2 of the 3 on my own slide. Missed out on gains, waiting longer than expected. Don't care. Because in the end, I still win. And I'm going to show you how. How do you play it? Well, you can go all in. What did Greg Foss just tell you? Don't do that because you're stupid. Don't go all in. But people do, and that's a huge mistake, and I'll tell you why. If you're wrong because you picked the wrong asset class, guess what happens? You start over. Now you can say, well, Steve, maybe you're an idiot and you're going all in. I'm going all in on something historically that works. It's based on the design of our monetary system. And even if things started going better and we had time to get into the bond market, I could tell you how I still won't be wrong. I tell you, my friend Travis Kimmel, who you probably don't know because, do you know who Colorado Travis is, the president of Real Vision? Anybody know who he is? Okay, one person, good. I'll tell him. He'll appreciate that. There's not one person that knows my macro thesis better than he. I said, Travis, what are the probabilities that I am wrong? Give me your honest assessment. He's a smart guy. He's smarter than I am. He says, Steve, it's probably about 0. Yep. He says, the most well thought out thesis I've ever seen, which is why he and I are good friends and, because, you only hang out with people that are like you, right? Just kidding. Some people make strategic bets, put their pieces out on the board and say, well, I'm not sure which one of these is going to work, so I'll play them all. That's cool. The most important advice I can give you is to hedge your positions. If you're all in, you better hedge it, because if you're wrong, again, start over. Don't want to do that. How do you hedge? Well, you want to talk about something people get wrong a lot? You can have cash. Cash is a great hedge. You ever heard the term cash is king? Nobody? Oh, okay. Okay, good. I was like, man, you don't know who I am. You don't know who Travis is. I'm like, you don't know cash? Man. Like, I'm going to have to talk to Mark later. I'm like, dude, I don't know about this, man. I think it's the wrong place. So why is cash king? I'll tell you why. You know how I got my first car? My dad was at lunch long ago when he worked at IBM, and they had this thing where people actually went to lunch together and they didn't work from home. It's hard to remember those days. Well, the whole team would go out to lunch. And one day, his boss said, man, I got Mom's car. I guess, I don't know if she was older or dead. I don't remember how he had her car. He's like, man, I'd take $500 for that right now. And everybody laughed while my dad was reaching his wallet because he carried a blank check with him. I'm like, what are you doing, Paul? Buying your car. He goes, I was just kidding. And every one of the employees looked at the boss and he was like, well, I guess I just sold a car. My dad calls me later. He's like, you just got your first car, son. You got $500 on cash. I said, yes, sir, I do. He says, you now have a car. I couldn't even drive. I wasn't old enough, and I had a car. Because cash is king. You can be long the treasury market because it's just a leverage play on cash. You can short stocks or short commodities. It's a risk, but you could do it. Timing is very difficult. Non-traditional ways to hedge. Gold, precious metals, yeah, you could do that. I'm bearish on gold in the short term, bullish on gold in the long term. If you look at why it goes down historically, it's because people sell what they have to keep what they need. They sell the metals, right? You think about that. You know, why do people sell gold? Because if you cash out your 401k, what do? You got to pay taxes and penalties, right? If you're under 59 and a half, you pay a 10% penalty. If you've got some gold in your safe, it's not taxed and not penalty if you sell it to Steve because he's got cash to buy it from you. That's why people sell. Now, maybe crypto will be a hedge. I don't know. Because as I told you, I'm the only guy here who probably doesn't own it and never has owned it. So I don't know. I'm here to learn, from all of you. Maybe it's a hedge. Maybe it's not. Maybe people sell it to keep the things they need. I don't know. We'll see. I'm as curious as you as how it's going to play out. But what is surviving the Great Reset or the next recession? Well, it's not getting wiped out. That's what I think about. What's thriving? Hanging out with me later when we got a bunch of other people's stuff. Yeah, that's going to be fun, right? Yeah, that's the way it's going to happen. So the game isn't over yet, my friends. Monetary policy is not exhausted, and fiscal policy isn't either. Now, maybe right now Congress can't decide on where to go to lunch, and I get it. But at some point when things get bad, fiscal will come back. In the meantime, it's done. The Treasury yields, they're not at zero. I know, because this is the part where I'd be even richer, and I'd be really excited about that and telling you about phase 3. So we're not there yet, but we'll get there. What's the end game? There's going to be a deflationary crash. The Fed's going to buy everything. Absolutely everything they can. Every treasury, every mortgage-backed security they're going to buy. And then the risk assets are going to rally. Stocks will go parabolic. That's when it gets really fun. And then stocks are going to crash under the weight of an overconcentration in passive investing. Again, go listen to that Mike Green interview. It will change the way you think of the markets. It's really cool. So the current system will eventually fail. There will be a reset. I don't know when that's going to be. And I'm not going to stand here and tell you that I think when it's going to be. When those other conditions are met, or we get close to them, then I will tell you. We're not there yet. We have one more round to play. So we have opportunities to make money again, and then get ready for the next one. It's pretty cool. So here's the playbook. There will be another financial crisis. This is opportunity number 2. This is where for me, my opportunity number 2. Now, how you play it, this is how I'm going to play it. Dollars or bonds, which are, again, deferred dollars. Stocks will then go parabolic. That's when you sell your bonds or your dollars and buy stocks from all the people who are selling at the bottom, because that's where it gets fun. There's your opportunity number 3. Mine, because maybe you've got to play catch up to me. But it's okay, you'll get there. Big cap stocks, maybe metals. I'm going to be super bullish on gold. Mark will have me back. I'm like be massive gold bull. You'll be like, man, they went from bonds to gold. Now maybe crypto goes up a lot then. Again, I just don't know enough of how it participates in these events to tell you for sure. But that's my playbook. And this is how I see things playing out. You might play it differently. Maybe you think I'm wrong. But everything I'm telling you and sharing with you, my friends, is based on the design of our monetary system, and it's not going to change just yet. Because the way this game is played, and I need you to understand this, is the building has to burn down, and then they're going to build it back up, and then it's got to burn down again, and then they're going to build it back up. It's not until they can't resurrect it off the ground that the game is over. And they still have margin to play this. Again, the Fed is not tapped out. Now, you've heard the Fed say, we're pushing the end of this. It's not over till they own everything. The game isn't over until fiscal doesn't work, until the government's stuffing your pockets full of money and it doesn't work. Not over till yields are at 0. So there's opportunities to play both sides, the downside and the upside. So if you miss the bus, just catch the next one. It's coming. Well, anyways, thank you for having me. You can find me on Twitter. Since you know who I am, right? You can find me on Twitter, on YouTube. Thank you. I mean, I've got... What about the disclaimer?
Yeah, say it.
Which one? Oh, do you mean the one I shared at the end of the show?
Yeah,
Oh, I put that at the front so I don't have to say it. My partner says, as long as you cover that slide, you don't have to say it. But yeah, check out the YouTube show. We have a lot of fun. Mark's a big fan, so I know obviously all of you want to join in on that. But we talk about the things that we talked about today, and I'd love to have you all. Anyways, thanks.
Give Stephen a big hand, please. This morning I asked you about change, and I was interested to find out that Stephen is from Bakersfield, California. And I said, hey, I went through there last month. And he said, I'm sorry. So if you've been through Bakersfield, you have an idea why he said that. Now, it was just also interesting when we address or think about change, because I was invited by Chevron Oil, of all people, to go do a program for some of their engineers who were transitioning out of an oil field that was going to be dispersed, and they were going to have to go back into being an engineer and out of management. Talk about fear. And here's why. Change is happening so fast. Did you know that engineers lose 20% of their education every single year they're out of school? So within 5 years, you've unlearned everything you paid that $100,000 student loan to get that credential. The statistic I saw the other day just blew my mind, and that is that data and information is being created so fast that 90% of the world's data was created in the last 3 years. Think about that. In all of time, up until 3 years ago, 90% of the data has been created in just the last 3 years alone. So you can see how fast and furious information is coming at you, and that's why it's so important to surround yourself in a community where you get access to opportunities like this, where you're learning and staying abreast of change. A couple quick housekeeping announcements, and then we're going to bring on Brent Johnson, who's our next featured expert. For lunch today, just FYI, the VIP lunch will be in the same place as it was yesterday in the open terrace area. So if you make sure to wear your badge, and you'll be admitted into that area. The platinum lunch will be, by the way, the VIP and platinum lunch will be 30 minutes post-break. So as soon as we break, we're going to invite the VIPs and the platinums to stay in the room for a very quick conversation, and then 30 minutes post, lunch will be ready for the platinums in the platinum room across the hall, and the VIPs in the terrace. For the rest of you, you're on your own for lunch. We'll have about a 2-hour lunch break for the general population, and about 75 minutes to an hour, 90 minutes for the VIPs and plats. Also, because Greg was talking about Bitcoin, how many of you own Bitcoin? Just curious. How many of you, after Greg's conversation, have a lot more curiosity about Bitcoin? Great. So there is an opportunity to one of the support people or groups or companies that are in the lobby is a company called Amber. So if you're not familiar with it and you have questions, there's a resource there. Go check it out and see if it's right for you. Remember, said be curious, ask questions. Say, does this work? Does this make sense? They also have a special opportunity for if you set up an account, there's a special bonus. I think there's a $10 bonus for every $100 that you, or for a $100 start. Now, would you agree that the most important part is getting started? Yes or no? Yeah, I remember my dad taught me a really valuable lesson. I kept saying, I'm going to save all this money, I'm going to save all this money, I'm going to do all this. He goes, have you opened a savings account? I said, well, no, and doesn't that make sense? That's the first step. There's something called the vacuum law of prosperity. When you have a vehicle to put something into, now it'll attract what you want. So now would be a good time to get started. Let's see if there's any more announcements. Oh, we are going to add some more chairs. If you're in the back of the room, I know that some of you are standing. We are going to add some more chairs. We are going to ask people to squeeze together a little tighter. We spread you out to give you plenty of space. And after lunch, there will be a few more chairs in the room. Now, our next speaker, Mr. Brent Johnson. He's an expert on the U.S. dollar, the currency. He is also on global currency. Is it naive to think the U.S. dollar is going to be the standard going forward? Yeah, we don't know. Maybe, maybe not. And I think he's the expert. He'll share more of that information with you. He also is great at forecasting both the U.S. dollar and global currencies. And make sure he tells you about his dollar milkshake theory. So here's the expert for U.S. dollars. Please welcome Brent Johnson. Brent. Come on up, bud.
Appreciate it. Hey, guys. So first thing I want to say before I get going is a big thank you to Mark. I think this is a great conference. And, you know, I do a lot of conferences, and a lot of times they're industry conferences or for a specific sector or something, but it's always fun when you do a conference when there's a real personality behind it and he has a mission that he's trying to accomplish. And I think Mark has a really good mission that he's trying to educate people with. So, and then not only that, but all the presentations this morning, I think so far, you know, whether it was Greg or whether it was Steve, and even when Mark was up here, I always hear laughter. And if you're laughing, it means you're having fun. So, and if you're learning and you're laughing, it's doubly good. So anyway, great job on the conference so far. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what Greg and Steve talked about. I agree with some of what each of them said, and I disagree with some of what each of them said. But really, what I want to do today is give you 3 book recommendations, because I think this will maybe help your education as well. So it's The Fourth Turning, The Storm Before the Storm, and Fooling Houdini. Now I think The Fourth Turning is actually, it was written 10 or 15 years ago, and I think the guy that wrote it is a wizard, because everything he has said is literally playing out pretty much as he said it would. It's kind of become a pretty popular book in the last couple of years, even though it was written, you know, over 15 years ago. But it really talks about these 4 generational archetypes that kind of happen and repeat throughout history. Is, you know, a country will have a new beginning, and there's this high, it's the spring, and everything is new and fun and exciting. And then you get into the summer, and it's kind of this awakening, and you start to realize some of the rewards from from the planting you did in the spring. But then eventually things start to turn cold a little bit. The leaves start to change color. You get into the fall, and things start to not go so great. And then you finally get into the winter, and that's when really bad things happen. And I think there's a lot of people out there who feel like not only is winter coming, to quote the Game of Thrones, but it's actually here. And it's really kind of it's easy to understand why when you think about it, because for the last several years we've had this huge unraveling. You know, whether it was a time of great upheaval from the terrorist attacks, the financial crisis, the ongoing wars. Now we've got this pandemic. You know, and we've got the situation culturally where you can't really tell the difference between real life and the Hunger Games. Now, those are real pictures, and I defy you to tell me which one's the movie and which one's real life. Not only that, but then we have politicians who have about as much, our politicians have about as much charisma and attachment to reality as a painting, right? And, we've got revolutionaries that don't wear shirts, but they have cool hats. And it's still, we've got all these different social events, whether it's Occupy Wall Street, whether it's Black Lives Matter, Make America Great Again, Antifa. You kind of see it playing out all these different aspects of society. And then in finance, we've had numerous financial problems, crises, however you want to define them. Everybody knows about the global financial crisis in 2008, but since then we've had the flash crash, we had Volmageddon, the overnight repo disaster, and then with the COVID crash from 18 months ago. And as a result, these fourth turnings, I think it's kind of become pretty popular, and there's kind of almost this romantic vision of the failure of the American empire, right? Like, we've had our run, we're on the decline, we've been this bully that's told the world what to do for the last 80 years, and they're just sick of it. And so if we're going to have the fall of the American empire, well, then obviously we're going to have the fall of the United States dollar as well. And so we're going to, it's going to lose all its value. It's going to go through hyperinflation. So you need to get out of the dollar, buy land, buy gold, buy Bitcoin. And I think it's wrong, to be quite honest. And I think when you really stop and think about it, even if it's not wrong, it's that thesis is not completely right. And I'm going to tell you why. A lot of the people who talk about this death of the dollar, how it's going to lose all its value, they'll talk about the U.S. budget deficit is just huge, and it's true, it is. They'll talk about how the budget deficit, it just continues to widen no matter what we try to do to counteract it. They'll tell you about all of these QE programs and stimulus programs and bailouts, et cetera, from the last 12 years. They'll tell you that the Treasury bonds that have been issued now, over 23% of them are owned by the Federal Reserve. So we're basically monetizing the debt. They'll tell you that the US monetary base has increased by 800 or 900% over the last 20 years. It's true. Supply just keeps going up. They'll tell you that we have a demographic nightmare on our hands because we had all these people that are going to retire, and Greg Foss was talking about how much was owned in Medicare and Medicaid and it's unfunded. It's true, it's a disaster. And so as I say, these people that are talking about how horrible a currency the dollar is, they're totally right. The dollar is a horrible currency. It really is. We've got innumerable problems. But we're not the only ones, and that's the key, is currencies, fiat currencies, they trade relative to each other. And just because we are going to print the currency, quote unquote, and increase the supply, this is not a unique situation to the United States. This is not a technology that we invented and nobody has access to. Every country on earth virtually is doing the same thing, and it's a relative game. And so when the people that tell you about the dollar is going to die because of all these programs we've been doing for the last 12 years, they don't tell you that the ECB started doing it over 20 years ago, right? And they never stopped. Japan's been doing it for over 20 years. They don't ever talk about that. They just talk about, the Fed is out of control, they've lost their mind. But what about the Bank of Japan? They also won't say that even though the Bank of Japan and the ECB has been doing these extraordinary easy monetary measures for 20 years, during the middle of that, the US actually raised rates 9 times. Now, did it ultimately fail? Yeah, it did. But the point is, it's a relative game. And as many problems as we have, we've actually managed it better than many of our peers. The other thing they will never tell you is that, the dollar just keeps losing its value, but despite QE1, QE2, QE3, Operation Twist, and the QE repo and all the things that they've done now, the dollar is now higher than it was when all of this started 13 years ago. So if all this money printing automatically kills the dollar, why is the dollar higher? I mean, that's a fact. You don't have to like it, but that's a fact. The dollar's higher today than it was in 2008. They also won't tell you that while the U.S. increased its monetary base by 800 or 900%, China has done it like close to 700%. ECB's done it by over 1,000%. Canada has done it by over 1,000%. And while the Fed now owns almost 25% of all the treasuries issued, that's about half of all the peers. The United Kingdom's over 30%. Canada's over 40%. Japan's at almost 45%. So if everything trades relative to each other, why is the dollar going to die but the euro is going to be fine? Why is the dollar going to go to zero but the Canadian dollar is going to be good? It doesn't work that way. And then a lot of times they'll talk about this demographic nightmare that I showed you earlier, that the unfunded liabilities and the transfer payments and the Medicaid and Medicare for the United States. But I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide here. I jumped ahead one. Oh, going back to the monetization of the debt by the United States. Well, it's true. The Fed is facilitating the budget of the United States. But the ECB is monetizing about 85%. They monetized about 85% of the debt that was issued in Europe last year. And this year is on pace to do even more. And then like I said, we were talking about the demographics. Both China and Europe, they have huge demographic nightmares as well. It's not only the US that has these unfunded liabilities. Yes, we have them. I'm not denying that we have problems. But they have them just as bad. And they don't have many of the advantages that we do have. But the last thing they'll say is, yes, but the US has twin deficits. These other countries at least have a trade surplus. And that's true. The other countries do have a trade surplus. But what they don't tell you is that's a feature, not a bug. The US chooses to have a trade surplus. That is the role, or a trade deficit. That is the role of whoever has the global reserve currency. The global reserve currency has to supply enough currency to the rest of the world so that the system operates. That means that we have to buy more goods from elsewhere. That means we have to send our money out, they send their goods in. That's a feature. It is not a bug. We chose that. Now, maybe it was a bad decision, but that is our decision. And this was talked about in a thesis called Triffin's Dilemma. Now, Richard Triffin was an economist back in the 60s, and he said this dynamic that I was just talking about, when a country's currency is also used as the global reserve currency, eventually the needs of the domestic economy will come into conflict with what's needed by the rest of the world. And that's kind of right where we're at right now. That is what led to the global financial crisis in 2008, and it's kind of what led to the problems last year when COVID hit. And so what Steve was talking about earlier, and what Greg was talking about earlier when he listed all the other countries and Turkey and some of these others that aren't going to make it, I think there is going to be a dollar shortage relative to all the other currencies. And while the Great Reset will likely happen, and while the dollar will likely die, it will more likely die from strength rather than from weakness. And I think that's why it's going to lead to these I think there's great opportunities over the next couple of years. It's going to be very scary. I'm not going to lie. It's not going to be easy. But I think over the next 3 to 5 years, the United States on a relative basis is going to be a better place to invest than overseas or emerging markets or China or wherever it is. And I think that, since 2008, the world has issued all this new currency. They've done all these bailouts. They've flooded the market with cash. And I think we are going to suck all of that money in to the United States, and it's going to push asset prices in the United States higher relative to the rest of the world. And that's what I call the dollar milkshake. All this liquidity has been provided, but due to the way the system is designed, and due to the numerous advantages that we have over others, and due to the fact that everybody else is in the same situation that we are, we have the straw. And I think we're going to drink up all of that liquidity. And I think the dollar and dollar-based assets are going to get stronger relative to the rest of the world as a result. And now I'll tell you a little bit why that is. We have several advantages that the rest of the world does not have. We have the largest and deepest capital markets. That means people with big liquidity, countries, big, other central banks, corporations, it's easy for them to invest here. We have the largest consumer market in the world, so we are everybody else's, either their number one or number two biggest client. Now, I don't know how many exactly business owners, how many business owners do we have here? Okay, if you lost your second biggest client, how bad would it affect you? Probably quite a bit, right? Nobody wants to lose their second biggest client. So, if the world goes down, or if the United States goes into a massive recession or a depression, it's not going to be good for the rest of the world because they would lose their biggest client. So it's not a situation where the U.S. has problems and the rest of the world just carries on and is in a great place. Finally, next, most global trade takes place in U.S. dollars. If Japan is buying soybeans from Brazil, it's not denominated in yen. It's not denominated in reals. That trade is denominated in dollars. That's demand for dollars. They need dollars to do that transaction. Not only that, but our rates, our interest rates, they're not high, they're low. Steve will tell you that they're going to zero, but they're still higher than many other places. Japan, they're negative. Europe, they're negative. You maybe get a little bit higher rate if you go by rubles, but you guys really want to hold your money in rubles? Maybe. Not only that, but we also control the dollar payment system. When Japan buys soybeans from Brazil in dollars, because it takes place in dollars, that transaction has to get funneled through a U.S. correspondent bank. And if we don't like the way that you're acting, and if we don't like your trade policies or your social policies, or if you're not supporting us on a certain, initiative at the United Nations, we can kick you out of that. Now, I don't personally like this. I don't think this is the way the system should be, but this is the way the system is. Again, I think you have to kind of play the world as it is, not as you would like it to be. If you're a revolutionary and you're trying to change the world, then maybe you try to break it, and maybe you don't play the world as it is. But if you're trying to make money in the world as it is, you kind of have to play the world as it is. And then finally, we have the largest military in the world. And again, a lot of people don't like it when I bring this up, and I don't really like it either. But the fact is we are the global superpower. And we use our military to enforce the global dollar payment system. And on the few occasions when other countries, smaller countries, have tried to get away from the dollar, those countries or the leaders in those countries have a mysterious way of disappearing. And again, I don't like it, but that's a fact. No other country can really enforce their currency on the rest of the world. And throughout history, the global reserve currency has always followed the global hegemon. And nobody in history, other than maybe George Washington, gives away power. Power is always taken away. It's never given away. So the United States is not just going to stand back and give the global reserve currency to China or to Europe or to Russia or whoever it is. Somebody will have to take it. And maybe you think that they will be able to take it, and maybe they will. But it won't be easy to knock off the United States as the global reserve currency or as the military power, and as a result, it won't be easy to diminish their role as the global reserve currency. So then I've had a lot of people tell me, well, hasn't this milkshake theory been debunked? You know, over the last year and a half, the dollar went up to 102, and then they knocked it all the way down to 89. And the thing with the dollar milkshake theory is not just about the dollar going higher. And it hasn't really been debunked because the catalyst to really start it hasn't happened yet. So I will fully admit that it hasn't happened in the time frame I thought it would. I thought that we would have already entered a debt crisis, because this is all kicked off. The catalyst here is debt. You know, global debt to GDP has never been higher. Global debt overall has never been higher. But right now, nobody cares. Nobody cares about debt. But someday they will. Someday debt will matter. This is exactly what Steve was talking about. There will be a shortage. There will be a slowdown in the market. And when that happens, debt will matter. And I think because since the global financial crisis, and especially since COVID, all the governments of the world have taken on the bad debts onto their balance sheets. And so there's really no other level to kick it up to. And so now when countries come into trouble, their currencies are going to come into trouble. And when the currency crisis starts, that's when the milkshake theory starts. And again, the thing to remember, and I think Greg did a good job of saying this, he didn't just come up here and say the dollar's going to die. He kept saying that fiat currencies are going to die, fiat currency. And that's the point. You know, it's not just a fact of the dollar losing value. Fiat currency in general is going to continue to be debased. And so I think out of all these currencies, if you can consider gold a currency, maybe even if you consider Bitcoin a currency, they will very likely rise against fiats. And that's why I think everybody should own gold. I think gold is a great asset to own. You know, it has no counterparty risk. It can't be created. It can't be destroyed. It survived wars, revolutions, inflation, deflation. Can't be diluted. It doesn't decay, etc. So I think everybody should own gold in their portfolio. But I also, like Greg was talking earlier and like Steve was talking, you don't go all in on any one thing. I think this is kind of a problem that a lot of people have now. They get this idea, and they think it's a good idea, and they just push all their chips on this one idea. I think this is a time of great uncertainty. Fourth turnings are a time of great uncertainty. And it's amazing to me how many people I talk to, and they're absolutely convinced of how it's going to play out. They're absolutely convinced Bitcoin's the answer. They're absolutely convinced gold's the answer. They're absolutely convinced bonds or equities or real estate or whatever it is, they're absolutely convinced they have it figured out. And I think it's a time of great uncertainty. I don't think anybody should be certain of anything. So I think you should not have 100% of your money in gold or anything else. But, you know, like Steve was talking, you don't, when a crisis happens, you don't get to sell what you want. You kind of have to sell what you have to in order to keep the things that you need. And I think gold is a good example of this. Bitcoin, I think, is an example of it as well. If you look back to March of 2020, everything went down. You know, Bitcoin went down significantly. Gold went down $200 or $300. Gold miners got cut in half. And again, it's because it's kind of an insurance policy. And what do you do in a crisis is you cash in your insurance policy. So again, I think gold and other hard assets are great to own, but I don't think you go all in on them. And the thing I think a lot of people don't understand is how big the fiat currency market is. You know, it's over 6 trillion trades daily, and it is by far the biggest market in the world. And they all trade relative to each other. So even if they're all falling, you can make a killing by trading them against each other. And again, I think there's this thesis that because the Fed is out of control and this whole money printer go burr, that, you know, the dollar's just going to lose its value. And, you know, you hear this thing that fiat currency always returns to its intrinsic value of zero. And that's true. But it's not just, it doesn't say the US dollar returns to its intrinsic value. It says fiat currency, all currencies. And so whenever the US prints, the rest of the world has to print just as much. And that's been happening. And that's why the dollar is still, you know, kind of at the same level it was 18 months ago, despite all the bailouts, despite all the printing, despite all the Fed actions. And so we actually think there's a perfect combination of supply and demand imbalance, because while they're trying to create new supply, the demand is offsetting it. And so we think we have a perfect storm for the dollar to go back to its all-time high. Remember how Greg was saying, as these fiat currencies die, if Bitcoin just takes 5% of it, how high Bitcoin could go? That's the same thing for the dollar, except for people have to buy the dollar. They don't have to buy Bitcoin. So as all these other fiat currencies fail and they rush to the place that they have to go, that's the dollar. So we think the dollar has the opportunity to go back to its all-time high. Because you can't confuse new supply of dollars with total supply of dollars or more supply of dollars. The Fed is going to come in and they're going to continue to collateralize the system. But the reason they're doing that, the reason the Fed has to keep putting more money in is because current money is getting destroyed. If there was no deflationary pressures or money contracting, they would not have to put more money into it. So if you think they're going to continue to do QE, it's because you recognize there's incredible deflationary forces that they're trying to counteract. So I'm gonna go through this pretty quickly here, but if you don't take anything else away from this presentation, remember this slide, because this is kind of the key to the monetary system. One of these two things has to happen, and I'll tell you why. So this is a very simple design of the monetary system. On the bottom, you have the monetary base. That's the money that actually exists. That's coins, currency in your pocket, and currency reserves at the Federal Reserve. This is money, this is physical money that actually exists. Everything else is loaned into existence. So let's say that the current monetary supply is around 16 trillion. So we've got 4 trillion of monetary base and 12 trillion loaned into existence. Okay, so each loan has interest attached to it. And at the end of the year, the interest has to be paid. Okay, so let's pretend that I'm the Fed and all the money, the monetary base is sitting up here on stage, and then whatever else money we have is in your pockets. Okay, and now you can't. The doors are locked. We can't get out. This is the whole world. This is the whole money supply. Okay, so now we fast forward a year. Interest is owed. Where does the money come from to pay the interest? It has to come from you guys. You guys have to be trading with each other. So currency has to be circulating. If currency is not circulating, how does the interest get paid? It doesn't. And that's when you have velocity at zero. That's when you get a recession. Nobody's buying, nobody's selling, nobody's borrowing money. And so the Fed has to come in and recollateralize the system. So they have to come in and add money. If there's no velocity, they have to come in and add money to the monetary base. But velocity of money right now is the lowest it's ever been. It was really low after the global financial crisis, and then with COVID took it even lower. So that's the Fed's role, is to come in, and when money is not circulating, in order to keep the debts from collapsing because no interest is getting paid, they have to increase the monetary base. Now, what's really interesting and what most people don't know is there's another room next to us. It looks just like this room, and they trade dollars as well, except for, you know what they don't have? They don't have a stage up here. They don't have a Fed. They don't have a monetary base. They each have money in their pockets, and they've loaned a bunch of money to each other, and they've actually loaned more money to each other than we have loaned to each other in the United States. But that other room, they don't have a Fed that can come in and recollateralize the system. And that over there is an incredible amount of demand for dollars. There is no other room for euros or yen or rubles, because the rest of the world doesn't use euros and yen and rubles, but the whole world uses dollars. So when the Fed comes in and tries to add new supply, they're not just adding supply for the United States, for this room. They're adding supply for this room and for that room. And that's where demand oversees supply. And this is called the euro-dollar market. That other room, that's dollars that circulate outside the United States. That's loans that are made outside the United States based in dollars. It's when a French bank makes a loan to Turkey in dollars. And the reason everybody wants to borrow in dollars is because there's such great demand for dollars, you get a lower rate if you issue bonds or if you borrow in dollars. And not only that, but you have to trade with the United States because we're your biggest customer anyway, so it's easier for them to match their assets and liabilities if they borrow in dollars. So this euro-dollar system that exists outside the United States is a huge part of the demand for dollars. And no other country really has it. And this, I don't have time to go through it all, but this started back in the 50s and 60s, and now the euro-dollar market dwarfs the size of the US domestic dollar market. And then the demand for the dollar is not just from trading, it's also from just to pay the interest on the US debt. And again, if we are using the dollars internally to pay interest on our debt, we're then keeping dollars from going to the rest of the world. And remember, that other room over there needs dollars really bad. So if we're not creating new currency, and if we're keeping it all internally, it really hurts the rest of the world. So we have demand for dollars to pay the interest on the debt. We have domestic demand. We have demand for new debt from Treasury. When the Treasury issues bonds, they're buying dollars from the markets. So a lot of times people say, well, the U.S. is increasing their debt. That's really bad for the dollar long term. It is, because it will eventually fail and you'll go into bankruptcy. But in the short term, when the Treasury issues bonds, they're handing you bonds and taking your dollars from the market. That's demand for dollars. So you have to understand kind of the short to medium term versus the long-term ramifications. And then, interest to pay the non-U.S. based debt as well. I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. But if you just were to look at the debt in the world, and there's actually a lot more than this, but if I just got it very simple and I said the $55 trillion of debt that is not in the shadow banking system, just in regular banking systems, and if it was at 2.3%, which is the average rate of the U.S. Treasury, there's over $1.2 trillion of demand just to pay the interest a year. Again, this nowhere even close to this on any other currency. So the demand far outstrips the supply. And then, so this is my point I wanted to make with the euro dollar system. But here, how many people have, a lot of people here in Bitcoin, right? I saw a bunch of hands earlier, right? How many people own gold? Okay. So part of the thesis for owning both of those is there's a limited supply, and when the rest of the world wakes up, they have to go buy that limited supply, and it shoots the price higher, right? Okay, this is the same thing with dollars. Remember how I talked about the monetary base? Those are the only dollars that actually exist. Those are the chairs in the game of musical chairs. There's a finite supply of them. It's the money in your pockets, and it's the money in the reserves at the Fed that are up here on the stage. But there are more claims on dollars than there is claims on, if everybody wanted to claim a piece of gold or a Bitcoin. And so the same phenomenon, when everybody rushes to buy Bitcoin and the limited supply, and when everybody rushes to buy gold because of the limited supply, when the whole world rushes to buy dollars because there's a limited supply and now they need them to pay their mortgage or the invoice or whatever it is, it shoots the price higher. And that's exactly what happened in 2020, March of 2020. That was a global margin call on the dollar. Everybody needed dollars, so they sold absolutely everything else, bonds, stocks, real estate, equities. Everything went down because of this leverage on the dollar. And then I think some people have probably seen this before, especially the gold investors. This is it's called Exter's Pyramid, and it talks about the high-powered money going from the least liquid to the most liquid, and kind of the capital base of what's the most liquid and what's the strongest currency. And gold is kind of at the bottom, but the thing is, dollars is right above gold. So if you believe in this pyramid because of gold, then you have to believe in dollars because dollar sits right. You have to go through dollars to get to gold. The final thing, not the final thing, but the other thing I'm going to say about the global monetary system is because we are on a dollar standard, whenever there's a crisis, whenever the global growth slows, the dollar rises. It's just based on the design of the system. Now, you don't have to like it, but just recognize it. Now, if you think it's going to be different next time, that's your right. I would argue that it's not going to be different next time. The next time there's a crisis, the next time there's a global slowdown, the US dollar is going to rise. And that is going to cause all kinds of problems for the world, just like it did in March of 2020, just like it did in the fall of 2008, just like it did in 1999 in the dot-com crash. It's not different this time. Okay, so now we're going to get away from the U.S. monetary system and take you to my next book recommendation, which is The Storm Before the Storm. And if anybody likes history or likes Rome, this is the book for you. I cannot recommend it enough. And now its tagline is advertises, as ruthless, arrogant leaders, rising economic inequality, warring political factions, welcome to Rome. Now, if we took off welcome to Rome and we wrote welcome to the United States, would anybody see any similarities? I would say there's a lot of similarities there. They had a huge empire that they were trying to control all the way from Britain in the north to Egypt in the south. And they were fighting wars in Germany, and they were fighting wars in modern-day Turkey and Asia. They were fighting wars in Spain, and they were fighting wars in Africa. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Yeah, I agree. But the interesting thing here is that this book was started in around 130 BC, and it takes place over like the next 60 to 70 years, from 130 BC to 60 BC. So it kind of takes place on this timeline. Now, there's a lot of similarities between what we just said, between what's going on in the U.S. now and what was going on in Rome in let's call it 100 BC. Anybody know when Rome actually fell? 500 years later. And the point I want to make is, yes, there's a lot of similarities that are going on now, but these things take a long, long time to play out. Now, I don't think that the United States is going to be the global hegemon for another 500 years. That's not the point I'm making. But the point I'm making is that inevitable does not equal imminent. So don't go all in on the U.S. losing its empire status tomorrow or next week or even next year. It might take another 10 or 20 years. Maybe it takes 50. I don't know. But the point is these big global macro moves take a longer time to play out than many people think. Okay, so now we're going to get to this last book. Now this is a little bit more fun, and you're going to have to participate here. So the place this book gets its name is it was written by a guy who wanted to become a world-class magician. He was obsessed with magic, and so he went on this quest to get accepted into the world of magic, and he wanted to win this competition of who had the best magic trick. The guy's name's Alex Stone, but then he wrote a book about that. And so where the book gets its name is Harry Houdini is probably the most famous magician in history. And Harry Houdini had this standing challenge that anybody that did a magic trick for him, he could tell how it was done within 3 moves, or 3 times. If they did the trick for him 3 times, he could tell how the trick was done. So this guy on the left, Di Vernon, he did the trick, and he did it like 7 or 8 times. And Houdini could never figure out how it was done. And so finally, Houdini's wife piped up and said, "Just admit it, Houdini, you've been fooled." So that's where the name comes from. Okay, so what the hell does magic have to do with currencies and capital markets, right? Well, I would say they have everything to do with capital markets and what's going on in the world today. The world of magic and the world of finance and politics, they have several similarities. There's different schools of thought. You know, in magic, they have like the Spanish school and the American school of magic, and they're slightly different. In economics, we have Keynes versus the Austrians. In politics, we have Republicans versus Democrats. And there's similar. A lot of them are similar, but there's a few little differences. There's definitely in magic, there's the pros versus the amateurs. The people who, are magicians and who exist in that world, they look at everybody else as these lay people who just don't really know what's going on. I would say the Wall Street executives and the politicians in D.C. probably think the same way. The importance of perception could not be overstated. In magic, they use smoke and mirrors, all these decoys. In economics and politics, they use things like nominal returns versus real returns. They use budget deficit spending where, if they spend $100 trillion this year and $90 trillion next year, they say we saved $10 trillion. So there's a lot of this stuff that goes on. And then finally, both of them are absolute masters of illusion. And it's pretty obvious with magicians, but I'm telling you, politicians and Wall Street executives, they are amongst the best magicians history has ever seen. But the thing is, nobody likes to think that they can ever be tricked. Everybody thinks that they can see through it, right? Nobody ever wants to admit that they've been fooled. So I'm going to show you a couple of things here. Now, who can see I need a show of hands. Who can see the black dots on this screen? Does anybody see the dots bouncing? Well, that's interesting because there are no black dots on that screen anywhere. Okay. Now, this is the magic. I need everybody to focus on one card and one card only. Stare at the card, memorize the card, sear the one card into your brain. Don't look at any of the other cards. Just focus on your one card. And in 3, 2, 1, I'm going to make it disappear. Magic. Now, is it magic or is it a trick? Yeah. Okay, so now if anybody, you're going to need a pen for this trick. Everybody got a pen? Or just keep it in your head? Okay. So I want you to think of a number between 1 and 10. Okay, everybody have a number? Sorry, multiply that number by 2. Everybody ready? Okay, add 8 to that number. Okay, now I want you to divide that latest number by 2. Everybody got it? Subtract your original number from that last number. Okay. Everybody have a number now? If you're number 1, then the letter is, then you translate that into a letter A. If your number's 2, it's letter B. 3 equals C. 4 equals D. So does everybody have a letter now? Everybody translated into a letter? Okay. Now I want you to think of a country that starts with that letter. Everybody got your country? I want you to think of an animal that starts with the second letter in the name of that country. So has everybody got a country and an animal now? Okay, now I want you to think of the color of that animal. So now you've got the country and an animal and the color of the animal. Everybody got it? Gray? Elephants? Gray elephants in Denmark. That's magic. Okay. Now, I'm not up here doing magic tricks because I'm some great magician. I am, but that's not why I'm up here. I'm up here because these guys are even better than I am. I promise you they're better than I am. They are absolute masters of it. And when they tell you that they have everything under control, it's because they're using decoys, and they're using smoke, and they're using mirrors, and they're using words that you don't understand, and they're changing the definitions of words all the time. And when they say we have it all under control and trust us and that it's different this time, you need to see through the smoke. You need to see through the mirrors. You need to see through the decoys. I'll tell you, it's not different this time. It never is. And so if you have to own gold or Bitcoin or whatever it is because you think the dollar's going to zero, I get it. You need to be prepared for that. But don't go all in on it, because when the shit really hits the fan, the dollar is going to go higher than anybody thinks possible. And I will just leave it at that. All right. Thanks, everybody. All right, man. Yeah, cool. Thanks, bud. Hi. Do I take this back there?
No, you're going to stay on for the pound.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Get your back up. Nice.
You've seen that one before, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
I did, but
Yeah.
Okay, now they get to roast us. So, hey, I told Greg, I said, we'll play if you want to be a little spicy, but I said,
Yeah.
you throw the first ball.
See him, can you? Testing. Ooh.
All right. Here's one of my favorite modules or opportunities because, Mark often says that people hear what they want to hear or what they agree with. Would you agree? And so when you listen to somebody's presentation, you go, I agree with that, or I like that, or that makes sense, because it reinforces or gives you reference experiences for your beliefs. And this morning, how many of you heard different or opposing viewpoints? Yes? Is that a good thing or a challenging thing? It's both, isn't it? It's challenging because you have to figure out, okay, what does that mean? And most people, just like when you don't know what to do on a hand of blackjack, you freeze and do nothing. So the opportunity here is, and what Mark does best, is we are going to bring back to the stage the three gentlemen who shared from the platform this morning, and Mark's going to interview them. You're going to have a chance to do some questions. We're going to put them on a panel, and we're going to get a little bit deeper. I call it, how many of you are familiar with the term steel manning? Steel manning? Really? Steel manning is this, and it's very important that you have a chance to think of life this way, and that is when you get into a conversation with someone, there's usually two different viewpoints. What would happen if you had to argue the viewpoint of the other person? Think about that. In school, instead of going with the narrative that you're used to and you're comfortable with, what if you actually had to present the pluses, the minuses, the challenges, or the argument for the other side? Do you think that would lead to deeper understanding? Yes, absolutely. And that's the goal and the outcome for here. So for the next 30 or 40 minutes, and remember, after the panel is finished, please stay in the room. We've got a couple of announcements before we go to lunch. And after lunch, we're really excited to bring on Mike Dillard, who many of you may know of. And right now, we're going to bring back to the stage all three gentlemen, and what Mark does best, to interview and draw out the best information from these. So give them all a hand. Stephen, Brent, who are we missing? Where's Greg? Oh, there he is, right there, okay.
All right. Thank you for that, Scott. I don't know if what I do best is interview, but we'll give it a shot here. As he was saying, being able to listen to opposing viewpoints. So many problems. I always one of the big problems. There's so many big problems, but a lot of people have very inelastic thinking. Right? You need to be able to look at things, and a lot of people want to have this cognitive bias where they only want to listen to their own viewpoint and reinforce their own viewpoint. But the way that we have critical thinking skills is to listen to both viewpoints. And so I love to listen to experts, and I'm like, dang, that's right. Wow, that's so true. I didn't think about that. Like on Twitter maybe, and then I'll look at the comments and I'll see good arguments. I'm like, oh, well, I didn't think about that, right? So I love to hear opposing views, debates, whatever you want to call it. And then just discussion. So we're going to ask some questions. We'll get it teed up, and then maybe we'll ask some questions at the end. Greg went first, and he gave his good summary of the bond market. And then Stephen went, and there's a little bit of opposing view, but actually maybe not as much. No. And so Greg told me when he was listening to Stephen in the back, he's like, actually, we agree on a lot. Yeah. So why don't you break down the nuance of what it is that you agree with, but where it diverges?
Yeah, well, thanks for that. And then I'll also say, for Brent's excellent presentation, I agree with a lot of that. So I'm going to start with Brent, though, first, if you allow me. Okay, look, sure. Maybe I wasn't clear.
Already causing problems.
Okay, well, here's the, yeah, sorry, buddy. Sorry, listen. I want you to understand, the U.S. dollar is not failing tomorrow, okay? Which is exactly what Brent is saying. There are 179 other countries out there, though, ladies and gentlemen, okay? And Bitcoin is default insurance on the entire basket. So we are 100% on board that the US dollar will strengthen relative to all these other melting ice cubes pieces of shit, okay? So
say it like it is.
No,
Greg.
but okay, so they're all melting ice cubes. Congratulations, they're all melting ice cubes, and the US dollar is just melting slower than the other ones, okay? But yes, it will be the last fiat to fail. Do I want it to fail, though? I need to be very clear about that. No, we don't want it to fail, and there are solutions. And yes, as a Canadian, we will fail a long time before the US. In fact, we will be the first G7 nation to fail. And guess what will happen?
I agree.
But see, isn't that horrible? That's horrible, right? And I actually own some US dollar stocks, and I own 2 US dollar properties. Okay? But that's not going to make me happy to be in a hard asset in a world maybe I can't get to because Canada closes the borders. Because, you know, so look, but I don't want that citadel type thinking. So the question was back to Stephen and what I agree with. Again, my entire life was spent in the credit markets where you will say the US Treasury is the gilt edge, risk-free asset in the bond market. And I still agree with you. Even though the CDS on Denmark, as I pointed out, trades at a narrower, come on. There's no way that Denmark's alive and the United States isn't, okay? So let's put a stop to that. But inflation expectations versus credit concerns are 2 absolutely different things. And every interest rate is set with a combination of inflation expectations and with credit quality concerns. So let me tell you, I agree with a lot of what Stephen said. Yes, there are duration and convexity calculations that go into pricing a bond. And he correctly pointed out that if interest rates fall, a 30-year bond gets huge price appreciation. That's called duration of a 25-year number times the change in the interest rate, 2%, let's say. There's a $50 increase in the price of a 30-year bond. But if you own that bond for the next 30 years, what's your total return on that bond? 1.9% in fiat dollars. Okay, a lot of math. This is what I love about your thing. If I'm not mistaken, your Houdini thing was all mathematics. And I love math, okay? So fuck Houdini, okay? It was math, okay? It was all math. Okay, so here's the really good thing. I agree with bonds, okay? I'm not going to say, I don't believe that owning treasury bonds is the disaster scenario is what I want to do. But I certainly wouldn't own high-yield bonds where I've spent my entire career that yield 4% before expected and unexpected defaults, okay? Sometimes they've said if you own a bond, you're a fool. Maybe we won't agree on that. But if you own a high-yield bond, you're an absolute retard, okay? And I hate to, and I hope I'm not offending anybody, but there are a lot of very foolish high-yield bond managers out there. I agree with this. I agree with this. US dollar, as I said, I love the USA. I know it will be there until the end. The question is, where is the end? And never put all your eggs in one basket, please. I love Bitcoin. How much do I own? Not 100%. I just told you I own US property. Do I own gold? Yes. Am I certain I'm going to be right on Bitcoin? No. Except that the market's only telling me I have a 3% chance of being right, and I think I have a 40% chance of being right. So I did this at Bretton Woods the last time.
You're playing
I play odds. That's my whole life is playing odds. I did this at Bretton Woods, and I think it's fair I do it here.
Okay.
Okay? Here's the mic. I just want to leave it to these 2 guys, okay? Because they did some incredibly
No, you're
good...
not leaving.
You're
You're staying
okay.
here.
No, you
Because
can
I don't want to dominate the platform. I will just tell you...
Short answer.
Okay, but look, I'll just
Short
tell
answer
you.
is it.
Okay, get out of here. Get out of here.
What did he say? What did he say? Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Please. That's called diversification, but then there are times when you also diversify. I gotta be in this because, you know, I gotta diversify. Don't overthink stuff. The simplest trades are sometimes those that are staring you right in the face. I survived 30 years in the trenches because I cut my losers and I stuck with my winners.
Yep.
Don't overthink stuff, people, please.
Yep.
Okay? What is human nature? You talked about this. Human nature is to sell your winners and hold on to your losers and pray that it comes back so you can sell it at the same price. Yep. That's the definition of a horrible risk manager. And I'm going to say Peter Schiff is a horrible risk manager. Okay? Because Peter Schiff understood the attributes of gold and everything, but he fumbled the ball on the 1-yard line because he couldn't believe that Bitcoin could possibly accomplish the same things as gold. If Peter had just put 1% of his portfolio in Bitcoin when he first discovered it, he'd be the best performing gold fund manager, bar none. But he didn't, and he continues to, you know, say don't do it. Yeah. He's been wrong. Play probability. Sorry about that answer. I seriously.
No.
Well,
Steve, you're not going.
Can I put this into context, Mark, real quick?
Yeah, I want to pass it to you. So I just want to comment on that. So that inelastic thinking. So like Peter Schiff has been so dug in. By the way, he was supposed to be here. I told Brent we were going to share a private jet from Puerto Rico together, but he backed out at the last minute. But his inelastic thinking, right? You have to be kind of flexible and be willing to pivot. Yeah, anyway, go ahead, Stephen. So add on to that.
So for those of you who do not know what Greg was talking about, this is hilarious. So we were at a conference together, and he was on stage on a panel, and he went on a tirade like he did.
Shocking, right? Shocking.
He gets done. And the panel wasn't over. This is the best part. He just finally is like, I need to stop. He stands up, throws the mic down, drops a bunch of explicitives, and walks off the stage. And we're like, what just happened? So that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, so the one thing is that, back to that inelastic thinking, is that all of these things have very nuanced arguments. So people talk about inflation. Is there inflation, deflation? Well, that's a very nuanced argument, so you kind of have to understand those little differences. And so since it's a little bit of a nuanced argument, do you care to kind of comment back on, you guys agree but disagree on a little bit of thing. Is it the timing? So you both agree that bonds eventually fell, but you think they go up before they come down? Do you want to add to that, Stephen?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and to add to Greg's point about high yield bonds versus treasuries, I'm not, high yield bonds, he is right. There's a reason they're called junk. Stay away from that. But in my view of how things play out, the bond market goes up because what we're seeing is more supply chain inflation, not monetary inflation, and there's a big, massive difference between the two. The monetary system is highly deflationary, and then you bring in quantitative easing, which is a bond purchase program, you see rates collapse. That is the playbook. That is what's going to happen. But just to add to Greg's point, he said, what are you going to do if you're holding your bonds for 30 years? I'm not 30-year bond king. I'm a temporary king that will go take over some other kingdoms. The next time you see me, I probably will have a different crown on because that's the way the game's played. You got to know when to sell, and then know when to go on. So we're seeing monetary disinflation and deflation that will play out, and that's what I look for.
Yeah, so that's exactly the way to think about it. So again, back to thinking in absolutes, like bonds are the best place to be. Well, in Stephen's view, maybe they are the best place to be in a short term, but not the long term, whereas Greg's thinking long term. So you have to kind of understand what people are thinking as far as time frames. Greg and Steve both agree, don't hold a 1% yielding bond over 30 years. You're going to lose money, but maybe, to Stephen's point, in the short term might be better. So that's kind of the nuance that you have to think through this. You have to understand what time frames people are thinking. Obviously, some people think much longer term than others. Question for Brent. Talking about the dollar. The dollar milkshake theory, as Greg kind of backed that up, right? It's going to be the strongest dollar. And I know you talk a lot on Twitter about the dollar keeps getting stronger, the dollar keeps getting stronger. That's your thing. You talk about that. I was talking about earlier that I think because the dollar is manipulated and you're using that as your unit of account, it's a manipulated number, and so rather think about things in terms of purchasing power. So when I see you post things like that, I go, well, that's true. The dollar, the Dixie has gone up into other currencies, but it buys me less goods and services today. So how do you reconcile that type of thinking?
Well, so I would reconcile it by saying you're absolutely right. Today, it doesn't buy as much, but we could very easily get into a situation that Steve talks about where it buys a lot more. And so this gets into the nuances. I think it would be very hard to argue. And first thing I should say is I get labeled a deflationist a lot because I think the dollar is going to go higher. I'm actually not a deflationist. I think we can actually have inflation alongside a rising dollar. However, I think it will be punctuated by moments of absolute deflationary terror. And what I mean by that is based on the design of the system that I talked about and based on the stuff that Steve talked about, they have to continue to increase the supply of the monetary system. They have to continue to do stimulus. It's really hard to do it right now. They've been trying to pass $1.5 trillion. A year ago, everybody thought this is really simple. They're going to hold interest rates low. They're going to spend a ton of money. It's called financial repression. You get inflation above the level that bonds are paying, and over time, you inflate the debt away. Sounds very simple. It works great in a model on a spreadsheet. It's harder to do that politically than you think. And it's because of the inflationary pressures that start to show up. And it's very hard to get just a little bit of inflation. If they could just turn the dial to where they get 4% inflation, hold rates at 1% for 30 years, that's 3% a year for 30. That's 90% of they've just inflated it away. But it's hard to get inflation just at 4% or whatever it is, and that's why you get these, these jumps higher in purchasing prices, and then it's more expensive to get milk. It's more expensive to put gas in your car, and then the senators of the states where people are suffering to get reelected, they have to say, hold up, this inflation is a bad thing, even though we have to do it to keep the system going. They don't get reelected if they say, yeah, it's no problem. So they have to come out and fight it, and they have to push back, and that's what Senator Manchin from West Virginia is doing. He's held up this whole spending process, and if they don't get it done exactly perfectly well, we could have another March 2020 that just comes out of nowhere, and you get a deflationary spiral that then they will then have to come in and correct. And if they don't correct it perfectly, oil could go from $80 to $60 or to $40 or to zero like it did in March 2020 really quickly. Now, that doesn't mean it won't be back at 100 2 months later, but the point is, I think people need to understand, I think it's really important to understand the design of the system. Understand that they have to inflate it or else it crashes. And so like a lot of times in a stock market, you see it goes higher and higher and higher and higher, and then it's got the elevator shaft down, right? It's the whole system is designed that way. And that's what Steve was talking about. It will come. When it comes, I don't know, but it will come. And they have to get in there and counteract it really quickly, or else you end up with a Great Depression.
Yeah.
Right?
One of my favorite economists, Ludwig von Mises from the Austrian school, calls it the crack-up boom. And he says, once people realize that the system is designed this way, per what Brent said, once people realize the system is designed this way, that the target is 2% inflation, which means their target is to steal 2% of your wealth purchasing power per year. When they realize that, they'll quickly start moving into other assets, and then it starts spiraling out of control. So at some point we get there. To get to something a little bit more practical, a little more tactical, by the way, we're going to open up to some questions, so if you guys have some questions, start thinking about that. But to get something to get a little bit more tactical, back to Brent. So Ray Dalio, cash is trash. Inflation's going up like crazy. My dollars are buying less. As a money manager, do you think that it's prudent? Are you holding a good percentage in
Yes.
cash?
Yeah.
You're not fully invested?
No. Well, so first of all, I should say this is general advice. Doesn't mean it's appropriate for everybody. I'm regulated by 2 different government agencies. I can't give advice if I don't know what your situation is. But in general, I customize portfolios for my different clients. So nobody has the exact same portfolio. But what I can say is that I use as just an example, as a roadmap. And again, nobody does this. I'll give you guys a great idea, and not one person in this room will actually do it. But we're talking about surviving the reset, right?
Yeah.
So there's a strategy that really, really wealthy families have done for literally hundreds of years. And the reason they're able to pass down wealth from this generation to the next generation, the next generation for 400 years is they do this strategy. And what they do is they put 25% of their money in cash or fixed income. They put 25% of it in equities or a business, some kind of a family-owned business. They put 25% of it in real estate, and they put 25% of it in gold or art or other hard assets. You're ready for anything. You'll survive a war, you'll survive a revolution, inflation, you'll be fine, deflationary crash, you'll be ready, you'll make it through. If you'd have done that strategy for the last 50 years, you would have averaged 9% a year return. You would have only lost money 6 times, and the most you ever would have lost was 12%. The graph literally goes up and to the right at like a 40-degree angle. Yeah. It's perfect. Nobody will do it. But it's almost foolproof.
Yeah.
Cash and fixed income.
I want to add on to what Brent said, and it really actually is great, perfect for what he said, because remember, for the Platinum and VIPs that were here yesterday for the workshops, we had 3 of them, and the first one was building wealth through businesses, then it was protecting wealth, and then it was about your sovereignty passports. And so, again, too many people think they come in and, I'm going to be an investor, I'm going to quit my job. No, it's not about that, right? Build your wealth. And so, to what Brent is saying, if you would have used a strategy like that, you never would have really lost any wealth. You would have actually been making wealth except for 2 times 12%. And so the goal is to not die.
Exactly.
Right? The goal is to not die. Warren Buffett says, the first rule of investing is to never lose money. Second rule is don't forget number 1. And so you don't want to lose money. And everybody comes in, how much can I make? But no. Go, how much money can you make in your business?
Yeah.
Go, how much money can I make building wealth, providing value? And then you take that money and you put it into strategies like this. Your goal isn't to become a billionaire off of your investments. Your goal is to continue to increase that purchasing power and not die. Maybe if I say that right.
The other thing I'd say is, because we're talking about surviving the reset, and I think everybody can kind of sense that we're kind of at this momentous occasion, right? Nobody knows exactly how it's going to play out or when it, but we kind of feel like this turn is coming. And again, these turns, they provide incredible opportunities, both to the upside and the downside. But if you have already kind of amassed your wealth, if you've already done number one, right?
Number one.
And now you're on to number two, where you want to protect it. The idea is to survive, just get through.
Right.
If you get through, there are so many people that are going to have died on the battlefield that just getting through, there's going to be so many opportunities just because your competition is going to be gone.
Yep.
So I honestly don't think Bitcoin or gold or maybe even land is a play for the crisis. It's so you still have some capital intact after the crisis to go rebuild. But the goal is to get through. To survive the crisis, you probably need like cigarettes, bullets, food, right?
Well,
I'm joking, but I'm also serious.
Yeah, that was great. And that's kind of what I've been saying, like to get to the other side. That's where the hope and prosperity is. So don't die. Keep your wealth.
Yeah.
So then you can, maybe the sale of a lifetime.
And what Brent says is not a zero probability outcome either, right? I mean, look, it's a continuous distribution of outcomes. And let's hope it's a low probability, that cigarettes and canned goods and guns, right? But it's not zero. And that's what you have to understand. You always manage your portfolio according to the probabilities of something happening. And, you said, well, okay, that's it.
Yeah. Well, no, none of us are just putting our money in a place for 30 years and walking away. You need to be, we don't know how it's going to unfold, so we have to be actively kind of paying attention. Stephen, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a great study I read, and I don't remember when or where it was, but it was talking about businesses going through recessions. And we have businesses, and many of you do. And I found it really interesting because they said that the businesses that survived, right? We're talking about surviving the recession, means they just stayed in business, thrived coming out of it because there was one thing they had to do was keep advertising through the recession. It didn't mean they had to go full bore, but just to let all their customers know we're still here. Because what happened at the end of the recession? Their competition was gone. Yeah. And everyone said, hey, his business made it through. I'm going to take my money and support him. And that's what we're talking about. You can do it with not only your business, but with your wealth.
Yep. And to add to that, every single crisis is a leverage unwind, okay? Leverage comes out of the system. I mentioned to you, our hedge fund was doing real, well, particularly relative to the markets, but we were getting redeemed because people just wanted cash.
Yep.
That's a leverage unwind, and then it happens at different places. So one issue that I did have with Stephen is basically he says, the small banks are toast, but the big banks aren't. Look, the leverage in the banking system is 25 times. Big banks or small banks, they're all toast. And the contagion is sure as it is. So you need insurance against that, okay? Banking, as Henry Ford said 100 years ago, if every American understood how the banking system worked, there'd be a revolution in the morning.
Yes.
It's the truth, okay? So a leverage unwind is the catastrophe scenario. What causes leverage unwind? Loss of confidence in the system. Yep. What is the loss of confidence in the system? It's a distribution of possibilities, and you got to prepare for all of them.
Let me follow up on that a little bit. Actually, are these still on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Another reason to hold cash in a portfolio, you don't get paid much. It's a drag on the overall returns, but so it hurts if you are just expecting just to get steady returns. It's a little bit of a drag, but cash gives you an optionality two ways. One is when you get the big downswing, again, like 2008 or 2020, you probably instinctively know this is a great buying opportunity. But if you're all in invested, you got no dry powder to go buy. Yeah. Not only that, you're freaking out because you're saying, holy cow, what if I'm wrong? What if it continues to go down? What if this is not a good time to buy? It actually forces you to make a bad decision that you have to sell, because you have to pay the mortgage, you have to go get the groceries. So you end up forcing, so the other thing is that, the cash might be a drag on you for a while, but if you had cash to put to work in 2008 or 2020, you can make a lot of money really quickly and then sell it and go back to cash. And so you get kind of these lumpy returns, right? It goes like this and then it jumps up and then it jumps up. And you don't have to make money every month, right? You can make a lot of money in 1 or 2 months and then just sit there for 6 years.
Yeah, that's such a great point. I talked about yesterday, the uncertainty of the future. It's very uncertain. And so the way that we combat uncertainty is with optionality. And so the cash gives you that optionality. I can tell you from my own personal experience, most of you guys know my story, I managed to make a lot of money, and then I managed to lose it all, and that sucked. And that was in 2008, and I was a real estate developer, and all my money was in real estate, and California real estate dropped 60% in 12 months. And then I saw the deals of a lifetime. I couldn't believe it, but I had no money.
Right.
Yeah.
And people that I knew that did have money, I don't know them anymore. They're probably a billionaire off somewhere.
But it's not. There's this famous book that was just made into a movie. Just came out. It's called Dune, right? And there's a famous line from this book, and it says, "Fear is the mind killer," right? And it's true. Fear will just absolutely paralyze you. And if you are scared, you are most likely going to make a bad decision. It's just the way it is. I don't know why God made us that way, but He did, right? But cash will help you from being afraid.
Yep.
But then take it to an extreme. When the perception of risk is highest, meaning markets are absolutely in the sewer, real risk is lowest.
Exactly.
And the flip side of that is when the perception of risk is lowest, stocks hitting all-time highs, what could possibly go wrong, actual risk is highest, okay? Manage according to that. It takes guts to buy the bottom, and sometimes you don't buy the bottom. But you know what? Humans are programmed to do the wrong thing.
Yeah.
That is human nature. But we have survived this long because we generally do the wrong thing or the right thing due to our fear. Why do we have anxiety? Because we were taught to fight or flight when the tiger came in. But it'll hurt you in the market. So great, well said. Right now, the perception of risk in the markets is low, but actual risk is huge. Yeah. And I had to get this in. Bitcoin is a long volatility asset where all other assets are generally short volatility, i.e. when VIX is down at 15%, stocks are high, but when the VIX shoots to 85%, stocks are getting crushed, okay? Bitcoin is a long volatility asset because it is a short credit position. I can expand on that to anyone who cares. Probably zero in this room, but you know what? It's how I've managed money my whole life.
Well,
okay,
go.
so
Give us the short version of it, though.
yeah, the short version. Here's the short version, okay? You guys follow the VIX. You guys know what that is. It's basically a measure of the options on the... VIX works in both directions, but generally VIX shoots higher when there's things reaching for protection. So why did long-term capital management fail in 1998? Because they were selling volatility to the street as insurance, and that meant everything else was short volatility assets. So when equities go down, VIX tends to shoot higher, even though in theory, if equity prices shot higher, the VIX would go up as well. But the market looks for protection in the VIX. Well, Bitcoin is the perfect option because it is a short credit position. And I'll even add one more to it, and it has no time expiry. There's no theta in Bitcoin. So options pricing using Vega, Gamma, Deltas, all the Greeks, Bitcoin is the perfect option. Now I can see eyes glazing over. At this point, though, trust me, in every time in markets, you look for perfect insurance products. I like gold. I don't like high-yield bonds. I like the US dollar. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah. Well, let me add to that because you made a great point. It's a long vol position. So Bitcoin, long vol. Treasuries, long vol. Dollar, long vol. Just a different measurements.
Just a different way to express the same trade.
We're just placing our bets on the same idea and expressing them in a different way.
And I just learned a huge amount. You're totally right. U.S. Treasuries are long vol, and they have been for history. I guess my credit thing comes inside and says until they aren't. No disrespect,
right. No,
because look.
But we're not there yet.
Okay, and I agree. So I should absolutely turn this off.
Well, no. But,
No.
You know, no. Greg is right. There will be a point. We're not there yet, and that's part of my thing. Is you play that and then get out, go to the next one.
Because we don't know, right?
Well,
we don't think. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. No
Well,
matter
we don't.
who is on TV, no matter how much money they've made, nobody actually knows. We have really good ideas, and we have high degrees of confidence, but nobody actually knows what's going to happen. And that's why, if you want to go all in on something, you're welcome to do it. It's your money, but just be careful.
Don't go all in on Canadian bonds. I think we can actually agree on that, okay?
Right, yeah,
There's something, I want to touch on something, because I know Mark and I sort of disagree on this, and so I think it's important to talk about, and it relates to both Bitcoin and gold. Doesn't relate to dollars. It actually helps the dollar thesis. But is that, I would say that for those who criticize the U.S. as being the global bully and, forcing the rest of the world to, bend to our knee or however you want to call it, I agree with it. Totally agree with it. But what I would say is I think, for the most part, we have at least done it with the veil of altruism. Now, whether it's actually altruistic or not, I think that's very much up for debate. But I think we always try to say, hey, this is for the greater good. They're not doing it the right way. They're not promoting freedom. And so my biggest fear is that if the dollar comes under threat from Bitcoin or from gold or from something else, is they take off this veil of altruism and say, screw you guys, we're the biggest, we're the baddest, and you're going to do what we say. Mm-hmm. And I actually think that is more likely to happen than not. Because I don't know any empire in history who just laid down their crown and said, you can have it, right? And I don't think, I would love a private market currency to be chosen by the masses, and then that's adopted, and the government stand back and say, you know what, that's a really good idea. But just history tells me that's not the way it goes. And I think that I'm not saying they're going to ban Bitcoin. I'm not going to say that they can squash it. I'm just saying they will not roll over peacefully. And I think everybody should factor that into your probability set when you're investing in that space.
Yeah, it's time horizon, right? Because, Greg, your Bitcoin view is very long term. Our views, which I know you share, are shorter term, and then at some point there'll be a panel where we completely agree with Greg. Is probably what will happen.
It won't be tomorrow, and
No.
that's a good thing. I will reiterate, the U.S. needs to survive. The U.S. needs to survive for freedom. It needs to survive for Canada, okay? You're not going to do it for me, but I'm begging you to do it for me, okay?
We think of you as our attic, right?
I love you guys.
It's ours. We let
Okay,
you live there,
thank
but
you.
we own it.
Thank you. And so, but it's all good. It's all good. And here's the neat thing, okay? 47 million Americans own Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
47 million. But you guys aren't the ones that are going to benefit the most from it. I said this earlier. It's the other 8 billion people in the world, of which 4 billion do not even have a bank account. Okay, so if the U.S. wants to ban Bitcoin and punish all those other people in the world, there's 46 million Americans that are going to be pissed. But there's really 4 billion people in the world that can benefit from having a store of value on their phone, and they can't even get a bank account, okay? You're seeing it in El Salvador. You're going to see it in other countries. Countries are leapfrogging hedge funds to get involved in Bitcoin. It's not the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar is going to strengthen. Why? Because these same countries are like, why would I want to own this lira, peso, Canadian dollar crap? And it's true. So all of these theses, all of our thoughts are exactly aligned. It's just a matter of the duration of the viewpoint.
Yep.
One thing I'm noticing, hopefully you guys are noticing, is that you can see they're feeding off each other and changing their mind. Greg said, hey, actually, I didn't think about the U.S. Treasury being long vol. You're right, but it's the time, right? And so you have to be fluid in your thinking, and they also talked about time frames, right? So no one's like, for 30 years, this is what I do. This is what, no. We don't know how it's going to unfold. We have to be paying attention. We have to be prepared. We could be in, I call it the 4 pillars, like Brent said, like divide them into 4 buckets. But it's being flexible, being willing to open your mind, even if you know as much as Greg does. He's like, oh, I hadn't actually thought about it. You're right. And so I'm being flexible with that.
Who was it? Sorry, who was it? Was it you or somebody was talking about in their presentation, debating the opposite side of your current view?
I think that was Scott said before.
Scott said, okay, that's right, yeah. That might be, if you take one thing away from the conference, that's probably it. Quite honestly, try to win the argument that you don't agree with.
Or Or,
Okay, you go ahead.
Thank you. Always read research that is counter to your view.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't look for confirmation bias. That's easy. You start feeling like a star.
Yeah.
Find out guys that don't agree with your view, okay? And then you say, okay, their points are valid, but on a probability basis, I still believe in the outcome that I'm set up for. Never become someone who basically says, oh, I own XYZ Co, and I'm only going to read research that says XYZ company's going to the moon.
Yeah, well said, because I get a lot of flack for being bullish bonds, which is just a version of the dollar milkshake theory. But every day I challenge that view. Every day, and I don't specifically go looking for the person who's wrong. I look into the system and find people who understand the plumbing and say, where am I wrong? And then am I wrong, as Greg just mentioned, in my time frame, which is key. And then I assess the probabilities, which he does as well, and say, okay, what are the probabilities of me being right within my time frame? And then that's where I take potentially and stupidly outsized bet in bonds.
Yeah. Well, the key word there that both Greg and Stephen use is probabilities.
Yeah. Right.
And so no one's successful. No one up here thinks in absolutes. We think in terms of probabilities, and then you take risk-adjusted moves based off of that.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't have to agree with every trade either, right? If you think there's a 20% chance something's going to happen, but the market's pricing in it as 10, that's a good trade, even though you might not like it.
Give us an example of that.
Well, I actually think that's part of my thesis, quite honestly. I think that there is a very high degree of probability that the US dollar remains the global reserve currency. But I think there's many people out there in the market last year. For the last 2 years, the most confident trade of Wall Street going into the year was that the US dollar would weaken. And I just thought the probabilities were wrong. So it's kind of like, I don't know if anybody's a college basketball fan, but Duke University has a great basketball team, and they always have, and they've always been hated. It's kind of like the New England Patriots of football. They're great, they have the amazing coach, great players, but they're always hated because they win all the time. And I feel like sometimes with the dollar, everybody is betting against it because they hate him. But they're not betting against him because they don't have good players and they don't have a good coach. So it's kind of like you get to bet on the best team that has the highest chance of winning and that has the game rigged in their favor and that has guys outside with guns shooting the people who don't play the rigged game. And you got the odds in your favor.
That's a key piece.
And so, anyway.
So, just to expand on that, you can have a global reserve currency and a global reserve asset.
Yep.
And I think this is where we come together. The U.S. Treasury will not be global reserve asset over the next 30 years. U.S. 30-year Treasury bonds, which are currently being used as a reserve asset, will not be global reserve asset. You can still have a checking account, which is your fiat currency, and you need a store of value, and it should not be long-term U.S. Treasury bonds. And I think that's where I always say I'm going to stop, but I promise you I'm stopping now. No, seriously, because you guys are beautiful. You're beautiful. Like, I learn stuff, and this is perfect.
And really what we're learning here, Brent talks a lot about not being all in. Greg talks a lot about being all in. I talk about being all in. If you're all in on your thesis, again, right or wrong, we don't know. First question, are you hedged in the opposite direction for when you're wrong? Do you have cash on hand? Or do you have a strong enough income to say, look, I can lose half my money? Now, if you can't answer those questions, you should not be all in. Because the only time you can take an outsized bet, go to Vegas, put all your chips on the table. Can you lose all of it and walk away and say, you know what, that was fun? No, if you can't, don't do it. See, I can take that bet because most people don't know my financial situation, and that's fine. But they're right, don't go all in unless you can afford to lose it.
I love that. I use that in my own thinking skills on a lot of decisions, not just in my investing, but if I'm wrong, what's the worst potential outcome, and am I okay with that?
Right. Well, imagine in real estate when you said you got wiped out. What if you would have been hedged?
I know.
Right?
Trust me, I think about it still.
Right, but now,
Thanks, Steve.
No, but this is a great example because he wouldn't have been able to turn around and be back where he was, but he would have had some money to start over.
Yep.
That's the key is if you go through and you're wrong, can you financially recover? Remember what I talked about in my presentation? Most people don't.
Right.
They don't.
And a good example of that is, and these guys are my friends. They're my mentors. We talk offline. I respect them, but this is my event, so I'm gonna have to disagree with Brent.
I wanted you to. Good.
You know, in my view, with my like 3 cycles thesis, right, we're heading into this revolution, and the revolutions basically push back on centralization and move to decentralization. That's what history shows us over and over and over. So that's a 250-year cycle. A 50-year cycle is a technological revolution, which has given us a decentralized technology, which is interesting because it's hitting at the exact same time the world is pushing back. So I believe that the future is decentralized. So while a lot of people are looking for some central entity to come and declare what the reserve asset is, I don't believe in a central entity that's going to declare that for me because my reserve asset is Bitcoin. We see Fortune 500 companies like MicroStrategy, their reserve asset is now Bitcoin, and we see countries now with their reserve asset. So it may not be, may not be decreed by the people on high. I just think it's a little bit more decentralized. But back to the kind of point on Brent. Again, I don't know, he doesn't know. He's 100% right that nobody, the Fed, and what I see really in the world is kind of this coup by central bankers trying to take over the world. They're not going to give that up. No way. I've known that from the beginning. It's going to be the biggest fight forever, and why would they ever give that up, to Brent's point? He's 100% right, and we don't know, so we take probabilities. I just go back to one of my other favorite economists, Hayek, and he said, there shall never be another sound money again until we take the thing out of the hands of the government. But it can't be done by force, to Brent's point, because that'd be the fight of your lifetime. It can't be done by force. Rather, a sly roundabout way, introduce something they can't stop. And so that's kind of where we're at. It can't be stopped, and kind of to the point that Greg made, we're already seeing, I mean, it's not a 100% improvement, 1,000%, it's a 10,000x improvement to these countries. In El Salvador, for example. They increased their GDP by 30% overnight, and their people don't have to ride on a bus for 5 hours to lose 50% of their money over Western Union. They can get it in their underwear in their bed now today. It's making a massive impact, and so countries are going to adopt it. There's a fight. I think it wins. We don't know. Place your bets accordingly. But there's no way they can stop it. What they can do is they can stop you from participating in it. But because when something is a 10,000x improvement, you just can't stop that. It's called creative destruction. The new way destroys the old way. So that's enough for the panel. Give it up to these guys. They will be, of course, they'll be hanging out, asking questions.
That's fun.
Anyone have any last words? Last words? No? All right.
I have one last word. Great, of course I do, right? Great book list by Brent. One other book I'd like to give a shout out to, a good friend of mine, a Canadian, Jeff Booth, called The Price of Tomorrow. It aligns with a lot of stuff that you guys are hearing from these smart people up here. So keep reading, keep learning, and thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, that was fun.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, very quick, a couple of housekeeping announcements and also a quick invitation for you. Also a very quick summary. You're hearing a lot of opportunities strategically, tactically, of what you want to do. There's also, as I mentioned at the start of the program, the mental side of this. And we want to take that into consideration. You heard it said that, when most people are rushing towards something, it's a good chance you might want to think about the other way. And in Robert Cialdini's book, Influence, there's an analytical persuasion technique in there called social proof. And the truth is that most people are silently begging to be led. And they fall into, when there's enough social proof, when there's enough proof of people going in one direction, they just get in line. And that's the sheeple mentality that's happening as well. So when you see people getting in line, in fact, if you've ever been to a Starbucks at an airport or a big, venue of some kind, and you see you walk in and there's 3 cashiers or 3 registers, which is not common in smaller Starbucks, but invariably, most people go to the one on the right and they get in line and there's 12 people in line and there's 1 or 2 or nobody in the other 2 lines. So take a cue from, I know Brent said it, that if people are rushing one direction, make sure you get curious. It's a good time to ask, does that make sense for me to go that direction as well? All right, for lunch, here's what we're going to do. We're going to invite, first and foremost, if you are a VIP or Platinum, we're going to invite you to stay in the room. So please, don't take off. We have a very special gift and announcement for you. If you're general admission, we're going to allow you to go a little bit earlier because you're going to be on your own for lunch. The VIP lunch will be in 30 minutes from now on the terrace where the party was last night, where we also had lunch yesterday. And the platinum lunch will be in the room, obviously right across the hallway. So we will reconvene in this room at 10 minutes after 2. So 2:10. We'll get started promptly at 2:15. So if you're general admission, you can be released now. We'll invite you to clear the room. Go ahead and go to lunch. For the rest of you, remain in the room. How great was this morning? Yes? Very nice. Very well done. So VIPs and Plats, stay in the room. General admission, we'll invite you to go to lunch, and we will reconvene in about 5 minutes. So sit tight if you're a VIP or Plat. All right, we are going to share with you some insights, an opportunity, because I mentioned the other day that Mark, he said selfishly, was collecting this information for his own family. And he also wanted to honor the requests that he's been getting for quite a period of time. And he felt obligated to reward or incentivize or share what's next with you. How many of you found value so far? Yeah? So how many of you would like more access or to continuing education or access to Mark? Curious? Great. So I'm going to invite Mark up here to share with you from his heart what he has done and to tell you a little bit more about what's coming. And listen, without further ado, let's just bring Mark up and share with you as VIPs and Platinums the access to Mark Moss. Sorry.
All right. Got a little smaller group in here, just because I got something small to say. So first off, you guys are the Platinum and VIPs. And I like that because you guys have taken the step, not only to come here, but you've taken the step to even get further access. And so you've proven that you're someone that wants to learn, someone that wants to grow. You've taken that step, so congratulations on that. I know pretty much everybody here has come from my list and my YouTube channel. And so I just appreciate all the support that I've been given over the years. It's, as you might imagine, it's very lonely talking to a camera. Hundreds and hundreds of hours talking to a camera without any kind of feedback, without any kind of emotional response, no crowd feedback. But I've seen my subscriber base grow, my views. I've reached over 20 million people at this point, which is pretty amazing. Thank you. And so I just appreciate you guys just trusting me, following, listening, supporting, subscribing, etc. As I say, I'm just trying to change the way you think about money. I'm trying to tell you what I wish I would have heard if I was on the other side of the table. If I would have had somebody like me talking to me before 2008, this world would probably be a much different place, and I might not be here helping you guys along at this point. But I have everything that I've always done, like I said, is trying to give you that education. That's why I make those videos. I mean, that's my why. I've kind of filled you guys in on that over and over. And that's why I also put this event together, to give you more information than just from me, but also from my friends, from my mentors, from people that I trust and that I look up to as well. But also, as I constantly say, like having that community aspect. And so, what's been interesting for me as I moved from California to Puerto Rico this year, as you guys know, the first half of the year was very difficult for me. I haven't really ever moved before. I moved when I was a kid, but I haven't moved most of my life. And losing my community was like really, really tough. And now I've built up this amazing community in Puerto Rico, hedge fund guys, investors, entrepreneurs, and I'm like, dang, I don't have anybody like this back in California to talk to. I got from Pasadena over here. We got her in California, but it just made me realize like how powerful that community is, to have people that I can share like my ideas with. And the last couple of years, just being kind of involved in this space and traveling, I've made so many amazing friends and connections, the people that are here. And so I've seen firsthand how important that is. And so I thought, if we bring you guys here, you can kind of build that out, give you the information you need, give you context that you need, so you'd be more prepared for the future. And everybody here aligns on values. We come from different areas of the world, different areas of the country. We're different sex, they're different whatever races. It doesn't matter. We're here for these shared values. And so I think that's the most important thing. There's lots of cliches. I don't know why I have so many of them in my head. If you watch my stuff, you know how many quotes and cliches I have. I guess it's an easy way to remember things. But the saying is, your network is your net worth. Or you're the average of the 5 people you hang out with. I kind of used yesterday, for those that were here, the bucket analogy, the crab analogy. Your friends want you to kind of stay with them, so they kind of try to hold you back. But anyway, I invited you here to kind of explain this. Like I said, you were the ones that kind of spoke up by getting the platinum tickets, and so I wanted to kind of bring this to you first. And I want to share a story. Most of you guys probably know that I'm a little bit of an action sports junkie. I grew up racing dirt bikes. I love racing. I love going really fast. I travel the world to surf really big waves. I jump out of helicopters on my snowboard. I do all kinds of crazy stuff and also invest a lot of money. I guess one way or another it's risky. But with racing, growing up racing, thinking about racing, one of the things that we've learned in racing is that sometimes you have to go slower to go faster. And what that means is that you have to pay attention to your technique. And so if I go slower, paying attention to my technique, I'll actually go faster. And the thing with racing is that everybody can go fast going down a straightaway. When things are going good, everyone can do good. It's when things go bad, that's the problem. And so when you're racing, everyone goes fast on a straightaway all the time. The race is won in the corners. Using the proper technique through the corners, that's how you win. And when you're going around a corner, you want to find the apex of the corner, and you want to take the inside of the corner, right? The inside line, we'd call it. So on dirt bike racing, you get multiple lines that will develop in a corner. You want that inside line. It's the shortest distance, obviously, the shortest distance around a corner. And so if you want to go the fastest, you got to have the good technique. You got to take the inside line. It's the shortest distance. And I've tried to take that kind of that analogy and apply that to every area of my life. And so I try to compress time. I try to save time. I try to get to the shortest distance to my goal by using the proper technique, taking the inside line, learning from experts, people around me. And of course, that's one of the many benefits I hadn't really thought of when I started making content on the YouTube channel and stuff, is like all these people that have now come into my life that help me compress that time, help me to speed that up. And as I say, right, the traditional information that we get doesn't work. You have to go find new information, but it's hard. Like, who do you have that you can get information from? How do you know what's wrong, what's right? And so it's tough. And like I had said before, right, the problem we used to have is how do I get information? But today the problem is too much information. How do I look through that? When I was just up on stage with these guys here, I was, well, I wasn't joking. I was making fun of the fact that I got wiped out in 2008. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke for me or my family at that time. I had made a lot of money. I was basically retired under the age of 30. I thought I was set, and then just quickly it just got taken away. Just had got married, just had my first kid, had a sick house with an elevator, 6-car garage, whitewater views, and then next thing you know, I don't even know how I'm going to pay my bills next month. And you know, luckily I was really good at making money. I wasn't good at understanding what this whole financial casino was about. I wasn't good at understanding how to protect my assets and things like that. And so a small piece of education that was missing out of my own life caused me disaster, even though I was really smart at a lot of other things. But luckily I was able to make money again, and I was able to build that back up. And then after that time, I remember I got to figure this out. Like I'm never going to let this happen to me or my family ever again. And so I've spent the last dozen years or so just really paying attention. And the more I learned, the more disillusioned I got on the system. The more I learned about the financial system, the more I realized how rigged it is. I learned how fragile it is. I became a gold bug. I learned about hard sound money, all these types of things. And then as I got more into the politics side of things, I think after the 2012 election, I was just so disillusioned. I'm like, I'm over this. I ain't going to be a freedom fighter. I'll be in Nicaragua on the beach in a hammock surfing and fishing all day. That's it. Like, I'm done. But I think Scott said earlier, like, I was selfishly paying attention because I knew at some point the walls would close in. For me and my family, when could I get out? Then I found Bitcoin. Then I found a tool that we had to win. And so I've been talking about that ever since. But since the pandemic broke out last year, the world rapidly shifted, obviously. I don't have to go into any explanation of what happened. I mean, no one could have imagined we'd be here 2 years ago. And since that time, I was like, shoot, this is like the second or third big bear market depression that I've been through. I know how this plays out now, so I'm just going to triple down. And I did, and I tripled down, and things have grown. I've helped a lot of people, and we've kind of gotten to where we are here. And I've just always been looking for more ways to help people as best as I can. And of course, I do as much as I can. I reach over 2 million people a month between the YouTube channel, between my podcast, my new radio show, millions of people a month. But there's different levels to engage. And some people, that information is enough. But some people need more. So I have a training, investment training course. Most of you guys don't even know this because I don't even talk about it on YouTube. But I have a course that helps people. I have like an investment newsletter that I write that people subscribe to as well. So there's different ways that you can engage with me. But then some people always want more as well. Lately, I've been talking more about these types of topics on my outlets. Asset protection, tax strategies, Plan B passports, things like that. And I've just been getting flooded with comments about, where do we find these experts? How do we connect with them? And of course, I've brought them all here to you, introduced some of them to you. And I think Cody made a really good point when she was talking yesterday, saying how the money's not made in the stock market. Right? That's not where the money's made. She said it's made in the private equity, right? Where you have a competitive advantage, where you can make those types of deals. And I've been investing in private deals for over a decade. As a matter of fact, just this week I got into 3 new private deals. How do you get into those? Well, you have to be invited. Do you know people to invite you? Like, no, you don't. You can search the world for CPAs in the phone book or H&R Block, but you ain't going to find any of these strategies. And so you need to have that. And so people have asked me, how can we find them? How can we connect with them? And so part of the reason, right, bringing you here, introducing you to them, so you can learn some of their strategies. About a year ago, I started working on trying to come up with a program where I could start releasing, or I should say sharing some of this with you, some of this research, some of these connections, some of these networks that I've built up. And so I've been working on a program, and it's just taken a long time. I'm just so busy doing a lot of things. But I wanted to give a way for you guys to have access to private deals, private equity deals, experts, tax people, asset protection people, things like that. And so that's what I want to talk about to you today, just for real quickly. I have an invitation for some of you that would like to work closer with me and these experts that we have up here. Some of you that would like to work on some of these asset protection strategies, be invited into some of these private deals. The problem is these are like invite-only stuff, and like it doesn't work for everybody. It's pretty exclusive, right? I mean, I can't just invite everybody into these types of deals. And so that's why I wanted to start with you guys first before it goes to everybody. You get the first option to do this. But you know, these private deals that I'm vetted in, that I'm personally putting my own money into, and I have room to carve out for some of my friends, get access to my entire team of advisors, my tax people, my asset people, my passport people, exclusive preferred pricing. So you can contact all these people yourself. You've met him here. They put their contact information up there, and that's great, and feel free if you want to. But since they're my best friends and my partners, you get way better deals working with me. We're going to do really cool things getting together with like-minded people. You know how strong I feel about building community, being the action sports guy that I am, doing really cool things with really cool people and with really smart people. Who would like to do really cool things with really cool people and really smart people, right? It's pretty good, right? So that's what I do. These guys, you can tell we're friends. We hang out. We do cool things. They're smart people. I can't bring a whole lot of people, but I could bring a couple people if you want to come do these cool things with cool people, smart people, have access to these private deals, have access to my mentors, my experts, and things like that. And you know, the thing that just really hit me was like, man, I lost it all. I've rebuilt it. I've changed my entire mindset, my entire education. I've spent a decade building up these teams, these experts, and like I feel really good. I feel really optimistic about the future because I believe the biggest opportunity of my lifetime is in front of me, and I'm prepared for that. You know, I told you I chase big waves around the world. I have a jet ski at home, and it's just the only purpose is so I can go out and chase giant waves. And so, like in the South Pacific, you see a storm coming, and people are literally fleeing the island for their lives because the storm's coming, and I'm hopping on a plane and I'm heading there. But that's because I'm prepared, and that's because it's going to be the best time of my life. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at with this storm. And I just realized, like, I'm optimistic. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be better. But are you? Are you going to be better? I'm going to be fine, I think. But I don't know about you guys. And so anyway, I thought, shoot, I can probably open this up to a few people. That's why I want to talk to you guys first. And that's kind of it. I'm not a salesperson. I don't push things. That's why you guys don't even know I have products, most of you, because I don't push that on you. It's more of just an invitation, right? If you think it's something that can help you, then, like I said, I have limited spacing, basically access to all my private deals that I've pre-vetted, that I'm putting my money into, all my team of experts. We're going to be doing a couple of cool events every year, deep dives, education. And like I said, you can contact any of these people yourself directly. They've given you contact information. Feel free, please. However, they give me extra special pricing. And so if any of these services are things that you would like to take advantage of, you'll basically get those and get to hang out with me for free. That's basically how it works out. So that's it. Like I said, I'm not a salesperson. I'm not here to twist your arm. I don't have like some ulterior motive. But if some of you guys think that could benefit you, if you'd like to get access to private deals where the money is made, if you'd like to get access to these types of things, I have some people in the back, or maybe there were some cards passed out. Like I said, I think we have 20 or 25 spots open. I only want to hang out with cool people, so not everybody's invited. Everyone's invited to try, but I want to make sure that we have the right people in there. But if that sounds cool, you'd like to hang out a couple times a year at some really cool events and do some cool things that might stretch you past your comfort level, learn how to make a lot of money, learn new strategies to build wealth, protect your wealth, grow your wealth, and sovereignty, then yeah, maybe you'd like to hang out. That's it.
Test. stay here.
Yeah.
So as Mark mentioned, one thing that's very important, he wanted to offer this to you in advance of the general session. So there is an opportunity for you to get in the queue. You noticed what happened yesterday when we offered the gift for the evaluation of your investor tolerance, that they filled it very, very quickly. So if you're interested, it is by application only, not because we want to be egotistical or exclusive about it, and we want to make sure that Mark gets a chance to play with the people who really benefit, number one, and there's value for. So if you went to one of the sessions and you received a black packet, there is an application in there for you to take the most important next step. If you haven't yet done that, they do have a handful of them in the back of the room. In fact, real quick, if you guys can turn around and just wait. Rudy, can you raise your hand and the team back there? See one of those individuals, and they will give you a packet that looks like this if you don't already have one. Now, what's real important as well, Rudy, can we go ahead and pass these cards out? This is to be considered for the Inside Line Charter membership. Charter means this is the first time Mark's going to do it. He wants to make sure that it's a hit and that it's successful and there's value for you to participate and he's having fun doing it. As he mentioned, there's going to be a couple of events that are VIP treatment events where it's exclusive, just like for those of you who've been enjoying the Platinum Lounge, it's going to be that type of treatment for those people. There is 2 tiers, and your counselors, the associates, the coaches will share more about the details and pricing and so forth. There is 2 tiers. One, everybody's going to get access to the type of resources, experts, and so forth that you saw from Mark here. And then there's an elite status where you're also going to get access to deal flow. Mark gets a lot of opportunities, as you can imagine, to, people bring him deals and opportunities consistently, and he obviously can't take advantage of all those, and obviously there's not enough for events like this where he shares them with 350 people. So you'll get first chance at those should you choose to. It's not a requirement or an obligation, but it is an amazing opportunity. So the cards that you see here, if you are committed to being considered, fill this out, and all we need is a name, phone number, and email, preferably your cell phone. And then what will happen is the team will text you the opportunity, fill out your application, bring it to the team so they can go through it with you to see if you're a good fit. And ask the questions you need to get asked. We want to make sure, first and foremost, there's benefit for you. If there's no benefit, it doesn't make sense. Second of all, we want to make sure you're a good fit for the organization. If you're thinking, who is it for, who is it not for? It's not for someone who's just going to be here who wants to sell and pitch the other, high net worth, very committed people. It's not for, taking the information and selling it and publishing it. It's really a community that is for holding each other accountable, sharing best practices, having access to Mark, having access to his resources, getting education. So if you've enjoyed what you've seen, heard, and felt here, this is a chance to continue a very exclusive education with Mark and his Rolodex and his team. So it's not for everybody.
What's a Rolodex?
I know.
I don't know what a Rolodex is.
Somebody the other day said, "What's a Rolodex, Scott?" I have no idea. Yeah. So this is an application process. Please, if you want to be considered, because we will be giving this offer opportunity to the general session tomorrow morning in a breakout session. If you want to be considered, make sure that you're in line. There, you'll notice there's a number here in the top right-hand corner of your application. So the sequence, we're only allowing 20 elite members for consideration. And then if you want in the charter membership, the price, the investment for doing this is going to change after the charter membership. This is the only time we're going to do this as a charter membership opportunity. So when the team shares with you the price, please keep that confidential because that is not going to be the investment going forward. So with that said, we have the opportunity to, again, if you don't have one of these, pick one up. Fill out your cards, leave them with the team in the back of the room. They will connect you to set up your appointment for application. Fill out your application, turn it in so that they can look through it and make sure it's a good fit and that you qualify for that opportunity. So if you like spending a couple of events with Mark in some exotic location and have special VIP treatment and more access to his resources, then this is probably for you. So with that said, we're going to let you go ahead and break for lunch. Remember, Platinums are in the room right across the hall, and VIP is in the terrace. Make sure you drop off your cards in the back of the room with one of the staff. All right. We'll see you at 2. By the way, start time is 2:10.
2:10.
Welcome back. Test, test, test. All right, welcome back. We have a very exciting guest for you. Happens to be a not only a friend, but a personal acquaintance who we share inner circles with. So I'm really excited for you to have the exposure to Mike. Before I bring Mike up, question for you. Do your beliefs sometimes have impact on your direction or the decisions that you make? Yes or no? Absolutely. And so oftentimes we either do or don't take an action based on whether it's a trauma or a belief or a limitation or a fear or a doubt that we may or may not even be aware of. So question for you, where do our beliefs come from? Parents. Who said parents? Okay, so finish this sentence for me. Money doesn't grow on? Oh, I see you all had the same parents. There are many beliefs that get dropped into, this amazing supercomputer here. Some of them we're aware of, some of them we're not. Some of them show up and cause us to take actions whether we choose to or not. And that's why I'm excited to have Mike share with you, what he's up to. Mike is a very, 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 very successful entrepreneur. He started 3 8+ figure businesses. He was one of the very, very early adopters of Bitcoin. So if you have some questions there, you might be able to get those answered. So I have another question for you. Do dogs like bones? Yes or no? No. No. See, the question is, if the dogs were setting the table, who do you think would get the bones? See, sometimes we just have these thoughts that go through our head and we don't question, but if the dog was setting the table, I'm sure they wouldn't take the bone and leave you the meat. They would probably enjoy the rest of the meal as well. My key question for you, and I think what Mike is going to open up for you, is who's setting your table? Who's setting your table? Where are your beliefs coming from? Where's your mindset? And how do you enter this game to be able to achieve cash flow and protection and many of the aspirations that you've invested to be here for? So Mike is not a poser. He's the real deal. He also, I'm going to just bring him on up here. Mike, I've got something to say for you, but give him a hand. Mike Dillard, please. Now, Mike doesn't know this, but I've got a little gift for him. And if you notice, he's wearing this beautiful white hat. And I'm also a hat guy. You can tell by the hairstyle. My wife keeps trying to get me to grow my hair out, but I just cover it up with a hat. So here's the deal. Mike and I have the same taste in hats. We both love the Live Lucky brand. But I've got to tell Mike something that only the good guys wear white.
Agreed.
All right? Here you are, my friend.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Enjoy, brother.
Appreciate it.
Enjoy Mike Dillard. Give him another hand, please.
Thank you all for having me. Super excited to be here. This is, you're going to hear about the story here in a little bit, but the first time I've had the chance to speak in almost 5 years after some health stuff that I went through. So I want to give a big shout out to Mark. Thank you for having me, brother. You did not have to make your logo of the event after me, MD. I appreciate it, though. Every time I see it, I'm taken aback a little bit by that. But I don't know if Mark has gotten a couple of rounds of applause yet, but he definitely deserves them for the work that he's done on YouTube. I found Mark, absolutely. I found Mark's work on YouTube just like y'all did probably a few years ago, and he is putting out the best content out there today. The amount of thoughtfulness and research that he puts into those videos and the work ethic that he has just is absolutely mind-blowing. So I really, really appreciate the opportunity to join you guys. So the title of my presentation today is How to Make $100,000 per month in Passive Income. And I'm going to deliver on that promise to y'all, but we're going to take a dramatically different path to arrive at that destination than you probably expect. So what we are going to cover is something that has the power to completely change your life. And not just when it comes to money, but also when it comes to your relationships, when it comes to your health, and every single other category of your life. And I think it's fair to say that, knowing the people who are in Mark's audience, that we are all here to learn about money. You want to learn how to increase your financial freedom in life. You want to learn how to protect yourself from the changes that are taking place around the world today. And you want to learn how to build lasting wealth. Well, in order to do that, most people, myself included in the past, we're on the hunt for a strategy, right? We're on the hunt for the next hot crypto. We're on the hunt for the next big investment opportunity that can really help you reach your goals. It makes common sense. But I am here to tell you today, from my personal experience, that simply focusing on those pieces alone are a massive trap. And I'm going to try to help you avoid walking into that here today. So the most important aspect of investing and building wealth has, in my opinion, been completely missing from all of the books that you've ever read about money. And I want to ask you guys real quick, if the entrepreneurs in this room, and I'm going to try and see your hands, it's a little bright up here, but if you could participate, that would be really valuable for me. So the entrepreneurs specifically, have you ever found yourself in a cycle where you make a bunch of money in your business, and then you end up spending it on a car or a house, whatever it may be, or you risk it in some kind of risky investment? Maybe it's your own business in the next stage of growth, maybe it's a buddy's startup, maybe it's crypto, but it ends up forcing you to make it all back again. So you either spend all the money you make or you risk all the money you make. Is there anyone who can relate to that cycle? All right, cool. I'm not the only one. This is going to go well. The other category, if I could see a show of hands here, which is pretty common as well, is the group of individuals out there who have been trying to make money for as long as you can remember. Maybe it goes all the way back to your 20s, maybe a little bit earlier than that, but you just keep hitting this glass ceiling when it comes to your income. In the entrepreneur space, there's a large group of people who come to all the events, they buy all the courses, they read all of the books on how to make money and how to build a business, and they've been doing that for 5, 10, 15 years, and they can't make it happen. Is there anyone in this audience who can relate to that? You guys are all crushing it? Okay, there's a few. Awesome, cool. Another question, do you avoid managing your personal finances, or do you just find yourself wanting to focus on how to make more money, right? You avoid the spreadsheets and you avoid QuickBooks, and you're like, okay, we need to make money, we're just gonna go figure out how to make more of it. That's another group that I talk to often as well. So if you answered yes to any of these questions, I'm gonna tell you why that is the case here today, and I'm gonna tell you how you can address these challenges permanently for the very first time in your life. Now, the path that led me to this discovery started 3.5 years ago, specifically on June 13th of 2018, when I went through a massive health crisis that basically cost me everything that I had. One day I was racing cars at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin. I was building my next business, and the next day, literally, I was bedbound, unable to think or work or sleep for the next 2 years. I lost almost every penny that I had ever made or invested as my income dried up. I was unable to work, but the bills and the overhead were still in place and kept coming in. I lost use of the most valuable asset that I had, which I never thought I would ever lose and that I took for granted every day, which was my brain. And I even lost my identity as a person and the person that I used to be, and as that identity withered away by the day when I couldn't eat the same foods that I used to eat, couldn't hang out with my friends, I couldn't do the same activities, I couldn't wake up and I couldn't go to work. My life consisted of moving from the couch for 12 hours to the bed for 12 hours and back and forth every day for well over a year. But with that being said, every crisis in the world and in your life always comes with an opportunity, and with a lot of faith and a lot of work, this crisis became my biggest opportunity that I have ever had. And at the end of the day, what broke me down to the core in every single category also gave me the opportunity to look at my life from a completely different perspective and to rebuild myself into a completely different person. So today, I would like to share some of the most important lessons that I took away from this transformational experience, because they apply directly to the reason we're all here, which is money and investing. So I'm gonna make two assumptions about y'all in the audience here today. The first is that you are very smart and that you are very driven. I can see that in the audience as I've been walking around the room today and at lunch. And the second assumption that I'm gonna make is that despite those two qualities, many of you are not where you would like to be financially. And I think that's pretty interesting, because if you were, you probably wouldn't be here. You would be on your yacht or in your house or doing something else than attending an event. So I think that's pretty interesting, and I think this is pretty interesting too. This is a gentleman named Ronald Reed, the gentleman on the left in the hat. So he grew up in a small town called Brattleboro, Vermont. He fought in World War II. And when he made it back to the US, he took a job at a gas station where he worked for 25 years. And after that, he eventually became a janitor at the local JCPenney, where he worked part-time for the next 17 years. Now, if you were to wonder about Ronald's level of financial success in life, you'd probably conclude that he simply made enough money to make ends meet. After all, how could somebody who makes a modest wage as a janitor amass any kind of really meaningful wealth that would make a big impact in his life? Well, the truth might surprise you. In 2014, at the age of 93, his family was shocked to discover that he had amassed a stock portfolio worth $8 million. Not bad for a janitor and a gas station attendant. So 99% of the people in the world, including entrepreneurs who are making millions of dollars per year, and the vast majority of the people in this room do not have $8 million in liquid cash under their name right now. And they never will. Most people will never reach that level. And yet Ronald did exactly that while making a tiny fraction of what you and I probably make. So what in the world is going on here? Why do a few people have the ability to make money and build wealth with seemingly ease, while most struggle to create real financial prosperity, security, and abundance in their lives? Well, most people think that it is either about the amount of money that you make, and it's about the investing strategies that you decide to use. Those are the two big factors that really make a difference in how much wealth you can build. And yes, while those are important, they are actually the last part of a three-piece puzzle. So there's the money component. And while those two, again, are very important, the other two pieces are what are going to ultimately determine the kind of financial abundance that you have in life. But here is the problem. These other two components that we're going to discuss today are invisible. You've never heard about them from Robert Kiyosaki, you've never heard about them from Dave Ramsey or Susie Orman or even Michael Saylor. The end result of these two factors are absolutely visible everywhere, and they determine every single financial decision and therefore result that you have ever made in your life. And I find that also very interesting, considering that most of us don't know that they exist and we don't pay attention to them. If you do not get these two pieces right, the strategies and the opportunities that you have been learning about here this weekend are going to be irrelevant. Even if you do win, even if they do work out for you, you are eventually going to lose what you make, and history and statistics prove that. So this is my friend Keith Cunningham in Austin. He is known as the real rich dad, if you will. He made over $100 million in his 30s, and he was bankrupt at the age of 40. My friends Ryan Dice and Dan Henry here got behind on their taxes and nearly went bankrupt as well. My friend John Assaraf built 5 multi-million-dollar companies, and then he went through bankruptcy as well, only to build it all back again. And even Dave Ramsey himself went bankrupt at the age of 26 after the real estate market crashed. There we go, I'm one behind. We also have celebrities and athletes who experience the exact same challenge. Right? We have Mike Tyson, we have Michael Jackson, MC Hammer, 50 Cent, Nicolas Cage, Kim Basinger, Stephen Baldwin, even Mark Twain, all extremely smart, talented people who made unbelievable amounts of money, and they all filed for bankruptcy. What in the world is going on? Interesting. Everybody in this room thinks that the threats, the concerns in the world, and the opportunities that are available to us in the world are found externally, outside of us. They're not. They're all internal, right? They're all up here. So if you are a person who has struggled to make money your entire life, if you read all of the books, if you go to all of the events, and you try to build businesses that just never really pan out the way that you hoped that they would, you are a hostage of these internal problems, and that is the feedback that they are giving you in the external world. So on the other hand, if making money is easy for you, if you can make $1 million like making a sandwich, like there are some people in this room who can, and yet you continue to lose that money or risk that money only to have it make it all back again, and you end up in this make it, spend it, risk it cycle, you are a hostage of your internal processes as well. So ultimately, no matter which group you're in, no matter which group you are in, you are where you are at currently in life because of these two parts of your being that nobody has really introduced you to or told you about. At the end of the day, no matter which group you are in, this is what's going to determine your end result. So we're going to dive into these now. The very first one is your neurochemistry, and the second one is your subconscious programming. Has anybody read about these two things in any Kiyosaki books? No. Dave Ramsey? No. Yeah, exactly. So these two factors are far more important than any investment opportunity or strategy. More proof and data behind that. 70% of all lottery winners get bankrupt within a few years of winning. And according to Sports Illustrated, I thought this was really interesting, an estimated 60% of all NBA players are broke within 5 years of retirement. 78% of all NFL players go bankrupt within 2 years of retirement. Again, money is not the factor when it comes to building wealth because they had money and it didn't change anything. Their neurochemistry and their subconscious programs at the end of the day did not allow them to keep that money, right? So we need to fix those. So let's walk through why this process happens, and we're going to start with neurochemistry. Specifically, we're going to start with dopamine. So dopamine is our primary feel-good hormone. The brain releases dopamine when we eat or when we crave foods, when we have sex, when we give anything that gives us pleasure or joy. And the release of dopamine, again, causes those feel-good emotions that we have, and it's the satisfaction component of the brain. It is also released when you make money. Money buys resources, it buys food, it buys shelter. So you feel pleasure whenever you make a sale, for those of you who are entrepreneurs out there, or whenever you buy something that your brain sees as a resource. If you've ever launched a product out there and you've hit that refresh button on the shopping cart, right, as the sales come in over and over again, and you're getting that feeling of euphoria, that is dopamine in action. If you've ever refreshed your crypto portfolio on Blockfolio during a bull market, and it's going up $10,000 every 10 minutes, that's dopamine. That's the addiction of dopamine. Same thing on Instagram when we're using social media. So simply put, dopamine motivates you to seek rewards and to get what you need, even if it takes a lot of effort. Next up, we have serotonin. So serotonin is the hormone that our brain uses to produce the feeling of pride, confidence, and respect. Serotonin is also why your mammal brain is constantly comparing your level of status to other people. So whenever you're on Instagram and you're going through and you're seeing people on vacations, driving a new car, serotonin is what's driving that comparison mechanism and those feelings and emotions that you are experiencing. Thank you. It's really interesting how this is set up, so I appreciate you keeping me on track. So when your status level is high, you obviously feel good. When your status level is not as high as others, you literally feel bad. And serotonin is the mechanism behind that. It is what drives you to want to buy things like cars, like designer clothing, and other material goods that demonstrate your level of status, because when you can demonstrate your level of status, serotonin goes up, you feel good. Next up, we have oxytocin, right? Oxytocin creates the feelings of safety, trust, belonging, and love. Then we have endorphins, which mask pain and can create a feeling of euphoria. That's the gym pump that you get when you go and you start working out on a daily basis. And ultimately, it's what your body uses to allow you to take action that you need to take in order to remove yourself from a threat. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, from these feel-good hormones, is cortisol. So your body releases cortisol when you feel threatened. It forces you to stop and to pay attention to what's happening. When your cortisol level is extremely high, you start to feel fear, and when it's lower, you feel stress or anxiety. How much cortisol is being dumped into the world on a daily basis these days by the media and by social media? Like, everybody is cortisol out of their mind right now. And finally, there is adrenaline, which is not a specific neurotransmitter or hormone, but it is basically an amplifier of the other five. So adrenaline is kind of like the caffeine booster or the Red Bull of the other five hormones, and the stronger the emotion that you feel, the more it gets wired into your brain. That's how trauma gets created, right? If someone goes through a traumatic experience like a car wreck and there's a ton of emotion around it, a ton of adrenaline, that adrenaline is what magnifies those circuits, and it's what cements them into your brain. It's why you never, never forget them for the majority of your life. All right. Yes, thank you. Perfect. All right. So here's a quick example of how this works. Have you ever wondered, I'm sorry, is someone talking to me? Okay. Have you ever wondered why so many entrepreneurs are compelled to spend money and buy material goods like this Ferrari I used to have, or a house, or supercars, or other things like that? Ladies, a designer purse, designer pair of shoes. Why do we feel compelled to want and to have these things? At the end of the day, your primitive brain really only wants two things. It wants you to survive and to procreate. That's it. Your brain doesn't care about Ferraris, doesn't care about purses, doesn't care anything else other than to survive and procreate. It's going to really drive you and motivate you to do whatever it thinks will increase your chances of achieving those two goals. Your brain knows that the more resources you acquire, the higher your chances of survival will be. So in our modern world, shopping is the equivalent of acquiring valuable resources like food, weapons, shelter, or clothing was in the past, which were all required for survival. So what happens when you spend your money on a Ferrari? Well, you get a dopamine hit, first and foremost. Your brain says, hey, good job requiring more resources. We like this, do more of it. And then what happens when you take a seat in that car for the very first time and you fire up the engine? Well, I can tell you that you get this rush of endorphins and adrenaline as this giant-ass engine behind your head fires up, and this machine comes alive, behind your head, and it catapults you into the back of your seat down the road, like a roller coaster, right? So if you've ever had a chance to buy your dream car, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So again, why do men and women like to buy luxury goods? Well, the primitive part of the tribal brain knows that the more resources you have, the higher your level of status and power in the tribe, and this higher level of status and power gives you more influence, gives you more protection, and even more resources, which all directly correlates to your ability to survive and find a mate. Your brain basically says, hey, if this person has a lot of resources or, power within their tribe, they would make a great mate, and the chances of our children surviving is going to increase as well. So your brain literally forces you to seek these things out, and it does through the use of serotonin. So now serotonin is what you feel when you feel confidence, when you feel status, and when you feel power. What is the fastest, easiest, and most efficient way to demonstrate your level of status in the modern world that we live in? It's through the car that you drive, the house that you live in, and the clothes that you wear. Right, Uncle G? So the reason that your brain drives you to spend money on material status symbols is because those items are sending clearly visible signals to other humans around you, while your investment account is doing what? Nothing, it's invisible. You don't show it to people. They can't see it. It doesn't elevate your status. It doesn't really do anything for you. Your brain doesn't care about your retirement goals 20 years from now because you might not live that long to begin with. So all it cares is motivating you to acquire the things it views as important to your survival and your ability to attract a mate right now. Now, assuming you get positive feedback from these purchases and these kinds of photos, from demonstrating your new level of status, which you will at an unprecedented level thanks to social media today, that is going to release more dopamine and more serotonin, which is going to start to strengthen these neural connections. And this pattern starts to get cemented into your neurology. As you probably heard, neurons that fire together wire together. So this is a pattern of behavior that starts to strengthen itself and create a self-perpetuating cycle. So when that cycle starts to take place, that results in something called Parkinson's law, right? So basically, Parkinson's law states that your expenditures will rise to meet your income. The more money that you make, the more money that you spend. Why is that? Well, unfortunately, your brain is going to start to become numb to the level of happy hormones, dopamine and serotonin, that it's been getting, which is why it takes more and more of an expensive car to feel that same sense of satisfaction, just as it takes more and more coffee to get that same caffeine buzz. It's the same thing. This is also why making millions of dollars for entrepreneurs is never enough. It's a really interesting dynamic, right? In order to get that same hit that you got when you made your first million, well, now you need to do what? You need to make 10 million, and then you need to make 100 million. And if you ask any aspiring young entrepreneur what their goals are, it's to make their first million, then make 10, then make 100. It's just like clockwork. Ultimately, it creates this vicious cycle where you never have enough and you are never satisfied. This is your brain's primitive chemical addiction in action, and 99% of the people in the world are completely unaware that it is driving all of their decisions. So if you can relate to any of these behaviors, it means that you have something that I call an inverted dopamine response. So essentially, modern marketing and the media have trained your brain to associate spending money with a dopamine release, which produces feelings of pleasure and satisfaction. If you have an inverted dopamine response, saving and investing your money is going to literally be nearly impossible in the long run. Everybody can do it for a short amount of time, but over the course of decades, nearly impossible. Just like trying to keep weight off with willpower and dieting is also nearly impossible. It's the same mechanism. Anytime that you try to fight your internal programming with willpower, you are going to fail because your subconscious programs are the default operating mode, right? They do not require any additional effort. They do not require any additional energy, while willpower requires a lot of both. That means it's eventually going to run out. So you've got your willpower here trying to do something, you've got your default mode, and this is just trying to chug along and chug along and chug along. It gets tired, and then you quit, and your default's like, oh, okay, I'm back online. And you go back to that mode. This is why trying to make conscious changes in any area of your life are always hard, and they're always filled with resistance. On the other hand, truly wealthy people, let's take a Warren Buffett, for example, have a healthy dopamine response. So what is that? Well, basically that means that they receive pleasure and satisfaction when they save and invest their money instead of spending it. That creates a positive feedback loop that makes them wealthier and wealthier and wealthier, and the best part is that it is absolutely effortless for them. It requires no willpower whatsoever. It doesn't require sacrifice, it doesn't even feel like they're depriving themselves in any way because their neurochemistry is aligned with the goals that they want to achieve. They are not experiencing the internal battle that the vast majority of us are. This is what allowed Ronald Read to amass an $8 million fortune as a janitor, because he was not out seeking status symbols. You know, he had a long timeline. It didn't take any willpower or effort for him to save that money. It's what made him feel good, so it was easy and effortless to do that. But those neurochemicals, the ones we just covered, those 5, are really just one half of the equation. So the second half is even more powerful, and that is your subconscious. Now, while we all have these neurochemicals circulating in our brains at all times, right? Some people like Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Dwayne Johnson, they make radically different decisions than we do. That is because we all interpret these desires that are created by these neurochemicals through a filter that is completely unique to each of us, and that is our subconscious. So your subconscious is basically a collection of all of your life's previous experiences, memories, and beliefs, and it is the invisible decision maker that ultimately decides what choices we make when we feel an urge that is created by our neurochemistry. So that's why we can hand 100 people, we can hand every single person in this audience the same exact investing book, let's say it's on the stock market, and the same amount of money, and the same investment strategies, basically, and we could all convene a year later and we're going to have different results for every single person. A few of you are going to have made a ton of money, most of you made little, some of you lost a little, and some of you will have lost most of it. So people are making these decisions based on their neurochemical addictions that they don't understand, and then the subconscious programming that they are completely unaware of. So for those of you who have been trying to make money for years, but you haven't been able to have that big breakthrough through that glass ceiling, that is happening because you have acquired a subconscious story at some point in your life that you're completely unaware of that has caused you to associate success as a threat to your safety or survival. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't have to. It doesn't have to make logical sense to your subconscious. It could have also made the determination or come up with the belief that you are not good enough or that you are unworthy of success, which is a very, very common set of beliefs. If your parents or your friends or other people in your tribe told you that rich people were evil or that making money is somehow bad or looked down upon, which again happens all the time when you are young, then your subconscious is not going to allow you to make money. It won't. Even if you make it temporarily, it's going to have you give it up, just like someone who wins the lottery. Why does it do that? Because if you do and you have a subconscious belief that having money is looked down upon by your family, that means you might then be judged in a negative way, which means you might get thrown out of the tribe, right? You might get exiled from your friend group, from your family circle. And in the past, which is the vast majority of where our humanness has come from, that would mean certain death at any other point in history. And so these programs are very, very, very powerful. Consciously and rationally, you know that that is absolutely not going to happen today, and that making money is a wonderful thing, and that it's the ultimate way that you can show love for yourself, but the conscious mind is not running the show, your subconscious is. You are worthy of money and success, but until you identify and then rewrite that story, nothing you ever do is going to change your results. Right? You can buy all the marketing courses in the world, you can attend all the events that you want, you could win the lottery, you could hit the moon in crypto, and eventually that program is going to win and you're going to end up back where you are today at essentially a state of homeostasis. Now, once you uncover and reprogram your internal stories, well, then it's time for the third and final step in the process. So again, in step one, you have to become aware of and then reprogram your neurochemical associations. In step two, you must uncover and then reprogram your subconscious stories. And then and only then are you ready to start evaluating investment decisions and strategies. If you do not master the first two steps, you will literally repeat the same patterns that you always have. An example here, why do so many entrepreneurs love to invest in risky startups or brand new crypto assets? It's because the pleasure that would come from the potential outrageous returns in crypto or investing in Uber early or something along those lines is basically a neurochemical cocktail that sends your brain into a state of pleasure and ecstasy, the same way lottery tickets attract non-business owners. That is just our version of the lottery. Crypto and investing in startups is the sophisticated person's version of the lottery. Ultimately, this is your brain's next big dopamine hit, and it wants you to pursue that. That's all that it wants, is that little itty-bitty piece of dopamine. Man, this is why so many entrepreneurs that I know who are great at making millions of dollars continue to lose it. Their brains are literally wired to take big risks, and most of the time, those risks don't work out. Investing the money that you make into a dividend stock like AT&T or a single-family rental that produces 5, 6, 7% a year, it's boring. Your brain thinks it's boring. It's looked down upon. It's not exciting. It doesn't get you excited or motivated. And that is because your brain has an addiction to dopamine at a level that just can't satisfy. So we look for things that have more risk and a higher reward. As a result of this, you choose an investment opportunity or strategy that, again, has those higher potentials like crypto, right? And I've been in crypto since 2013, so I have lived this process. So when I figured this out, I looked back at my life and the decisions that I've made when it comes to money, and it was like, holy smokes. It was like seeing through the Matrix. I mean, I'm a guy who's literally owned 12 supercars. Like, that was my passion. Racing cars was it. I've made a ton of risky investments. When you're investing in Bitcoin in 2013, it's a gamble. It's like going to Vegas. It's no different, right? Yes, I got lucky, but it was a gamble. I lived the make it, spend it, risk it cycle. I would build an 8-figure business and blow it up. And then I would get down to zero again. I'm like, I gotta make another business again. And I build it and I make another 8-figure business and I blow it up. And why was I doing that? It's because my brain was addicted to the dopamine and serotonin that I would get on the way up, that exciting emotion of making money and building income. And when that business plateaued, those chemicals stopped. And when those chemicals stop, then cortisol starts to rise, and you start to feel stress, and you start to feel anxiety. You're like, I need to change the business, or I need to start a new business, or I need to go do something different. And then you start the process all over again. You put yourself in a position to get stressed out and anxious so that you can then go chase dopamine and chase the serotonin train all over again. This happens over and over again. After that realization, I felt incredibly empowered because these invisible forces that were driving all of my decisions were finally now visible and apparent to me, which means that they could be managed and directed towards my conscious goals. So once I figured this out for myself, I jumped in and I started to make changes immediately. First and foremost, I retrained my body to create new neurochemical associations. So now my brain gets dopamine and serotonin whenever I invest money instead of spending it, right? Next, I reprogrammed my subconscious to remove all of the old stories from my childhood that were preventing me from breaking through my old growth ceiling, stories of not being good enough, stories of being an introvert, all of these things that would sabotage my ability to build and scale a really large business. And finally, I created a financial system that did two very important things. The first is that it literally makes us a little bit richer every single day. It's automated, it's systematic, it makes us a little bit richer every single day. And second is that it is creating a larger and larger amount of purely passive income through a very specific investment on a monthly basis. So this is when we dive into the strategy piece of the puzzle because we can at this point. Once you have those first two factors, we can dive into the investment side. And real quick before I dive into that, let's talk about that health crisis that I mentioned in the beginning, because that was the inspiration for all of this. When you can't work for 2 years, and you don't know if you're ever going to be able to again, your only thought at that point is, how can I make passive income? And holy crap, I don't have passive income. That was a singular motivator for myself, because as you can imagine, how are you going to pay your bills if you can't work other than passive income? And so I dove headfirst into that. How can I create that in my life? And at the end of the day, for those of you who are wondering, the cause of that was a brain injury caused by toxic mold. This is a mycotoxin test, and this is something I like to bring up at every talk I give, because I've even talked to members of the staff today who may have this as well. They have some of the same symptoms that I had, and some of you in the audience might have them as well. Basically, mycotoxins are released from mold in your home. Most homes in the United States have toxic mold in them. Some people are susceptible to it, some are not, depending upon your genetics. And it is a neurotoxin that will basically cause you to lose your function neurologically. And as you can see there on the scale, it went from 0 to 50. Anything above 5 was toxic. My result was 21,000. And so that's why I was unable to function for nearly 2 years. Thankfully, though, this brain injury is what caused me to head down this new path of mastering the mind, because it was required in order for me to function and heal. It's what introduced me to our neurochemistry and how it worked, and it's what motivated me to replace my active business income with passive investment income. So your biggest curse can become your biggest blessing. This is why I'm here today and able to give this talk to you guys and pass along these lessons learned. With that being said, it also allowed me to discover these dysfunctions when it came to my dopamine response, and to rewire this and to rewire my beliefs. And today, from a financial perspective, our goal, our priority now is to create passive income. Specifically, $100,000 per month in passive investment income is Michelle and I's goal. And so I wanted to share how we're approaching that and what we're doing in order to accomplish that goal with you guys today. This is not magic. There's a very good chance that everybody in this audience has already heard about these strategies. You're already using them. And that kind of proves my point, which is that the strategy part of all of this is easy, right? Developing the mental and emotional capacity to hold on to what you make, like Ronald Reed did, is the really hard part of this equation. So real quick, at the moment, right now, obviously I've been big into crypto again since 2013. That's my single largest investment. We are staking crypto assets like Cardano, Solana, and Polkadot on exchanges like Kraken. Those pay between 6.5% and 12% respectively, just for parking your assets on those exchanges. It's free money. If you're not doing this and you're in crypto, you're giving up free money. It's crazy. Next, we are also lending crypto assets like Matic on apps like Celsius that pay around 9%. You can see here, this is the weekly rewards that we get. I believe it's around 555, an average of 555 Matic tokens a month. And I'll just go through some numbers here with you real quick. So we're getting, 2,220 Matic tokens for free just by staking Matic on these platforms, right? Takes 2 minutes to do. Right now, Matic, I believe, is trading around $1.85, which is just over $4,000 per month in additional passive income for us for, again, basically doing nothing. So if the price for Matic were to go up to $5, that's $11,000 a month in passive income. If it goes up to $10, which I believe it will between now and the end of the year, that's $22,000 in passive income just for staking a crypto token on one of these apps. Right now, let's see here. We are also, in the past, we have invested in real estate. So this is a multifamily apartment complex that I was an owner of a couple of years ago. And the part of this that I want to bring to the light here is our main strategy is to invest in passive income assets that produce cash flow, and to take that cash flow and invest it in more passive income producing assets, which creates more cash flow, which we then invest in more passive income producing assets. This is a property, again, we invested in a few years ago, produced a return of about 20% a year, plus the tax benefits that you get from real estate. Obviously, there's no guarantees on any of this stuff, but in my personal experience, investing in real estate, especially with gains from crypto, is a phenomenal strategy because of the tax benefits that it can provide. So at the end of the day, we want to create this upward cycle of passive income creation. Right? If any of y'all know Chris Johnson, he has come up with a phenomenal term with this, which is get money, buy income. It's just a very succinct way to summarize that strategy. We've probably all heard the saying from Warren Buffett that the number one rule to building wealth is to never lose money, right? Well, if your neighbor Joe, let's say for example, has $100,000 that he wants to invest, what does he do? He writes the check to deploy that money into something like stocks or real estate. And that's fine, but there's a problem with it. Both of those can go down in value, and sometimes they can do that substantially. That means you're automatically setting yourself up to potentially lose money. Well, what if we could remove all of that risk, right? Is that possible? Well, right now, at least in the last 2 or 3 years, that has become possible. Right now, you can deposit USD or other stable coins like Tether into platforms like Blockfolio or like Celsius and make 8 to 10% return per year on your cash virtually risk-free. Your only real risk is if those companies go out of business. I don't really think that that's a very high probability. So if Bitcoin crashes, well, guess what? You still make 8 to 10%. If the stock market crashes, you're still making 8 to 10%. If real estate crashes, you're still making 8 to 10%. It is an unprecedented opportunity. That has never existed before, at least to my awareness in my lifetime. That means that you never have any kind of substantial risk when it comes to losing that initial $100,000 in principal. All you can do is make money, right? It's absolutely unprecedented. You know, at the end of the day, our ultimate strategy is to have our assets buy our assets, right? And so if we're making passive income from crypto, $10,000 to $22,000 a month, and I want to own Tesla stock, cool. I'm going to let my crypto buy that Tesla stock for me every single month. I'm not going to take 20 grand out of my bank account and go buy Tesla stock. I'm going to let my crypto make the money that buys the stock for us. Now, as I mentioned earlier, again, these are really simple strategies. You guys are probably already using these, but ultimately, they're not going to provide you with the long-term goals that you have or the ability to reach those goals that you have if you don't fix an inverted dopamine response, if you have that, if you don't fix your subconscious programs. Ultimately, those lead to limiting beliefs, limiting decisions that create patterns of self-sabotage. This is going to be interesting. I'll bet the majority of you are, who's invested in crypto? The vast majority of you guys, right? Yeah, if you're a fan of Mark's, you are, no. I can tell you this for a fact. This is going to be fun to check next year. 90% of you who are sitting on pretty substantial gains right now are not going to be able to see the top, and you are not going to sell at the top. Why is that? Because your body is addicted to dopamine. It's going to get even more addicted to dopamine as we enter the parabolic phase of this bull market, and you are going to experience a feeling of euphoria that you have never felt before in your life. And that is what is going to make the top impossible for you to see, right? Your body is going to be addicted to that chemical hit every time you hit refresh in your portfolio, and it's going to prevent you from selling. And I'm telling you that from experience because that's what I lived in 2017. And I wrote it all the way down to the bottom in 2018 and 2019, and it took me a good 4 to 5 years to get back. And you will see this on YouTube, all over different YouTubers, different people on Twitter. It's not the top. It's at 200 now, it's going to 300. It's at 300 now, it's going to 400. And you are going to stay in because the dopamine you're getting from seeing your portfolio go up is going to enslave you to that process, and you're going to miss your chance to exit. All right, so how do you become aware of your current programs so that you can update them? How do we go through this transformation process? A couple of resources for you. these are some of the resources that I used. The first is hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapy is one of the most effective ways to access and reprogram the subconscious mind that exists. I worked with Elliot Rowe here, who is arguably the best in the country. The majority of his clients are professional athletes, Fortune 500 CEOs, and tech founders. He is not cheap, but he is the absolute best at what he does. And I cannot recommend hypnotherapy enough. This is a window and a shortcut straight to your subconscious mind, and you will be absolutely shocked at what comes out of you and what these beliefs are and these programs are that you have hidden really deep down in your psyche. The second option is to go through an NLP or neuro-linguistic programming workshop. There are incredibly effective ways to use NLP technology to access and reprogram the subconscious, and it will have a dramatic impact on every single area of your life. In fact, Michelle and I have both become certified NLP trainers because it made such a big impact on our lives. Essentially, NLP is the tool set that you need to, again, access your subconscious, but then to proactively reprogram it. It is absolutely incredible. So the first resource that I would recommend for NLP training is jaegertraining.com. The second is nlpfreedom.com. Those are two companies that are run by very good friends of ours and that we have studied with and learned from. And I would highly recommend both of them. And then finally, Michelle and I can teach you directly what we do and how we do it through a business that we have created to teach people around the world these different strategies, and that is at richereveryday.com. So this has kind of become our life's work now to help spread the benefits that it has created in our lives. It's pretty incredible since we have retrained both of ourselves from a subconscious and a neurochemistry perspective over the last 2 years. I went from, again, basically losing everything that I've made to having the highest net worth that I've ever had. And we have increased our ability to keep that money, right? Sold all the sports cars, sold all the expensive stuff, sold all the second homes, third homes, and all of those things, got rid of all of the expenses that we didn't need. And now we are able to build wealth effortlessly, without resistance, without stress, without anxiety. It's been absolutely life-changing. So this is what changed my life. This is what I believe is missing from any form and all forms of financial education today. And I believe it's because people have really not had the opportunity or the insight to apply it to money. And so I hope you guys learned a lot from this presentation, and I'd be happy to answer some questions if I have some time left. Thank you. We good?
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
I appreciate
Appreciate
that.
it.
Thanks for sharing
You
that.
bet. Thank you.
All right. Good job, Mike. Again, not always telling you maybe what you want to hear, but telling you what you should hear, telling you what I wish I would have heard if I was on the other side of the table. I'll just say that I think most of you know, you've probably heard, right, the cliches, but we use 10% of our brain. A lot of people probably use way less than that. But we're not just stuck with that, right? We can change the way our brain works. We weren't given an owner's manual for that. One thing that we all have is 24 hours in a day, but it's how we use those hours in the day. And so we need to be able to use them better. We need to be able to think better. And so you're not just stuck with what you have. And that's what I love about Mike's story. First of all, it's a crazy story. I've known him for a long time. As he was going through it, it was crazy before he had figured out what it was. But just how powerful it is, if you could just change the way your mind works a little bit. Of course, as I always say, right, trying to change the way you think, but even change the way your mind works. Imagine if you got joy, you got excited, you got the dopamine when you saved or you invested instead of going and squandering your money. But you can do that, but you just have to work on it. You have to retrain it. It's super powerful. Each one of you are capable of that. So anyway, listen to what he said. Maybe check out some of those experts or find your own. And with that, I'm going to bring up one of my really good friends to the stage. And actually, one of my good friends, George Gamm, we're going to bring him up. He is, give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. Get some music. All right. George doesn't really need much of an introduction, of course. I'm sure everybody here knows him. George and I actually did our first live event together about a year ago in Phoenix, Arizona.
It was my birthday party.
Yeah, I was going in for a meeting with Kiyosaki at the podcast studio, and he's like, let's do a meetup here. And, hey, sounds good. We'll have 15 people show up at a bar. We'll buy a round of drinks.
Yeah,
We had
right,
like 400 people sign up overnight. We're like, whoa. George is like, take it down, take the site down. That was cool. He has a good event I spoke at, and now I'm doing my event. He's speaking at that. So anyway, I'll leave it to George, man. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get into it. Oh, hey, Mark, do I have a clicker? Mark, do I have a clicker? No. Oh, yeah, it might be there. How many of you guys watch my videos? All right, very good. Well, I can tell you right now, I'm glad you're sitting down, but it is about to be stiff drink time. So hopefully you've got some whiskey with that water. But I'll go ahead and start kind of go over the title, what I want to dive into. It's really inflation or deflation. I think a lot of us are thinking about that right now with our own portfolios. We know that the economy is wildly deleveraged, or over-leveraged, so we have to have a deleveraging. The question is that going to be an inflationary deleveraging or a deflationary deleveraging? All right, thank you, sir. And so I think understanding that question first requires you to understand how dollars are actually created. And notice I said dollars. I didn't say money. That's a big difference right there. And then we're going to transition the talk into something that I think is even more important, and that's the question of freedom or tyranny. Because I think we are at a tipping point right now, and I feel an extreme sense of urgency to really do everything I possibly can to make sure that we are going to win this war against authoritarianism. So, thank you. So these are the two most important questions that I think we need to think through today. So let's dive right into it. This first slide is from the Bank of England. I've used this in a lot of my whiteboard videos. And this is from a report they did in 2014. And this gives you kind of a diagram as to how pounds or dollars, fiat currency, is actually created. Because most people think that you just go down and kind of deposit your money with a bank and they lend it out. There's this fractional reserve thing. But it doesn't really work that way. When a bank creates a loan, let's say they give you a mortgage for $500,000 to buy a house, those $500,000 are brand new. They didn't exist before. That M2 money supply increased by the amount of the loan. And let's just hypothetically say that you were to pay off the loan the next day, M2 money supply would decrease by that same $500,000. And this is kind of a visual representation. So here we go, right here. So it starts off with the buyer's bank and the seller's bank, and this is an example of someone taking out a mortgage. So on the left-hand side, we've got the assets, that's the reserves, green currency. On the right, we've got deposits, those are the liabilities. So then we move over to the loan being executed. Now that's an additional asset on the buyer's bank's balance sheet, but then they credit the buyer's account with additional dollars, which is a dollar-denominated liability for that commercial bank. So now what they've done is they've increased the money supply. And then that buyer wires the funds to the seller's bank. So then that new dollar-denominated liability goes to the other bank. And then the first bank, the buyer's bank, sends them the bank reserves, the assets to back up that additional liability. So this is how the process works. But the main takeaway is that when banks lend, they create dollars. I just interviewed Richard Warner the other day, and he thinks that the system, the way it was working prior to 2020, I'll get to that in a moment, that the commercial banks actually created about 97% of the dollars in existence. So I always like to say that everyone thinks that Jerome Powell is in charge of the dollar. He's not. It's Jamie Dimon. He is in control of the dollar. So let's go over to another diagram. Whoops, excuse me. Oh, here we are. yeah, I'm trying to get my bearings. All right, this is just kind of at a 30,000 foot level, that last diagram that I went over. So that was just 2 commercial banks. Now we're dealing with the Fed, their balance sheet, the balance sheet of the commercial banks, and then the balance sheet of consumers. So we start off, prior to the loan, the central bank on the asset side, they've got basically treasuries, mortgage-backed securities. On the liabilities, reserves, currency. And you can see after the transaction on the right, it doesn't change. The central bank's balance sheet is identical. But like we saw in the past diagram, the commercial bank's balance sheets have increased. Therefore, the amount of dollars in the real economy have increased as well. Those are the dollars that are important because that's what's chasing goods and services. And then, of course, the consumer's balance sheets increase in aggregate total because they have more dollars on the asset side, but they have more liabilities as far as that loan. So this is the way the system was prior to 2020. So when you're thinking about inflation, is it transitory? Is it permanent? Will we see disinflation? Will we see deflation? You have to understand that if the system stays the way it was or goes back to the way it was, it's all about the commercial banks. How many dollars are they creating? How many new loans are they creating? So we go to this next slide, and this is a chart of the loans in existence with commercial banks. So you can see at the beginning of 2020, it goes straight up. Why? Because of PPP. So the banks were really lending. They weren't keeping that debt on their balance sheet. They didn't care who those loans were going to because it's all backed by the government, so you see it go straight up. But then when the PPP loans end, what happens to the aggregate total of bank lending? It goes down as well. So if the system was what it was prior to 2020, we would expect for the amount of dollars in the system, M2 money supply, another way of measuring that, which isn't too great, but we'll use that for this example, you would expect that to go down. And therefore, you'd expect consumer prices to most likely go down. But all of us in this room know that consumer prices have not gone down over the past year and a half. They've gone straight up. So you would assume that the money supply did the same. So let's go to this next chart. And this is M2. So let's just think about this for a moment. We've got the bank lending going down. Therefore, the amount of dollars should be decreasing. But here, we see the amount of dollars going parabolic. And I'll take it one step further. This is M2 money supply. Let's break it down by the actual deposits, the checking accounts of households in the United States in aggregate total. Wow. That's right. I just did a video yesterday, and basically the title was these economists, these professional economists, the talking heads on CNBC, they came out and said there's no way anyone could have predicted during the cerveza sickness that we would have had consumer price inflation. I say, really? What are you talking about? And if you can't see the exact numbers, at the end of 2019, there was about $1.2 trillion in the checking accounts of households in the United States in aggregate total. If you can't see the number now, it's $3.6 trillion in just a year and a half. So is it any surprise we've seen consumer price inflation, especially when they force all small businesses to shut down, they lock you in a cage, they won't let you go out on the beach, we produce fewer goods and services. So you have the amount of dollars going through the roof, and you have the amount of stuff being created plummeting. That gives you the consumer price inflation. But my point here is to illustrate that we've now moved into this hybrid system. Or before, the commercial banks were responsible for about 97% of the dollars, but now it's really a combination between the banks, the government deficit spending, and the Fed monetizing the debt. Let's go to this next chart. This is the deficit in 2020. And I always like to point out that Trump says that we had the greatest economy of all time in 2019, but yet our budget deficit was almost $1 trillion. Just to give you some context, during the GFC, it peaked out at $1.4 trillion. So the economy wasn't that great, I can tell you that. But moving on to the cerveza sickness 2020, the deficit goes up to $4.2 trillion. So what happens if the government or Janet Yellen issues $4.2 trillion worth of treasuries, and that's purchased by the individuals or the non-bank entities in the real economy? What she's doing is she's sucking dollars off those balance sheets, and then she's spending the dollars back into the real economy. So on net balance, you're not going to have an increase in the amount of dollars that are circulating in the real economy. But this time it was different, because the Fed stepped in and said, whoa, Janet. No, you don't have to sell those treasuries to the average Joe and Jane and businesses. We'll buy them. So what does the Fed use to buy those treasuries? Bank reserves. Those are the fugazis. So how do they get those bank reserves? They literally just go over to a computer, and if they buy $1 billion worth of treasuries from JP Morgan, or it's kind of a shell game, but let's say they're buying them from Janet Yellen, they just type in additional $1 billion into the TGA. It's just a little, there you go, extra $1 billion. So my point there is those dollars weren't sucked out of the real economy to begin with. So when Janet Yellen sends out that round of stimmy checks and the individuals deposit those in the banks, that's increasing the money supply. That's why you can have a chart of bank lending going down, but a chart of M2 money supply going parabolic. So what does this mean, George? Why do I need to know this? Because if you believe we're going back to the system we had before, where the banks were responsible for creating the majority of the dollars, you have to assume that we will also go back into an environment that's very disinflationary. A view of Dr. Lacey Hunt as an example, or my good buddy Jeff Snyder. But if you think that we're going to stay in this hybrid mode where the government has to run these massive deficits that's going to be monetized by the Fed, well, that looks more like the 1940s or maybe the 1970s, where if the government passes these spending bills, we see this big burst of inflation. But then when we get the gridlock, the levels of inflation start to go down. We have disinflation. Until we get that next round of big spending, then we have that big spike up again. So there are no certainties, but I'm just giving you probabilities. And most people try to think this through, but they do so without the benefit of understanding how the dollars are created. And that's very, very important. You got two sides of the equation, the demand, the amount of dollars circulating, then also the supply side. So let's move on to the next chart. And this is the Fed's balance sheet. So you can see, let's see if I can go back. Let's go back to M2 really quick. So M2 going straight up and then trending up to the right. But then let's go back to this chart of the Fed's balance sheet. Looks identical, doesn't it? And again, that's because the Fed was buying the majority of those bonds, or they ended up on the Fed's balance sheet. So you saw a corresponding increase in M2 money supply. So that's the first two scenarios. You've got to put yourself in the camp of whether you believe the system is going back to the way it was, then you're kind of in that disinflation camp. If it's going to stay the same, then you're probably in this inflation spikes. Maybe inflation is transitory until they pass that next spending bill. But I think there's a third option for the creation of dollars that we have never seen. But I think we most likely will see it in the future. And if we see this, it'll lead to far more persistent inflation, or at least the probability of persistent inflation remaining indefinitely into the future. So what that is a central bank digital currency. Like I said earlier, I think Jerome Powell knows that he's really not in charge of the dollar. It's Jamie Dimon. And now it's Jamie Dimon and the politicians that can't get anything done in Washington. They're always just fighting. So he's really at the mercy of these two parties. But we all know that the Fed has to try to create this inflation to bail out your drunk, insolvent Uncle Sam. Right? The largest debtor of all time. They can either default on the debt, the honest way, like Schiff says, or they can default through inflation. So they're going to try to create this inflation, but how do you control that when you really don't control the dollar? You get a central bank digital currency. Now, a lot of people get confused here. They say, well, George, yeah, I kind of get it, but the dollar's, I don't know. I mean, it's already digital. I mean, how often do I go down and pay with things for cash? But what they're really missing is the fact that we will all have a bank account with the Fed, or most of us. Probably very few people in this room, but a lot of the normies out there will probably have a bank account, and it makes sense because they'll say, hey, listen, we'll give you UBI. We'll give you $1,000 a month. All you have to do is just download this app on your phone. It's the Freedom app, right? As Ron Paul says, any law that the government passes, it always is the opposite. So they'll just call it the Freedom app for FedCoin. And so you download the Freedom app, and that gives you $1,000 a month. But what that also does is automatically give you an account with the Fed. And so then what happens is the Federal Reserve can turn their bank reserves into legal tender. That's how Dr. Lacey Hunt says it. And all that means is that now all of a sudden the non-bank entities in the real economy can spend those dollar-denominated bank reserves that were liabilities of the Fed, just like they used to spend the dollar-denominated liabilities that were liabilities of the commercial banking system. You see, those bank reserves are getting out into the real economy, circulating with velocity, chasing goods and services. And the thing is, the Fed has total control over how many of those dollars get out, also the rate of velocity, because they're giving you that $1,000, but if inflation doesn't get to a level that they deem adequate, well, then they'll say you got a week to spend your money, or poof, it's gone. It gives them a lot of control, and I think you guys get it. And a lot of people look at this from an Orwellian standpoint. Because since all of us, or not in this room, but all of us outside of this room, the average American would have an account with the Fed, they're going to see every single transaction. So that means that they can really micromanage demand, they can micromanage supply, and they can micromanage your life. They'll know everything you're doing. But I don't think that's what's most dangerous, believe it or not. So what are the probabilities of us moving towards a central bank digital currency in the future? Maybe in the near future. Well, this gal, her last name is Omarova. Have any of you guys heard of Omarova? Yeah, so she is Biden's nominee for the comptroller of the currency. A very ironic name. Or title for her job description, or maybe her future job description. But this is something that she had to say recently. There will be no more private bank deposit accounts. And all the deposit accounts will be held directly at the Fed. This is someone that's most likely going to be in the Biden administration now. Not in 5 years, not in 10 years. And oh, by the way, she's very sympathetic to the Russian style of communism. She said that many times in the past. She does not like cryptocurrency at all. And she is so arrogant that she truly has suggested that she believes the Fed or the Treasury, or maybe they merge the balance sheet in this MMT kind of dystopian universe, that they should buy stocks or the S&P if they want the level to go up, or they should short the S&P if they think, the holy central planners, that the S&P has gone a little too far. This is the level that she thinks the economy should be micromanaged, and she will most likely be in the Biden administration. So I would argue that we started, at least in my mind, with Janet Yellen. And you think to yourself, oh my gosh, it can't get any worse than this. It can't get any worse than this. And then you get Lael Brainerd, and she's talking about yield curve control. And you're like, oh my gosh, it can't get any worse than this. And then you get Omarova. So hopefully this is as bad as it gets, but unfortunately I'm not optimistic. So I think the probability of us going into a central bank digital currency is extremely high. And that's why longer term, 5 years, 10 years, I've always been kind of in the camp that we'll most likely see higher rates of consumer price inflation. Now, to be fair to Steve and Brent, two guys I have a tremendous amount of respect for, they're far smarter than I will ever be. I'm talking about consumer prices just domestically in the United States. That can be something completely different than asset prices. And that can be something completely different than the dollar relative to other currencies. When you're thinking about inflation, deflation, disinflation, you've really got to compartmentalize those three items. All right. So for those of you who don't know, this is everyone's favorite socialist Marxist central planner, Mr. Klaus Schwab, with the World Economic Forum. And I bring him up to kind of transition the conversation from a central bank digital currency, how dollars are created, how that gives the central planner so much control, into the discussion about tyranny or freedom. Because this gentleman right here, along with his cronies and Bigglesworth, the Davos type, they want to take power and control. They have this ideology, and all central planners do. This is really at the core of what they believe. And I think its basis is really founded in eugenics, which may sound extreme, but if you think about it, it's really the same view of the world. And central planners believe that they should have all the power and the control. They should take away your freedom and liberty because they're smarter than you are. You see, you're just too stupid to make your own decisions. And left to your own devices, you're just going to screw up everything. So it's in your benefit that I take all that freedom and liberty away from you, and I have all the power and control. That's pretty much the mindset of a central planner. And it's the exact same thing with eugenics. By the way, we'll get into this in a moment. It was very popular here in the United States in the 1920s. But it's the same concept, right? That they're just a group of people that are superior, genetically superior to other people. But we know that whether it's central planning in economics or central planning in regards to eugenics, it all leads to a very bad place. It's a very slippery slope, and I believe we are on that slippery slope today. So for those of you who don't know Mr. Klaus Schwab, I use him in a lot of my videos, and like I said earlier, I kind of seems like a James Bond villain, but he is unfortunately not a character of science fiction. And he's kind of this Dr. Evil type. And if you don't believe me, I want to show you a clip of Mr. Schwab actually talking about his Great Reset agenda, and then you tell me if he's not a real-life James Bond evil villain.
Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight the real virus, but to shape the system for the need for the post-corona era. In short, we need a great reset.
Seems like a really trustworthy guy, doesn't he? And I always say, I think people have very good intuition, right? If you always kind of see people that are reading off of a script, you see Trudeau or Biden or Klaus, they're sitting there and they're doing this speech, but you can just see their eyes go back and forth. Like, I just really don't trust that guy. As opposed to Mark Moss going out there and doing a live stream where he's actually talking about the Great Reset. He's making mistakes, but you can tell it's real. And you trust that person. You trust them far more than these global elite because they can't say anything without reading it off of a script. To illustrate my point further, I will share with you a Twitter poll that I recently did, where I simply asked the question, who do you trust more? Number 1, Klaus Schwab. Number 2, Anthony Fauci. Or number 3, Satan. 86% of people say Satan. There you go. 9,000 votes, by the way. But my whole point here is there is a group of people in the world that are really pushing this socialist, this Marxist agenda. So I really try to think through all of these things to the best of my ability, just like I try to think through how the repo market works for one of my whiteboard videos. And this is really the conclusion that I've come to, and I want to share it with you guys right now. So this is what I think their vision of the typical Marxist or central planner. Now, I would agree that a lot of the politicians are probably just useful idiots. They probably don't know what they're doing. They're just like the journalists were back in the days of Stalin, where, do they really have malicious intent? Probably not. They're just going with the flow. But I do think that there's this Davos crowd with the IMF, the World Economic Forum, and a lot of these corporate CEOs that kind of have this viewpoint and trying to really usurp the power. So I think this is their vision, and this is how they're going to try to achieve their objectives. So going back to controlling the economy, it starts with a central bank digital currency. And then I think they layer over AI, artificial intelligence. So let me explain this briefly. You see, these people aren't stupid. And they understand that one of the biggest problems with a communist socialized economy where they control the means of production is that you don't have the free market giving you price signals. There's no price discovery. All right, so simply said, that means that you can't figure out how to allocate scarce resources with alternative uses, because there's no price telling you where those resources should go. So what happens is at a certain point, the economy collapses, and this is exactly what we saw in communist Russia. But let's go back for a moment to what we were talking about with all of us having an account with the Federal Reserve, with the central bank. Well, they're getting all of the transactions, every single American, every single business, every single corporation in the United States does in real time. Well, if they're getting every single one of those transactions, I think in their mind, they think AI will advance to a point where we could just layer over that AI on top of all this data we're getting from the central bank digital currency, and the artificial intelligence will show us or tell us how we should allocate those resources even better than the free market would through price discovery. Of course, this is them talking, not me. I think that's utter nonsense, but I think this is what they've convinced themselves of. And I come to these conclusions by reading a lot of what they write and trying to listen to what they say and connect the dots. So moving on, I think they'll also try to destroy small and mid-sized businesses. Now, we saw what happened in 2020 and how we had hundreds of thousands of small and mid-sized businesses in the United States go bust. I was just doing this RV tour, and we had to stop Monday night in Tucson. And I've been in Tucson many times. I was probably there last, back when it was normal, maybe about 3 or 4 years ago. And it's a very vibrant town, right around the University of Arizona. And I went downtown Tucson, and it's nothing but businesses that are just completely boarded up. And they have the plywood on the outside that says, "Thank you for 35 years in business." You see, this is what we've done. And of course, the politicians will say, "Oh, it's because of COVID." Wrong. It's because of the politicians' response to COVID. That's a big, big difference. So whether it was intentional or not, in 2020, they did everything they could to wipe out the small business. Well, now what are they doing with mid-sized business? They're saying if you have over 100 employees, let me preface by saying that we are in the largest or the biggest labor shortage that we have ever seen in the United States, the tightest labor market we have ever seen. I mean, you guys know it as well as I do. You go down to your local strip mall, and what do you see in every single window? Help wanted, help wanted, help wanted. So you've got all these businesses that are struggling to get by. They're dealing with all these supply chain disruptions, the shortages. They have a labor shortage. Then on top of that, you're coming in saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, you've got to issue this vaccine mandate." So you basically have to fire 15 to 20% of your staff and just go have fun with that. So again, I'm not here to be a conspiracy theorist, but you have to kind of scratch your head and say, wait a minute, whether this is intentional or unintentional, the net result is still the same. And that's that we are completely wiping out small business. Now they're trying to wipe out mid-sized business. So what does that leave you with? Well, you're giving all these consumers the stimmy check, so demand stays the same. So where do they go to get the goods and services? They were going to the mom and pop shop on the corner, but now they go to Amazon. You see? So then if you're the global elite, what scenario do you have more control? A scenario where there's millions and millions and millions of these small and mid-sized businesses, or where there's just 100 giant mega corporations? See, it's far easier to influence the CEOs of those 100 mega corporations than all these small businesses in a decentralized approach. So again, whether this is their intention or not, the net result is the same. So this gives them the ability to have a greater control over the supply of goods and services by controlling these mega corporations and wiping out the businesses, while at the same time, it gives them the power to control the extension of credit by the central bank digital currency. And maybe more importantly, who gets the credit? You see, because one thing I didn't mention before that makes the Fed different from a commercial bank is they really aren't constricted by a profit and loss. So I had this conversation with Richard Werner. I said, can the Fed have negative equity? Sure, I guess. So let me put that in layman's terms. Basically, the Fed can issue a loan and they don't have to be paid back. Where a real bank, you'd have negative equity, you'd go bust. But the Fed can't go bust, really. So this changes the dynamic completely. Normally, when you would go to a bank, they would issue credit based on your ability to pay back the loan. And therefore, you'd have something called a credit score, which would be very important. But now, I think we move from a world where we have a credit score to a world where we have a social score. And this is how they extend credit. So if you've got a great business idea, well, that's all fine and dandy, but did you wear your mask yesterday? Because if you didn't, you're not going to get that loan. You see, how much beef did you eat last month? How much gas did you use to put in your car? You see, it's a level of obedience, and if you don't obey, you're not going to get the table scraps. They're going to punish you. And this is the way they control you. And I think that goes back to the central bank digital currency. Now, but I don't think that's all they do, because that in and of itself wouldn't give them the type of control that I believe they desire, which is basically unlimited. So what I believe their game plan is, just by what they've done in the past and what we can see right in front of our eyes, is kind of this playbook from Nazi Germany. And now, I'm not saying they're Nazis. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here. But I am saying that, again, whether it's intentional or not, they're using the exact same tactics. So tactic number one the Nazis use that I think they're using today is they tried to encourage the population to abandon critical thinking and replace it with feeling. See, what does it matter what you think? I mean, at the end of the day, it's just whether you're happy or sad. I mean, do you feel like a woman? Do you feel like a guy? What do you feel like today? Just take a pick, right? Sure, men can get pregnant. Why not? And, you know, I saw this starting to really play out over a decade ago with the millennial generation. How many of you are baby boomers or Gen X? Raise your hand, please. Okay, I'm Gen X as well. And, you know, when I was growing up, we always said, I think. Your buddy you'd be driving down the road and you'd say, well, where do we take a right? And they'd say, you know, I think it's about a mile up on the right. That's where we need to turn. Or you say, what color was that sweater that I wore the other day? I think it was red. You remember that? But now what do they say? That's right. That's right. Where do we take that right? oh, boy, I feel like about a mile, that's where we need to make that turn. What was the color of that sweater I wore the other day? Boy, I feel like it was yellow. You guys notice that? It's always, I feel. Now, again, I don't know whether that's intentional, but the net result is the same. If you say something like that over and over and over and over again, pretty soon you abandon that thinking and you start to prioritize feeling. This is exactly what they did in Nazi Germany. The next thing they did is they tried to use their propaganda to really control the media, education, and entertainment. Does that sound familiar? We see it in the media today. Your kids are being taught critical race theory, this woke agenda in school. That is definitely on purpose. This is exactly what the Nazis did. In fact, they went so far as to engineer a very inexpensive radio so every single household could have that radio. They put it in the schools so they could continue to deliver this Nazi propaganda to all the kids, all the teachers, all the citizens, all the time. And you see it with movies. You can't even watch an NBA game now. You can't even watch a football game without getting some sort of woke propaganda jammed down your throat. So we see that happening today. Now, the third thing they did is they set up a boogeyman. Right? We have to have a common enemy that they can just blame everything on. So whatever the problem was in Germany, well, it's all because of the Jews. Everyone knows that. But you see, the same thing is playing out today. Whether it's inflation, well, that's because of the unvaccinated. Well, we have the deficit going up. I know it's because all those stupid unvaxxed. If they just shut up and obey, we could get our economy back to normal. You see, it's this new boogeyman that they're setting up. But I think it extends further than just the vax or the unvaxxed. I think it's the people who value freedom. That's the new boogeyman. Another thing Stalin did is he tried to create this divisiveness within the society. And we see that playing out today. I just did a story the other day on how the vaccine mandates, they've got some changes to them, let's say. So if a business has an exemption that allows you to, instead of get the vaccine, and before I even go into that, I want to say I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm just anti-vaccine mandate. I want the government to stay out of it. That's the bottom line. But Biden comes out with these new regulations for the vaccine mandates that we were referring to earlier. And he says if you choose to stay unvaccinated, you have to be tested at least once a week. But then what you have to do, in addition to that, is you have to wear a mask at work. So you see what we're doing. We're creating this divisiveness, and then you don't even have to ask someone whether they decided to get the vaccine or not because you can just look at their face. You see, this is a very, very slippery slope. Another thing that I believe they're going to try to do, and they have been doing, is conditioning us to obey. There's something in psychology called the foot in the front door theory. So this is basically the idea of when you get someone to agree to something small, the probability of them agreeing to something large is much greater. And we see it happening in the beginning of 2020. Oh, we need you guys to wear a mask. Actually, we need you to lock yourself in a cage. And actually now we need you to wear 5 masks. And now we need you to inject a foreign substance into your body. And now actually we need you to do that with your 3-year-old or your 5-year-old. You see, it keeps getting more and more and more. It never ends. And that's what I tell these people. Listen, you think COVID's going to be the end of this, you are kidding yourself, because once you give the government that much power and control, they just want more. They never give it back. And that's what people have to really realize. I think the next form of conditioning, or maybe the end game here, might be these endless lockdowns in the name of climate change. And I'm not here to say climate change is real or fake or anything like that. I'm just saying the global elite don't care about your air quality. The only thing they care about is usurping power and control, micromanaging your life. And if they have to use this Trojan horse of climate change, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So I think that we could move into this world where we're going into lockdowns maybe once every year for a few months, once every 2 years, because this is how we reduce the carbon footprint. It makes a lot of sense because back in 2020, they got most of us to stay locked up in a cage because if you didn't, then you wanted to kill grandma, right? But in the future, they can say if you don't lock yourself in a cage, then you want to kill all of humanity. And you say, George, I don't think they can convince people to do that. Really? Look at what they're doing in Australia right now. You don't think we can convince people to do that? Unfortunately, that's a flaw with our hardwiring, that we have this recency bias, and I think that's going to be used against us if we don't recognize what's going on. So, the next topic I want to discuss, risks to you, your kids, and your grandkids for this global agenda. This is a quote from some Hungarian Jews in a documentary called The Last Days, because I think a lot of us, you think through that time in the Holocaust, and you think through, man, oh man, why didn't they just leave? Like what on earth were they thinking? Right? Well, let's read this quote. People wonder, how is it that we didn't do something? We didn't run away. We didn't hide. Well, things didn't happen at once. Things happened very slowly. So each time a new law came out or a new restriction, we said, well, just another thing. It'll blow over. When we had to wear the yellow star to be outside, we started to worry. See? And for me, I always tell people to set a line in the sand that once the government crosses that line, you execute your plan B. For me, that was the vaccine mandates. And this is one of the reasons why. A pushback I'm sure most of you have received on social media is this case Jacobson versus Massachusetts, where they say, oh, listen, you stupid tinfoil hatter. What do you care about vaccine mandates? We had them all the way back to 1905. The Supreme Court has already made a decision on this. And my rebuttal to that is thank you for proving my point. But that goes right over their head. I'll explain in just a moment. So Jacobson versus Massachusetts. Setting 1902 smallpox outbreak in Massachusetts. The law, state statute compelling vaccination of residents not recently vaccinated. And by the way, that had an exception for natural immunity. Big, big difference there. But defendant Henning Jacobson on March 15, 1902 refused vaccination and ordered by Cambridge Board of Health and fined $5. So he wasn't really forced to have the vaccination. He was basically fined $5, which is today's equivalent of about 150. So U.S. Supreme Court came in 1905, said, upon the principles of self-defense, a paramount necessity, a community has the right to protect itself against an epidemic of disease which threatens the safety of its members. I mean, it sounds reasonable, right? Let's move on to 1927, Buck versus Bell. The main legal precedent cited in Buck versus Bell in 1927, Supreme Court decision upholding involuntary eugenic sterilizations. How many of you realize the United States made eugenics legal in 1927? They did. And what did they use as precedents for that decision? Well, it was Jacobson versus Massachusetts, the 1905 case allowing mandatory smallpox vaccination. As Justice Oliver Wendell Helms explained in Buck versus Bell, the principle that sustains compulsory vaccination is broad enough to cover cutting the female fallopian tube. I hope that scares the shit out of you. And see, my point there is it starts with vaccine mandates, but where does that take us in the next 10 or 15 years? Because back in 1905, it started with that, and 20 years later, it ended with the legalization of eugenics. And by the way, where did Hitler get his idea? That's right, from the Americans. So I think there's a very sound argument to say that if we wouldn't have had the vaccine mandates in 1905, if we wouldn't have had that decision, we wouldn't have had the decision in 1927, and that might have, just might have, prevented the Holocaust. How can we fight back? I'd like to remind everyone that in the 1770s, that most people, Americans, in their diaries that were writing about the Revolutionary War didn't call it the Revolutionary War, they called it a Civil War. And they did so because so many Americans were on the side of Britain. They were loyalists, they were Tories, as they were called. So what was their value system? Why did they want to stay with the crown? It was one word: safety. Safety. They valued safety more than they valued freedom. Because Britain had a huge military, a massive naval fleet, and the Americans thought that they could protect them against anyone that was trying to invade their shores or come in and cause problems. So they valued safety. Well, the other group were called patriots. And they were the complete opposite. They understood the argument for safety, but they said that we should prioritize freedom over safety. And we all know how that ended, right? But I also want to point out that even though we won the Revolutionary War, it was against insurmountable odds. We were going up against the world's largest military force. And these were untrained soldiers. They didn't know what on earth they were doing. But they had principles on their side. And at the end of the day, that's what mattered. So, a lot of people that I meet out in the public just like this, or I'm doing an RV tour, they say that one of the reasons why they get so excited to meet fellow individuals and rebel capitalists and market disruptors who really value freedom over liberty is because they feel alone. Like all their friends on Facebook or their coworkers, there are these average CNN watchers. They're like, oh, why don't you just give in? Why don't you just obey? What's the big deal? You're always fear-mongering. And they look at themselves in the mirror and they say, I don't know, well, maybe I am the crazy one. But I've got news for you. You are not the crazy one. The people in this room, the people out there that value individualism more than they value authoritarianism, they are the silent majority. And what we can do to fight back is any little thing. I've been trying to help people to create content. I think if you just talk to people about Bitcoin, I mean, the price going up, but the principles of sound money, that takes them down the path to Austrian economics, which eventually will lead them into freedom and liberty and why it's so important. We have to stick together. We have to understand that we're the majority, and we have to push back. We have to do it for ourselves, our kids, and our grandkids. Now, this is a story I want to tell quickly here, and I know I'm taking up my time, I'm sorry, but a great friend of mine by the name of Gerald Celente, maybe some of you know him. I had the opportunity to meet Gerald for the first time a few months ago, and it was a very sobering conversation. Both of us, I think, were very emotionally distraught because of everything that's happening right now in the direction that this country is headed, and this attack on personal freedom and liberty. And we were trying to think of things that we could do. How can we change the narrative? How can we make a difference? And he told me, he says, George, did you ever hear the story of how the Berlin Wall came down? I said, yeah, I mean, kind of, but I'd love to hear it from you, Gerald. That here's what happened. There were a group of East Germans that had had enough. They were sick and tired of living under tyranny. And they decided that they were going to value that freedom more than they valued safety. So they went out to the wall and they said, I don't care what you do. Shoot me. I don't care. I'm sick and tired of this. And what happened is everyone else saw them. And then thousands and thousands and thousands of people went out to the wall. And pretty soon, those guards were standing there with their gun, and it was one guard for every 5,000 individuals that were standing up for freedom. And they said, you know, I can't shoot this. I shoot this guy, and my life expectancy is about 3 minutes. So they dropped their gun, down came the wall, and down came communism along with it. You see, my whole point here is you can have all the Bitcoin, the gold, the real estate, the portfolio, all of that doesn't make any difference at all at the end of the day, because if you ain't got freedom, you got nothing. And thank you. And I think that all of us, if we stand together and if we push back, if we practice civil disobedience, if we do everything we possibly can, that all of us as a group of market disruptors, of rebel capitalists, will tear down the Berlin Wall that is being built around us today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wow, that was good. Good stuff. Now you know why George is one of my good friends. You can tell we're very aligned on the way we see things. One thing I would like to add to that is just, I think back, you know, I've studied a lot about the USSR falling and Nazi Germany falling, et cetera. And one thing that, a couple things. So the first thing is that everyone's living a lie today. Well, not everybody. A lot of people are living a lie today. And so somebody first has to be living in the truth. And when people live in the truth, other people see that. They want to live in the truth. And so I think about that. And then the other thing is that under the USSR and under Nazi Germany, under Mao, 200 million people died because they obeyed. Not because they disobeyed, because they obeyed. And so there's a civil disobedience piece in there. So that was any good stuff. You deserve a standing ovation. Good job. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit, back to making some money. It all goes together, though, right? It all goes together. Of course, you could have all the money in the world, but if you live under tyranny, you can't spend it. Then what good is it, right? So I'm here with my friend Anthony Pompliano, better known as Pomp.
I was inspired by you, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah. He doesn't need a lot of an introduction, obviously. So yeah, you guys are excited to see him. I'm excited that he came. He lives local, so I was able to twist his arm to just walk down the block at least and pop in and say hi.
I wish that I had walked. I drove like an idiot. But
He drove.
I should have walked.
He drove. Pomp, I guess a lot of you guys know who he is, but he is a lot of things. He's an investor, a very successful businessman. He has been able to have a lot of success and carve out a big niche in social media, YouTube, et cetera, a big following. But he's also been able to deploy a lot of capital. He manages, I think, over around $1 billion approximately, which is a big chunk of money. And he's done it through private deals, off-market deals. So kind of picking up on what we talked about with Cody yesterday, right? The big money is not going to be made just playing stocks, right? If you want to make some of that big money, it's in some of the private deals. So I want to talk about that, how you've done that, kind of the way you see that, how you view that, and then we can get into some of the bigger topics about unit of account and things like that. And so the ways stuff I was talking about this morning about thinking about your purchasing power, unit of account, different currencies, internet currencies, et cetera. We'll talk about that. But just real quick, go ahead and just fill us in a little bit on kind of what you're working on your fund, how you built it up, and kind of what your focus is.
Yeah, different conversation a couple weeks ago, but
yeah,
I pretty much for the last couple of years, about the last 5 years or so, ran 2 different businesses. So I've got a holding company that's got a bunch of businesses that we've created, products, content, et cetera. And then I had an investing business and basically managed outside capital, specifically focused on venture capital, Bitcoin, crypto, et cetera. And I don't think I necessarily actually have a much different view than most people. I think that the 2 things that I've been able to do is I just keep it really simple. Like I think most people, when they see these new technologies, they run around and they try to be the best picker in the world. And I tend to make investments that even if I'm completely wrong about 90% of what's going to happen, this business will make money as long as the industry survives. And so in most of the funds, it was pretty much 15, 20% in Bitcoin, and then 80% or so in infrastructure. And a lot of the infrastructure companies ended up being very successful. But I think that people just try to outsmart themselves, and one of the things I just try to remind myself is like nobody knows the future,
Right.
And so we're all playing like a probability game. And if you want to try to pick the 1 in 1,000 opportunity, like I probably just have a better choice if I just pick 1 out of 10. This works, right? Like just let me be less stupid than you, and I probably will do okay.
Yeah. So that key word we talked about a couple times today, I keep bringing up probabilities. Right? Having that elastic thinking where you think in terms of probabilities, not absolutes. And so assigning the probability, risk-based returns, et cetera. So it's a good way to think about it. So I guess you think about it in like big sectors then, as opposed to like, so instead of getting super complex with something that's super groundbreaking and maybe it hits this giant home run, maybe you want a second or third base hit.
I mean, here's how I would think about it, right? Is like how many people in here are experts at artificial intelligence?
Any hands?
Nobody, right?
Nobody.
Guess what? Artificial intelligence doesn't even exist. Like, there's no such thing as artificial intelligence yet. There's machine learning, and there's a bunch of other super complex kind of software applications or systems that have been built. But artificial intelligence literally does not exist. And so if you go talk to IBM, they're going to tell you all about their artificial intelligence capabilities. There's no artificial intelligence, right? What there is there's machine learning and there's other types of software. And so one of the big things I always try to boil down is when you take a complex topic like artificial intelligence, what does that mean? And if it doesn't exist yet, then like stop worrying about it and just dig like a layer deeper, right? And so how many people in here know anything about quantum computing? All right, are there any quantum computers in the world? No. Right?
Nope.
But like, guess what? Everyone's yelling and screaming about quantum computing, right? And like, it probably will happen at some point, but there's a ton of work that needs to be done before we get there.
Right.
And so when you go sector by sector, what you find is most of the companies, or most of the ideas that people are talking about, they are really, really far out in the future. And so those are the like 1 out of a million chance, right? How many people are working on quantum computing, but 1 is going to end up having the breakthrough, right? Same thing with artificial intelligence. The first company to create the artificial intelligence will have the big breakthrough. But what you find is along the way, there's all kinds of people who are selling the picks and shovels to make those industries successful. So if you
building
can,
blocks.
Yeah, if you can basically look at what are the things that are needed for this, and one of the best things that you can do is go. And so literally the way that I got into investing in all the infrastructure of Bitcoin and crypto was in 2016, a young kid, he was probably 18 years old, he pitched me on setting up a cryptocurrency mine. He was talking about Ethereum and GPUs and all this stuff. My family had been in the data center business for a long time. And the luckiest thing that happened to me was he didn't position it as cryptocurrency. He was just like, this is like a better data center. And so the framing was really important. And so when I saw that, I said, okay, this is great. A data center business is basically I have space. Usually it has to have, for any legitimate customer, it has to have certain security measures, right? It has to be kind of a SOC 2, Tier 3 data center, super expensive on a per square foot basis. If anyone's ever been in like a really corporate data center, they look nice. Why? There's no reason other than it impresses the customers. Like, there's no reason for it to look that nice, but that all goes into the capital intensivity of the actual building, et cetera.
Right.
And so what he basically said to me was like, look, imagine a business where you don't need a sales team because there's persistent demand for your computing power from this network. On top of that, you also don't need to run it in one of these really expensive per square foot areas. And then the third thing is that as you mine this stuff, it sits on your balance sheet expands and contracts. And so the big aha I had was like, okay, it's just a better data center business.
Right.
Now, I always go back, and I probably started mining Ether, I don't know, it's like $8-10, right? When we started, and we weren't mining a ton of it, but we were definitely mining enough of it. And I sold it all around like $150. And I thought I was a genius, right? I was like, wow, that was the greatest thing in the world. Like, Ether's $4,500 now. So, you know, actually I was really stupid. But what I was in the mindset of was like, this is a cash flow business.
Right.
And so I'm getting paid in this asset. It goes up a little bit, I sell it. It comes in, it goes up a little bit, I sell it. And so over time, what I would do is I would call up a business. I would say, hey, okay, we're mining this stuff. Where do we put it? Oh, I need a wallet. Okay, let me go figure out what the wallet is.
Infrastructure.
Yeah, and at the time, like in 2017-ish now, you'd call some of these companies and you literally didn't know if you're talking to somebody in San Francisco, in some South American country, or literally somebody in Russia that was gonna steal all your money. Yeah. Like there was very, very kind of wide disparity of like who was legitimate and had a real piece of software, and then who you couldn't trust. And so when I would talk to these companies, they would just say to me like, man, we're building this awesome business. I used to work at Google. I'm a software engineer. My buddy was a Bain consultant. We think everyone in the world's gonna need a digital wallet. And by the way, none of the investors will talk to us because we're in crypto, right? Or we're in Bitcoin or whatever. And like they've all written that off as it's stupid. And so my other big takeaway from when I first started doing this was like, the second I heard somebody say it was stupid, I immediately want to learn more, right? Because like, you know, and I always, I joke a lot of my friends are venture capitalists, and what you find is like, they spend all their time talking to other venture capitalists. And so like, you can almost like poison the water to some degree. You could literally go tell one venture capitalist like, man, let me tell you, Bitcoin is so dumb. Right. And that will whip around the venture capital community so quickly that everyone will write it off, Bitcoin's stupid.
Right.
And there's very few like independent thinkers that are in these communities. And so when you hear it's stupid, it's actually probably worth going to look at. And so as I kept doing this more and more, it just became obvious like, man, this is a complete sector bet. Either this stuff works and all of the infrastructure is super valuable, or none of it works and it's all zeros.
Right.
And it's just, again, probability. Like, is it more likely that a digital native generation wants digital assets or not? Like, I don't know, it's probably a pretty high thing. And that worked. And so now when I back out of it, I think I've transitioned more from thinking like a venture capital style model to, I think of the portfolio holistically. Like, how many people here have 50% or more of their portfolio in stocks?
Not very many.
All right, not very many. How many of you have a big portion of your portfolio in real estate? More hands.
More hands.
How many of you have a double-digit percentage of your portfolio in cash? More hands. How many of you here hold more than one commodity in your portfolio? All right.
What do you guys?
How many? Hold on. How many of you guys hold bonds? Any bond, just one bond or more. Okay. If you hold any of that, you lost over the last 12 months. You lost. Your portfolio sucks. You have a legacy portfolio. This is important. This is the most important thing I'm going to say. You have a legacy portfolio that is literally built on a mindset that was created when your grandparents were entering the workforce.
Yep.
All of the assets you hold, because you're measuring it against an asset that's being manipulated. If I asked you right now, what was the real return on your portfolio? Every single one of you in here has a negative real return rate to your portfolio. And you'll say, no, I don't. Inflation's 6%. Okay, let's take the official number, right? I don't think many people believe, but let's just assume that the official number is correct. And you say, oh, the stock market went up 40% in the last 12 months. So I actually have more than a 30% return on whatever my stock percentage is. No, you don't. Bitcoin is the only honest money in the entire world. And it's up 400%. Your entire portfolio lost purchasing power last year. We live in a digital age. There is one unit of account globally. The US dollar is only good for the US economy. But there's only 330 million Americans, and let's say there's another 2 billion people around the world that use dollars. Maybe there's 3 billion. But the rest of the world isn't going to use the dollar because what they need is they need the currency of their local economy. But there's only one that ends up actually serving as a global store of value for anyone in the world. Anyone can access it, anyone can hold it, anyone can use it. If I'm living in literally 50% or more of Earth, I cannot access dollars. It does not work. And yet you are measuring your portfolio return based on an asset that you believe only lost 6% of its value last year. But if you measure it against Bitcoin, the only true, free, honest market in the world, every single one of you lost purchasing power last year. And you're already losing this year. Bitcoin's up 200% this year. Started the year around 30,000, it's now 60, 65,000. That's in US dollar terms. If you compare it to other currencies, it's up even more. And so when you start to think about your portfolio, that's why I say you have a legacy portfolio. You're comparing your portfolio to the world that your grandparents lived in. And the reason why you're doing that is because the people you're listening to about your portfolio literally are your parents or your grandparents' age for the most part, right?
Yeah.
They created the 60-40 portfolio. They told you low-cost index funds were good. They told you that the US stock market couldn't go to zero, all this stuff. And there's truth in some of it. I don't think the US stock market's ever going down, right? They're never going to let that happen. It may dip at times, but over a long enough time period, it has been a really, really good financial decision to simply dollar cost average into the S&P 500, QQQ, et cetera, and then just hold it. And you, quote unquote, got rich in dollar terms, but you're measuring it against a variable asset. If you actually were to measure the stock market since the 70s in gold, even if you measured it since 2009 in Bitcoin, the stock market is flat to down. When you start to measure the actual value of the assets in something that is not manipulated, every single one of you is going to go run home and sell everything, right? And so I think that part of what you have to start to think about is like, do I want to make investment decisions based on a world we used to live in, or do I want to make investment decisions based on the world we're moving to? And again, I'm not saying that everyone should go and take 100% of their portfolio and go put it in Bitcoin or even into the digital world. But going back to the probabilistic thinking, how many people in here think that there's more than a 1% chance that Bitcoin could be successful? Okay.
Yeah.
How many of the people who just raised their hand have at least 1% of their portfolio in Bitcoin? Some, but there's some people who raised their hand the first time who didn't raise their hand the second time. So like, start there. How many people think that there's a 5% chance, right? And we can play this game, 10%, 20%, 30%. Whatever you think your conviction is on the probability that Bitcoin will be successful, are you actually expressing that view in your portfolio? Because what ends up happening a lot of times is people inherently know something, right? The intuition of like, oh, I actually think this is going to be successful. But then they're either too lazy or they're too intellectually dishonest with themselves to actually express it in their portfolio.
Yeah.
And I think that's a key piece to this, is actually looking at your portfolio and being honest and saying, what do I think the future world is going to hold? And am I expressing that financially? Or am I simply just talking about it to friends and family? And I'm putting social capital at risk.
Right.
But if I'm right, sure, they'll buy me a round of beers at the bar, but I didn't benefit from it.
Yeah.
Like, then shut up, right? Like, stop risking your social capital if you're not going to actually get the same return in your financial capital as well.
Yeah. So when you use that as a unit of account, and you measure all the legacy financial assets against that, which are all falling, then as an investor, how do you think about that? I mean, obviously you're not just holding Bitcoin, so you're investing into private businesses, tech-based business, most of your portfolio. So then are you judging the rest of your portfolio against Bitcoin's performance? So now you have to outperform 200%?
So one of the facts that a lot of people don't know is the publicly traded crypto companies, the public equities in the crypto industry, have actually outperformed the crypto assets themselves. If you think in the gold market, right, you have gold miners and you have gold. Usually, not always, but usually the gold miners were outperformed because you have some exposure to the asset that sits on their balance sheet, plus you have a cash flowing business. Yeah. And so from a structure standpoint, you should have the value of the asset plus whatever the value assigned to that cash flowing business. And so, quite literally, you can outperform these assets. It sounds crazy when it's 200%, right? But the public equities, available to anybody in the U.S. stock market.
So you're talking about like like Bitcoin mining companies, Mara,
Bitcoin
Riot,
mining companies, Coinbase, a bunch of these, right? And there's a bunch more that are coming public now. So that's one specific example.
Okay.
But if you actually went and you looked also, how many people have at least one stock in your portfolio that's up more than 200% this year? A bunch of people. Like the stock market is insane, right? And so it's not saying that you have to hold all of one asset. What it is, though, is the benchmark in which you compare your performance to. If you compare it to the dollar, you're always going to lose, right? But if you compare it instead to this asset, now all of a sudden you start to change the way that you invest. And part of what I think is the most interesting about this is that young people understand this inherently. So I've got a 25-year-old brother, and he always tells me not to tell this story, but I like giving
Let's
him
hear
shit.
it. Let's hear it.
He's 25, and last year I called him, and I said to him, I saw that you texted in the family chat that you were investing. I said, what do you have in your portfolio? And he goes, don't worry about me. I'm like, all right. What do you have in your portfolio? Right now I really want to know what's in your portfolio. And he said, I have a pandemic portfolio. And I said, I don't know what that is, but now you definitely are going to tell me what's in there. And he had Nikola stock, he had United Airlines, he had Carnival Cruises, all the shit that had gone down 70, 80%, he bought. And what I said to him was, I said, why? And he was like, well, because obviously it's going to go back up. Right? I said, okay, like that's not a horrible idea. Something, unless it goes to zero, if it's down 80%, how much more could it lose, right? Okay, I understand. But I said to him, I said, how much more technology is going to be in the world than not? And he was like, a lot. And I was like, okay, but you have Carnival fucking Cruises and United Airlines. Like, do you think of them as technology companies? He's like, no. So what I said to him was, I said, you should express your view of the world in your portfolio. And what he did was he basically sold all the stocks except for Tesla, and he bought some Bitcoin. And obviously, that was a fantastic financial decision. But what ends up occurring, I think, that people then start to ask these young kids, why are you investing in this stuff? And they're like, oh, because I think it's going to go up 10x. And so I asked my brother, I said, what do your friends invest in? He goes, they don't make a single investment unless they think it's going to go up 10x.
Right. Gambler economy.
Well, so everyone thinks of that as a gambling mentality. But how much does the stock have to go up just to continue to outpace inflation, any sort of monetary devaluation, et cetera? I don't know, 20% a year? Okay. How many years do you have to hold it for it to go up 10x for a 20% comp? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You start to add this stuff up, and they just inherently understand that you can't go and get 8% return. And so if you were to lay out all financial assets kind of on a spreadsheet and say, show me the assets that outperform 20% or more by just buying and holding them, you could cross off like 70% of anything a financial advisor would tell you to do.
Right.
Because they just can't keep up with what we're watching. And these are all benchmark numbers, right? I'm not claiming that inflation is 20%. I'm not even claiming that it's 10%. I'm just saying that what we do know is that the official number is 6. And so the unofficial number will be debated. But if you're holding something that only goes up 5% and the official number is saying 6, they're definitely not overcounting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, definitely not overcounting.
Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And I think that the last thing I'll say about this is when you're young, you have no fear, right?
Well, you have time on your side.
Of course. 5 years ago, I had very little money.
Right.
And I could take these massive bets. But as you get older and you get more wealth, you get more assets, what do you start to do? You become much more kind of constricted, much more rigid, right? Both mentally and also in the actions you take. But if you look at the best investors in the world, they basically take a certain amount of money, they put it to the side and they say, okay, I know that I'll be good with this. And then they go for it.
Yeah.
And what you see is they keep the non-rigid mindset and they continue to take big bets. And I actually think we're entering a world where every single thing that you've been told that is conservative is actually super, super risky. Like holding bonds is probably the dumbest thing you could do in the world right now. Right?
Yeah.
But your grandparents told you it was safe. Well, like, Grandpa, you were right 60 years ago.
Right? Yeah.
Today, that is an absolute fucking disaster. And so I think that, like, if you sat down and you said, what is all of the things that I hold true in the financial world? Every single preconceived notion that you have. And you asked yourself, try as best you can to break away from the preconceived notions and ask, is this actually true today? I could make a strong argument that 70, 80% of the people in here have a portfolio that is destined to fail.
Yeah.
Scary shit, right?
One thing you said that I really liked was your portfolio should express your worldview. I talk about that as well, as like you should, depends on what your conviction is, your probability, and then you need to invest like that. But also, I like to also talk about investing or building the world that we want as well. So like going back to Bitcoin, I believe that Bitcoin is the only tool that we have to win back our freedom from the tyranny that's happening, right? And if that's the tool that I want, that's the tool that I think can win, then I can also invest into Bitcoin companies to help that ecosystem grow, to go build that world that I want. Do you take an approach like that?
Yeah, the way that I look at Bitcoin, and what I'm going to say is bombastic because I think it really hammers the point home. But Bitcoin is smart people money and Bitcoin is stupid people money.
Okay.
Right? Smart people who understand the macro economy and understand the idea of something that can't be manipulated, can't be controlled, they understand the undisciplined monetary and fiscal policy, et cetera, they're super attracted to Bitcoin. The stupid people who know none of that, when you tell them, hey, they can't debase it, and you explain what that is, they're super interested as well.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what your education level is, et cetera, like you can wrap your head around the idea that it doesn't lose value, right? And so when you start to understand that anyone in the world can wrap their head around this, it's not like bonds. If I sat there and I tried to explain to somebody the relationship between inflation and bond yields, people fall asleep, right? They're just like, oh, whatever, dude. Like, I just want to go to the movies, right? I mean, literally, right?
Yeah.
Think of the, my father always tells me, every time he tells me, I have to remind myself that he says, think of the average voter in America. And remember that means that 50% of people are stupider than that.
Oh.
Right?
No wonder.
Right? And that applies to both sides of the aisle, et cetera.
Yeah.
But like the average already gets a bad rap, and that's the average. Like there's plenty that's below that.
Yeah.
And so I think that you've got to think about Bitcoin in terms of what does it actually provide. And the reason why I'm so attracted to it is because I fundamentally believe Bitcoin will do more for humanity than all global philanthropy combined. Because Bitcoin is the only, this is important, Bitcoin is the only first principles approach to solving most of the largest problems in the world. Because when you actually bring it back, when you bring it back, the wealth inequality gap's a great example, right? How many people in here think the wealth inequality gap should go away, right? Okay, I think, well, actually, maybe people in here don't think that should go away. But for the most part, people think that everyone should be able to, if they make the right decisions, improve it. But what drives the wealth inequality gap? It's literally that 45% of Americans hold no investable assets and they're devaluing the currency at a historic rate, and these people have been told their entire lives, save, 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 and they're actually losing purchasing power.
Right.
Or they go to work and they got paid $12 an hour last year and they're still getting paid $12 an hour this year, but they didn't get a raise, and so they're literally getting paid less on a purchasing power terms than last year. Right? We cannot require people to go to work, be the best accountant, be the best marketer, be the best customer service rep, be the best mid-level manager, or whatever, and then also go home and become a professional investor.
Right.
Like, that is fucking insane.
Yeah.
But that's what we're asking people to do. And so when you start to look at it, you have to understand that technology ultimately wins when you don't ask people to change their consumer behavior. Right? If you hand somebody a piece of technology and they don't have to change their behavior, it just happens to be 10x superior, that's how real technology works. And so ultimately, if you can hand them a different store of value and say, when you get paid, convert it to the store of value and then just fucking hold it. We've been doing this for thousands of years. I always talk about like the culture in India. What do? They get paid, they turn around, they buy gold, and the family collects gold and more gold and more gold and more gold. And then what do? They pass it to their kid, and then their kid passes it to their kid, and that kid passes it to the next kid. And if you're the asshole who sells the family gold, you're literally blackballed.
Yeah.
Right? But like the thought process is, we are going to store this value. It's not going to get devalued away. It's not going to get debased away. And then we're just going to pass it on from generation to generation. And I think most people have thought of Bitcoin historically as almost like a gambling device, right? It's super volatile. It goes up and down, it goes up and down. But the single greatest thing I ever did was I said, okay, every time that I buy Bitcoin, which is simply converting some other asset into this store of value that cannot be debased away, I am going to hand this to my grandchildren. I don't give a fuck if Bitcoin goes to $1. I'm not selling the shit because I'm literally going to hand it to my grandkids. And when you get in that mentality, then all of a sudden, you look at the world completely different.
Right.
Because when everything around you is getting more expensive, you constantly feel like, I can't get ahead, I can't get ahead. But the second that everything on a longer time frame gets less expensive around you, you feel like you're going to live for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
There's no urgency whatsoever. And what ends up happening is you control your psychology better, you can control your emotions, and you make better decisions.
On everything.
On everything.
On everything.
And frankly, you're happier, which I think is probably the most important piece, but that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, it changes your perspective, and so then you look at your health different, and your relationships different, and everything else. One thing you said I think is amazing, I've talked about as well, and just the world excelled when we could specialize, and I could become the best at what I was going to be, you could be the best that you could be, I could store my wealth in a way that I store my energy to be used at a later time. But the world progressed very fast, but the problem is today my wealth is melting away. And so I can't just be the best brain surgeon or go solve cancer or whatever. I have to be 50% of a brain surgeon and 50% of an investor. And of course, if you spend about 50% of your time focusing on one thing, you're probably only given about 25% of how good it could be. So think about just the brain drain of what the world has lost, the lost opportunity of how good things could be if we could just specialize, solve massive problems and needs, and store our wealth. And so it's hard to imagine.
I think there's a tangential piece to this, which is not only is it a brain drain, but the productivity of society has significantly been hampered by the fact that we essentially created a financial game.
Right.
Right? Don't lie. How many of you on a daily basis check a financial chart? Just some financial chart, right? Now, this is going to be a skewed room because there's people who are interested in investing. But the average American checks those charts too.
Sure.
Everyone's got the story of they got in an Uber and the Uber driver was checking the stock price or the Dogecoin price or whatever, like at the red light, right? Or their barber was talking about something or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it's not just the brain drain of like I'm diverting actual mental energy, but it's I'm spending time, which could be used for some productive purpose, and I'm not getting that output.
Right.
And so yes, technology is a deflationary force, and there's all these other things that end up working in our favor. But there's literally a story, I don't want to say who it is, but there's a professional sports team. They were in the championship game of their professional league. And I've been told by the people in the room that the coach walked in at halftime and screamed at everyone to get the fuck off their phones because they were checking their Coinbase accounts.
Wow.
This is in 2017 during the bull market.
It's probably worse today.
These are professional athletes who make tens of millions of dollars a year, and they're at halftime of the championship game checking their Coinbase accounts.
Yeah.
Think about that, right? Like this is crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And like, sure, humans are humans, and we're always going to be attracted to something that goes up and down, has a number attached to it, and there's like gamification. Like, I get it. But I do think that there is a world where you can actually not only express your worldview in your portfolio, but you can actually control your emotions through the expression of your financial portfolio, right? A real estate investor is usually way calmer than somebody who day trades.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Those are the extremes of the legacy world. But again, if you were to ask me right now, how many people who hold something other than maybe real estate actually are making money? Most of you aren't making any money, right? You're literally just caught on this wheel. And if you brought in 20, 30, 40% this year, you literally could buy less Bitcoin, right? You could convert less. Yeah. And then when you start to think of this in terms of other technology assets, how much is Amazon up over the last 10 years? Did you outperform Amazon? Did you outperform Apple? Did you outperform whatever, super kind of forward-thinking technology company? Probably not.
Probably not.
And the difference is that you are betting on a company in the public stock market. When you're actually putting something in a store of value or in a currency, you can put a very large portion of your net worth into it, and you're using the same thing like dollars. And the last thing I'll say about this, how many people in here own no Bitcoin? Anybody? All right. How many people in here have less than 20% of their portfolio in Bitcoin? Probably lots of people, right? Okay. That means that you are absolutely psychotic because you have 80% or more of your portfolio in dollars and dollar-denominated assets. That would scare the shit out of me, right? You just think of that as like, oh, that's the native currency. That's the thing that I was born into. But like, do you really want to bet 80% of your net worth on that?
Well, that would be like I'm born in Venezuela. I use the Venezuelan bolivar, and it's losing value, but that's what I was born into. That's what I use when I could just switch to the dollar. That's not.
Correct. And I think that this is, I'm not of the belief that Bitcoin, in order for Bitcoin to succeed, the dollar has to fail, right? I think that they serve somewhat different purposes today. What happens in the future, we'll see. But in the eyes of an American, and I'm going to talk from the U.S. economy, you get paid in dollars, you save in dollars, you invest in dollar-denominated assets, and you pay your taxes in dollars. You are a dollar maximalist. Everything in your life, you are a maximalist in dollars. that is the natural state of a currency, is to be a maximalist. But you are quite literally betting your entire financial wealth on an asset that if I actually asked you what you think of it, you would tell me it's dog shit. Right? Like, if I closed the door, right, and I said, hey, what do you think about the dollar? Why don't you sit in 100% cash? Like, you give me some answer, right? And so I think the big thing that I've spent the last couple of years telling people is like, look, you don't have to be super convicted on anything else, but like it's probably a good idea to have diversification if you don't know what you're doing. And I think that's where the place most Americans are. Like if you're really honest with yourself, like you have no fucking clue what you're doing, right? That's okay. Like that's perfectly fine. So don't put the whole house in on one currency.
Right.
Like get diversification so you can protect yourself. God forbid something happens.
And most people think about diversification as different types of assets, but not actually being diversified out of a currency, I guess is a
If you're holding stocks and the dollar was to have a catastrophic external event, and I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but if that occurred, the stock market would be the best performing stock market for a period of time because the dollar would basically disintegrate. And then all of a sudden it'd be over because you couldn't get out. Right. And we've seen this, there's years where the Venezuelan stock market is the best performing stock market in the world. Everyone's like, oh shit, should we go invest? Like, I don't know, right? Yeah. So like, sure, there are periods where it looks good, but ultimately, if you were to look out 20, 30 years, most people are betting on one economy, on one currency, and all of their assets are denominated in that economy and in that currency. And I just don't think that we live in a world anymore where you can bet on that and have a high degree of confidence and safety in doing so.
Yeah. Great perspective. That's we're going to wrap it up with that. That's about as much time as we have. Thanks so much, Pomp. I think, Scott, are we going to have George and Dillard come up? Yeah, you own real estate that's denominated in U.S. dollars. Your rent is coming in U.S. dollars. It's all falling, right? You're getting taxed. You're losing by tax base, your property tax. There we go.
I'll sit over here on the edge so I don't have to answer that many questions.
I'll
let the smart people do the talking.
Let's spread a couple questions around. Well, seeing as we just finished with Pomp's statement about being diversified out of the dollar, and George is our resident macro addict here, talking about the world and out-of-control central bankers, what do you think about diversifying out of dollar-denominated assets?
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on what your expenses are denominated in. So if you're someone like me that in normal times, a lot of my expenses are denominated in currencies outside of the dollar, you got to kind of manage that. I like to, for my portfolio, I like to have a max of about maybe 70% in my cash flow coming in dollars if my expenses are denominated in another currency. So I think it starts there.
Okay.
Assuming most people have their expenses denominated in dollars, then you probably want a higher allocation, but you also have to be cognizant of what's happening to the dollar right now. It goes back to what I was saying, whether you think we're going to go back to the prior system, this hybrid system, or moving to a central bank digital currency. But I think it would be wise for people to diversify that to a certain extent, and then also diversify their political jurisdiction as well if possible.
Yeah. And that's coming from someone who's been living in Colombia for a number of years. And so
yeah, but what's sad is I can't go back. I mean, I've got so many people there that I would not only consider friends, but consider family. And they've got the mask mandates. They're coming out with probably vaccine mandates. My biggest concern is that if I were to go down there, that I would be, they'd create some new law here in the States where I couldn't come back unless I was vaccinated. And then I've got to make a decision as to whether I want to get the jab or, do you want to see your 82-year-old mother again? And that's not a position I want to be in. So, unfortunately, that's the world we live in. So, it's tough.
If we want to get some people coming up to some of the mics, we'll do some questions. I know, Mike, you think a lot about terms of cash flow. You were talking about like not drawing down on your assets and bringing that cash flow in. how have you thought about diversifying out of that dollar risk, or is that something that you're not really that concerned with at this point? Maybe like Brent Johnson thinking the dollar is still getting stronger?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for me. Right now, I think I'm hedged for primarily inflation. I think 95% of my net worth is in crypto, has been for quite a while.
Why so bearish?
Yeah. Ironically, the other 5% are investments I made before crypto. Yeah. But we're buying real estate, and we live in Austin, Texas, and that's obviously a very hot market. And so I think I'm excited to have mortgage debt at this point and let inflation eat away at that. And but is there, we talked about the Great Reset during your speech, and is there a point in time, according to what Klaus has put out in his book and stuff like that, where they do want to basically take out the banks, right? Bankrupt the banks, let the market fall, stop putting stimulus into it, and at that point, I want to have some cash as well. And so it's a tough decision to make, but that's just how I think about it. I have crypto and we have cash, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think at no point in time has it been more important to understand the world around you and economics. And it's not 1981 where you can just buy the long bond, set it and forget it. So we've got to go out there and educate ourselves. You got to understand the repo market. You got to understand the dollar. You got to understand crypto. You got to understand the principles of sound money. And that's just a start. And then you got to start thinking of the world in terms of probabilities to set up your portfolio to make sure that you're maximizing on your financial future. I think if you are most of your expenses in dollars, I think Mike hit the nail on the head. At the very least, just make sure if you got a mortgage, it's a 30-year fixed rate mortgage, so you're basically shorting the dollar with that position.
I want to go into some questions. I see someone standing there, but before I do, I want to ask Anthony Pomp one more question. So when you think about things in terms of dollars and kind of diversifying out of that, when we were talking kind of on the side, you were talking about different types of investments that you've been in and some cash flow. You mentioned like cash flowing investments like that. So those cash flow investments, I'm assuming, are coming in dollar-denominated cash flow. So how do you think about that? I mean, you're diversified enough, so like that's okay to have some of that?
Yeah, I think that it's you need dollars, right? I think the idea of like your expenses are in dollars, right. So you have to have some. It's just like, what is the percentage? So it's not dump the dollar and go buy something else, because on a relative basis, and I think part of maybe Brent's argument is like the dollar will strengthen against other fiat currencies, correct, right? Correct. So like it's if you dump dollars to go buy pesos, like that may make you stupider than holding dollars, right? Like, you got to kind of think about that. And so I think it's more so sound money, is something that's outside the system that no one can create more of. So like you probably want some of that, right? As Satoshi said, like maybe you want to get some in case it catches on, like pretty good idea. But then the second thing I think is hard assets, right? Like real estate and stuff like that. I think that people are understanding in some way, it's like a hybrid of how to get out of the dollar. Yes, it's a dollar-denominated asset, but if all of a sudden a currency, regardless of what country you're in, if that currency fails, like you still have the hard asset. Right. Now, part of the downside is that it's illiquid, it's physical in nature, you can't, move it and all that. But I think the longer, kind of answer is just you don't want to be all in on any one thing. And I think most people have been told their entire lives, like, just go in the stock market.
Yeah.
And like that's scary.
60-40
right?
split.
60-40.
Yeah.
Right? It's like basically you have two assets. You have the stock market and you have bonds. Yeah. And like 40% of your portfolio is guaranteed to lose money right now.
Yeah. I see we got some people at the mic say, it looks like that's Greg Foss. He can't stay away from the microphone.
Yeah.
What do you got, Greg?
Just yell.
Yeah. Greg Foss. Excuse me. Greg Foss, CNN News. Mr. Pompliano, I think you swear too much. No.
Fuck you, Greg.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Your opinion on borrowing money. Your opinion on borrowing money when interest rates are at historical lows to leverage into some other hard assets, please.
Yeah, oh man. It depends who it is. Yeah. I think that's like the first thing. I'll give you two examples of things that I've done. There's been times where I've borrowed against the Bitcoin to get cash, to do different things. Bitcoin is really, really good collateral. You just got to manage margin. I think there's a lot of like risk management that goes on. The other thing that I did, which frankly was just to help a buddy out, but somehow was a really good financial decision. There's a company called Pipe that's here in Miami. I don't know if you guys know this company. And what they allow you to do is if you have a recurring revenue business, right? So anything that has kind of predictable revenue to it, they will allow you to, quote, pipe it. And what that means is that you can basically borrow up front against that recurring revenue, and they'll pay you, 90, 92, 95 cents on the dollar for that. And they're really focused on kind of technology companies, SaaS software, management fees for venture capitalists, et cetera. But I was at dinner with him one night, and he was like, dude, you should do this for the email you write. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. He's like, nobody's done it yet. So I was like, all right, I'll do it, but only if I can go buy some Bitcoin with it. So I did it last year. I piped some of the revenue, and I used it to go buy Bitcoin. And like that was a fantastic decision because it was less about borrowing, and it was more about what do you do with it, what you're borrowing. And so if you look at like maybe what Michael Saylor is doing, he's literally borrowing money at sub 10%, 7, 6%, sometimes even at 0% interest rates, and he's buying an asset that continues to go up 150+%. Like that's a pretty good arbitrage. But if you said to me that like, hey, I'm not optimizing for the greatest financial return, like should I borrow 95% of the purchase price of my new home and to buy my house? Like I'm actually of the mindset that like maybe your home is like the one thing where you should make a stupid financial decision and you should have the peace of mind that like you own your home. So like what are you optimizing for? You're optimizing for peace of mind or are you optimizing for the greatest financial return? And like what most people do is they end up in the middle, right? They're just like, hey, you know what? I want some peace of mind, but also like I don't want to go buy it in cash. So like let me do something in between. But I think the whole idea of borrowing when the currency is being devalued is like, it's just math. Like, it's probably a pretty good idea. The government's doing it. Like, if anyone hasn't heard yet, like that's what they do, right? Like they can't stop borrowing.
I think a lot of it depends on your personal situation. I mean, how secure is your job? How much income do you have coming in? I mean, Mike talked about cash flow. How much is your portfolio paying you to own it? And if you've got some substantial cushion, then it might make sense. For me, I don't like to take out any debt unless it's borrowing to buy an asset that's going to at least cover the mortgage. So I'm a fan of Bitcoin, I'm a fan of gold, but I wouldn't take out a home equity loan to buy gold. Just because it's not paying me, it's not going to cover that mortgage. But I'm far more risk averse than most people, and I just have different priorities, and all of us do. So I think it's a very individual question.
Do you have a question over here?
Hey, Mark, the reason I came here is because I wanted to ask you this question, but I feel really blessed to be able to ask this whole panel. Last 3 or 4 years, the intensity of work needed to keep up with what's going on in the financial world and sovereign individual. And you guys put in so much work. You ever feel like you're being chased? You're being chased by the authoritarians, you're being chased by the taxes, all this kind of thing. Can't predict the future, but it's somewhere between utopia and dystopia. Do you ever feel like we're going to get to a place that we could kind of, okay, we can settle down now, or are we always going to be running? I mean, we're doing the second passports, all this kind of thing, but I almost feel like the future may be where we're just, it's always going to be running. Or do you see us settling down sometime? I'd love the whole panel to.
Well, I'll start since I guess you wanted to ask that question to me. I think I haven't really thought about it in that term as far as being chased, but it does seem like the walls are closing in, so there is some sort of a game that we're trying to stay one step ahead of that. So, the money's losing value, so I have to figure out a way to get my money to gain faster than it's losing value. My rights are being taken away, and I have to figure out how to maneuver to get more of those rights. And so I guess there's some of the game. I hadn't thought about it like a chase. I would say that, if you look back through history, you see these cycles, and so there's this 80-year pendulum cycle that swings from a we collectivism to a me, which is individualism. And so this centralization theme is something that just kind of repeats in history. And so we're maxing out at that point. I think we're coming to a climax, and this is a big statement here, but I think if you go back from the beginning of time, we see oppression, revolution, freedom, oppression, revolution, freedom, and it just repeats. It's a cycle, and I think that cycle is about to break. And I think that cycle might be broken for the rest of humanity, and that's a really big statement. And I'll just say that it is a big statement, and I think potentially we're seeing authoritarianism get to a point where they'll have enough technology. Palm says there's no AI, but it may be coming soon. But through the use of social media, the way that they can use machine learning on AI or social media to change what we see, obviously censorship, things like that, central bank digital currencies, passports, et cetera, we could get to a point where they could keep the rebellion, any type of thing, uprising squashed. And we may never have that revolution again. We may have that kind of permanent slavery for the rest of humanity. Or the other option is that Bitcoin gives us an option to hold our wealth in a way that's self-sovereign. We can control that, and we defund them at the same time the state falls apart. And we have freedom forever because we have a decentralized system that the Fed can't continually play this game with us. And so I think we're really at this point, this battle of humanity. So to the second part of your question, will we ever get to a point where we don't have to constantly run? And I think we win. I think we have hope and freedom. I think we do win. I think there is freedom for the rest of humanity. I think history shows that the people win. But I do think we're at kind of a point. So to your point, yes, I see that. I do think there is a point that ends.
Yeah. If I can jump in, Mark's talking about the fourth turning with the 80-year cycles. If y'all haven't read that book, it's probably one of the single most important books you can read right now if you want to understand what's going on. And so fourth turning, huge. We're in the midst of the fourth turning in the winter season that is going to climax around 2025. That could be, triggered by China invading Taiwan or something else, but. It's going to feel like this probably until around 2030. It's going to get more disruptive, not less, in the meantime. And I also think that this is, as well, the opportunity for the last fight, for the same reason that Mark just mentioned, meaning every 80-year cycles, at least in America, we've fought for freedom, and thankfully we've won. World War II, and then the Civil War before that, and then 1776 before that. Every single 80-year cycle has included a physical war of some kind, and so that's why I think China is going to get involved here with ours this time. But the technology that Mark mentioned that we see now in China is what really concerns me, and so I think we have the technology for a freedom-based utopia, and we also have the technology for the complete enslavement of humanity. We see what the powers that be are pushing for right now, and we as citizens around the world are going to have to stand up globally, and I think that there is going to be a price to be paid, just as in every other cycle. The price to be paid was life and death. It wasn't protest in the street, because ultimately it comes down to who wants it more. And if the powers that be are willing to shed blood to get what they want, then that means we are going to have to do the same as well to fight for freedom. And I think that fight is coming. And so it's not going to be fun, but it's going to be required, and ultimately, we're going to have to decide what we want most and what we're willing to give for it.
Yeah, and I'm very hopeful. Life's difficult. Life's not easy. That's not what we signed up for. That's not the world we live in. But I'm extremely hopeful that, and I know deep down that we are going to win. I mean, just when I got done speaking, I was going to my room to grab a bottle of water, and I had a few people come up to me, and each one of them was almost in tears, right? People understand viscerally what is going on right now. And Mike talked about the last fourth turning, was World War II. It brings me to this necklace that I've never taken off since 2005. And this necklace was my father's dog tags. And he fought in World War II. And he was 92 when he passed away. And he was shot down 3 times in World War II flying planes in the Philippines. And each time he got back in the plane and he continued to do his job, continued to risk his life for freedom and liberty and for the principles that this country was founded upon. And I think that as a collective group, we're going to be able to do the same right now. And I didn't have time to go into my speech, but so many people feel as though they're alone. We talked about that, but I think we're all going to come to come and fight back. We're going to win. And the really exciting thing, the thing that motivates me, and all of you in this room should be in the same camp is in 30 or 40 years, you're going to look back on this, and you're going to be able to tell your kids and your grandkids what you did, that you gave it everything you had, and you came out ahead. And it's going to be just like the Patriots in the 1770s, where we are going to be on the right side of history. I can guarantee you that.
I know we got quite a few questions lined up. I want to get Pomp's opinion because he's the youngest person up here, so he has the least perspective. But he's also a veteran, I believe, right? So, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I don't really have that much more to add. I think you guys did a great job. The only thing I'll say is I'm not done reading it yet, but there's legislation that's going to get put forward, it looks like on Monday, around marijuana, right? And we always joke that if you say marijuana, it means you're a cop. So people on the internet say you have to say weed.
You kind of look like a cop.
No, but marijuana obviously is federally still illegal. There's a couple states that have made it legal, and then a couple of cities that have essentially decriminalized it because they won't prosecute. But what this legislation that's getting put forward is doing is, I believe they're going to call it the State Reform Act. And the whole idea is that the federal government should get the hell out of people's way and allow the states to go ahead and make decisions. And each state then can have their choice as to whether they want to make it legal or not legal. And it's interesting because there's economic incentive at play. What I was reading today is that they're going to institute or propose a 3.75% tax on marijuana sales. So government makes money, they like that. And then obviously they give states some power back and the states can make decisions they want. Well, one of the things that nobody's really talking about yet is like, well, what do you do with all the people who are in jail for nonviolent cannabis crimes?
Right.
Well, like, let them the hell out, right? There's literally millions of people sitting in a cage right now because of a plant. And so, like, the reason why like my mind goes there is I do think that one of the most important things that is unfolding right now is young people for a while weren't really involved in politics, right? Like I always joke that like being a politician sounds like the worst job in the world. Like everyone's always mad at you and you always have to like go to war verbally with like all these other people. But you start to see some of these young people go into office and they're not trying to be as abrasive in some cases. And so I tend to think that that's a path forward where it will buy the people more time, right? And it's hard to execute on because we live in a world where everyone wants headlines, everyone wants the abrasiveness, everybody wants to leverage social media to kind of dunk on each other, et cetera. But what you actually find is like, if I lined everybody up in here behind a closed door and I said like, what are your political views? 80% of you are actually not extreme on one side or the other. Like you may have one outlier issue that you really care a lot about and are kind of on the extreme, but most people fall somewhere in like a somewhat centrist view where they're just like, look, man, like let me live a good life, leave everybody alone, and like let me just keep the money that I have, right? And like,
is that too much to ask?
Like there's like, and like by the way, if I get sick, like whether it's public, private, whatever, like make sure that like I don't die, right? Like, I mean, it's like really basic shit that people care about, and so I tend to think that we've swung so far, kind of your point, like we've swung so far. It's like everyone yelling and screaming about all the extremes and stuff. That we will swing back. The question is just like, what are the things that we can do to incentivize the smartest people among us to go into politics? And I probably maybe am more optimistic about the fact that like the politicians can get things done when there's common sense involved. If you look at somebody like here in Miami, like we have a mayor who, I love Francis Suarez to death, but he doesn't have nearly as much power as other mayors do in other cities. But he's probably the most effective mayor in the entire country. And he's got a Twitter account. Like, what? Right? But he's literally now got New York City trying to catch up to him. He has all these other cities that are like, oh, yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about, we're better. And he's like kicked off this entire new competition for cities. It's one dude with a Twitter account. And so when you look at that, like they don't even need to necessarily have power. They just have to be able to use the internet. And I think that the reason why older people are kind of like screwed a little bit is like anybody seen a politician try to use the internet? like, they still are calling memes memes, right? Like, all right, man, good luck. Like we've dunked on you 20 times before you even knew how to turn the phone on, right? Yeah. So like, I think there's this element of the internet natives are going to be able to have an outsized impact against kind of the elite class because they're not willing to like get in the mud. They're not willing to use the internet in the same way. And so I'll just summarize it by like, the number one thing that I believe for the next 10 years is like, he who controls the memes controls the message, right?
Meme
and like,
warfare.
yeah, like it sounds stupid because we're like, oh, memes are like these stupid, photos or whatever. I'm not talking about just those types of memes. Like, there are very specific memes that are in our lives, right? Bitcoin
Let's go Brandon. I mean, that's a great example.
What is it?
Let's go Brandon.
Let's go Brandon. But even that's like a super abrasive one, right? Where like there's half the country or whatever percentage of the country is like, oh, yeah, they're up in arms over it. Yeah. That one works though, right? Because it very much draws a line in the sand. But like Bitcoin is savings technology, is a meme, right? Like literally think about that. There are volunteers around the world that took an asset that nobody knows who created it, nobody controls it, and they literally memed the asset to $1 trillion, and now the banks are being forced to buy it. It's fucking crazy. Like, what? We're 12 years into this thing, and literally people on the internet and pseudonymous accounts posting memes literally front-ran Wall Street. They literally front-ran nation states and central banks, like all this stuff. And so it gives me hope that, like, the internet native plus them penetrating into the political class, like, again, I'll use two examples on two different sides of the political aisle. Donald Trump and AOC. Love them, hate them, whatever. They're both incredibly effective on the internet.
Right.
And so when you look at that, like the world is changing, and that's why I say like the people who are internet natives, I think just have a significant advantage because they know how to communicate in the new medium. And if they continue to have a lot of the ideals and values and ethos that we're talking about up here, I'm probably more optimistic than I am pessimistic, but we got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the internet is changing things. Yesterday I referenced the book, The Sovereign Individual. So everybody should read that book and you can understand how that digital native can really change things. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello? All right, Anthony Anderson, Senior Partner, GSI Exchange. It stands for Gold, Silver International, so I'm kind of biased. But the question I have here is, are we talking about the Great Reset? And we know that there was a cyber pandemic that was predicted with the Cyber Polygon, July 9th, Klaus Schwab. If this was to happen, one of their topics du jour was that the internet needs to be vaccinated. We need to shut down the internet all over the world, and we need to cleanse the world of Bitcoin. If this were to happen and anything that required a charge was inaccessible, where do you guys see that in terms of the future of Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, and the Build Back Better agenda?
I'm sure you guys have probably given this a lot of thought, huh?
You want to know what I honestly think? If the internet goes down, fuck Bitcoin, you better have guns. It's just like you don't want to live in that world, right? And then, I don't care what money you have. Like that's a whole. I don't even want to think about that shit.
Your net worth is valued in lead at that point.
Yeah.
I would say that the probability of the entire internet, of the entire world being taken down at one time is not zero, but it's very close to that. So it's not something that I spend a lot of time trying to go against. Now, I understand, the threat of the cyber pandemic, et cetera. I think that's a goal to get us into a digital ID, right? So, hey, it's not safe for anonymous users anymore. Everybody has to use a global ID. Yeah. They'll get public to turn against us.
And that goes into the social score.
And that goes into the social credit score, et cetera. Bitcoin doesn't die because Bitcoin is decentralized. So I have 2 nodes in 2 different parts of the world running databases. So as long as those can get back online at some point, Bitcoin still lives. In addition to that, layers of Bitcoin have continued to scale the technology. And today, there's an app that we can run mesh network. So we could all run a mesh network on our own phone, no internet, no cell phone at all, and we could have our own mesh network, and we could actually send Bitcoin over the mesh network without the internet. So as long as one database can remain, then the database is there, and as long as we have a mesh network, which we always have, we can still transact it. Again, I think the probability of that is just barely better than 0, so I'm not that worried about it. But to your point, I think it is a goal of getting us into that social credit score, which is more
I
scary.
think that's why it's also key to be diversified. Another thing I'll say on that topic, I've spent a lot of time in third world countries, and most notably Ecuador. And out there on the coast in these little fishing villages, very few people have the internet, but every single person has a cell phone.
Right.
Literally every single person.
Yep. All right. Thank you. What do we got over here?
I'm going to ask this question in 3 simple steps. Step number 1. No, actually, it's a very similar question to the one just mentioned here. In light of us fighting for our freedom, I do agree, I think, with most people here that Bitcoin, it's probably going to take a lot more than just Bitcoin for us to win our freedom. But Bitcoin is our main hope, and it's the starting point. And so what I'm trying to learn better, I'm still trying to understand Bitcoin better, is we also know that central banks, global elites are all going to attack it from many different vectors. There's going to be blunt instrument attacks. There's going to be slow, subtle attacks. Could be, and there's all these different things. Rehypothecation of Bitcoin, accumulation of Bitcoin into highly concentrated hands over time. Maybe a lot of people have diamond hands, but maybe eventually under certain amounts of pressure, people sell and becomes more concentrated. The internet connection thing we just talked about there. I just, to the entire panel, your thoughts on what are the biggest threats to Bitcoin and how do we mitigate them, and what's our plan around, keeping Bitcoin, making it successful. Thank you.
Since George, out of the 4 of us, he might be the least of the Bitcoin bulls, maybe I would say that. So maybe you address what you think is the biggest attack vectors.
Well, I think the government will, even if they try to go after Bitcoin, they're going after the US dollar at a faster pace. So I don't think that Bitcoin necessarily needs to win. I think the dollar will eventually lose. And hopefully that makes sense. I think that as far as Bitcoin specifically, yes, there's governments that can go after it. That's a possibility. It's all a matter of probabilities, though, because nothing's really a certainty. And I think that the main reason to own Bitcoin, I don't think has anything to do with the price or getting rich. I think it gives you something that's outside of the system. It allows you to store wealth outside of the banking system, because I do believe that in the future, the central planners, if you will try to say that if you value these things, or if you say these words, if you have a dissenting view, that you're now a domestic terrorist. And if we live in that type of world, you're not going to have a bank account. I think that it would be definitely advantageous to have Bitcoin, and you've got to get the Bitcoin prior to getting kicked out of the banking system, because then you can't get it. So I think there's a lot of things to be excited about with Bitcoin, but I think the price is probably the least thing, or the least most exciting thing about Bitcoin. It's about having something outside of the system, and then I think it's a great educational tool. We were talking about what can we do to stand up and fight for freedom. Just introduce people to Bitcoin. Even if you have to sink the hook with FOMO, that's okay, because once they start taking that journey down, they start understanding sound money, Austrian economics, the principles of freedom and liberty, and you talk to them 3 months later, and they're a subscriber to the Ron Paul channel or something. And I think that's something that's very valuable about Bitcoin and gold.
Okay, anyone else? No. All right, what else we got?
So, okay. So there is only missing link here that I really cannot connect, which is, if we all believe, and I think we all agreed on that everything is happening by design, nothing is by mistake, from COVID, from everything is happening. The only one thing that I really cannot understand, that you see Bitcoin, that it should be a threat to the US dollar and should be a threat to the whole financial system. But you see the government are not actually like fighting it directly, they're actually supporting it. And you see other things like, I'm not gonna say any coins, but like privacy coins are getting like delisted, are getting, like there is the IRS put $700,000, whoever can hack like a specific privacy blockchain. So when you really look at this and of everything we talked about, like my point of view that everything is coming to be like globalization, which is only 100 countries. They want to buy everything. They want to control us, and I agree on that. So my question is, what if Bitcoin is not as we actually see it right now? I believe in it, I invest in it, but there's always a question for me that why they are leaving it and they are taking another thing which is actually should be. And one last thing, I'm sorry I'm taking a lot of time.
No.
The Bitcoin white paper, the peer-to-peer, the main thing of it was people will not, it's addresses, it's not names. But what we are actually having right now in Coinbase and Binance KYC, that you cannot buy Bitcoin unless you do the KYC. So actually the main feature is removed, which we don't know with the privacy. So this is here a huge question that why they are leaving that and they are enforcing KYC at the same time they are attacking and putting bonuses to whoever can hack the privacy code.
Like they're using Bitcoin as a Trojan horse, yeah.
I mean, all I'll say is, one, I actually probably disagree that there's like this great plan. I don't think anyone's smart enough. Like, we can't even figure out how to fix the roads, let alone plan some huge thing. What I actually think is a lot of the reset is them just constantly trying to fix blunders of the past. They make a mistake, oh, what do we do? They try to take an action, they make another mistake, right? It just keeps happening over and over again. If you sat them down in a room a decade ago and said, plan out how to do this, I literally don't think they're smart enough to, which is a crazy idea. With that said, around Bitcoin, everyone thinks about it as an individual, right? You need Bitcoin, I need Bitcoin. But so does every corporation, so does every financial institution, so does every bank, so does every government. And I think that's the part that we forget, is that they also need this stuff as well. And in some crazy way, if you look at a place like El Salvador, it's dollarized. They need Bitcoin. Like, they're getting screwed. Those people don't have investments. 80% of people don't even have a bank account. They need Bitcoin. But the government needs Bitcoin too in El Salvador. And so what you're going to watch is, I think over time, individuals were first. It went from a contrarian, crazy, near 0% probability idea to a consensus idea among many individuals. Then we saw the financial institutions. 2 years ago, it was blasphemous inside of a financial institution to talk about Bitcoin. You literally were the weirdo who had to talk about it around the water cooler. Now, Paul Tudor Jones and Stanley Druckenmiller are going on basically taking victory laps because they invested in Bitcoin and it went up a lot, right? So the career risk has been completely removed and Wall Street went from contrarian to consensus. Now we're watching public companies do it. First it was Zero, then it was the crypto companies, then you had MicroStrategy, then Square, then Tesla, and you start to kind of go down this path, like eventually they all do it. And now we have one nation state that's openly saying it in a positive light. We've known that the kind of nefarious, however you want to describe that, or the adversaries of America have been doing it, right? There's reports that North Korea is hacking crypto exchanges, that Venezuela or Turkey or Iran, et cetera, are all using Bitcoin in different ways, but they don't come out right and say, like, we're buying Bitcoin. We literally have a president of a country tweeting, saying he's buying the dip.
Buying the dip.
Right? Like it's nuts. And so I think that you got to remember that when technology occurs, the only way to gain value is to be non-consensus and right. That's where you get the outperformance from. If you do what everybody else does, you get the same result that they all get. But what we're watching is we're watching slowly each one of these cohorts, individuals, financial institutions, corporations, and then eventually the countries, each one makes a decision. And so I think that like part of not attacking it is the fact that like they need it just as much as we do.
And maybe even more so, I think they realize that the economy is completely dependent upon financial assets. I always use that example of a hot air balloon in my whiteboard videos, that in a real strong economy, the hot air balloon is the production of goods and services, and the basket is the stock market. But now all of a sudden it's completely flipped, because of the Fed and the central planners, that the financial economy is that hot air balloon. The real economy is the basket. So wherever financial assets go, so does that basket. So if the stock market, or now I would argue even cryptocurrency, if that goes down, so is the US economy. So it's this weird type of situation they put themselves in, where they might even have to prop up the prices of cryptocurrency assets just to continue to prop up the artificial economy that we have.
Yeah, and we've seen Jason Burak, he has been kind of messaging me. I know you've had him on. He's talking about how, you know, the tax revenue they've been bringing in has gone from like 10% to 30% just on cap gains, and they need property values to keep going up, stock market values to go up, even Bitcoin to go to $1 billion, because so much of their budget is coming from cap gains, and so they take that away and they're shooting their budget. I'd also just comment on what Palm said. I would also agree with him. I don't think everything, to your question, everything is planned. I think it's a bunch of unintended consequences. It's a bunch of stupid decisions by people that don't know what they're doing, that are causing this cascading effect of unintended consequences. I think there's definitely some intentional things they're doing, but not everything.
On this front, anybody here from New York? Raise your hand, people from New York. Like, if you go to New York and you walk around, the pandemic's still going on, right? Like, California probably as well, right? But like New York, I got a bunch of friends in New York, and they're like, yeah, we wear a mask everywhere we go. We have the vaccine card thing, right? Like they have all these steps, and I do think that there's an element of people don't think for themselves, and so it's kind of like a school. Like if there's a young kid that goes to school and the parent shows up, and there's this like weird power structure that goes on in the school, and then there's like some kind of like social norms that are like super weird, and the kids all walk down the hallway like this, and you're just like, what the fuck's going on here, right? But it's because like that's the culture of the school, and so everyone just naturally, like, next thing you know, the parents just get in line. It's like, okay, like whatever. That's what's going on in some of these cities. But then you come somewhere like Miami, and I think people are like, from those places, they're like, oh, you guys don't need to wear a mask. Like, oh, I don't need to do that either then. And then they go back, and it's exposure, right, to these ideas. It's exposure to the culture, and I don't know. It's just a weird thing where you talk to people and they're wearing a mask outside.
Yeah, right.
You know, and you're just like, hey, man, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm very confused by the whole thing.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the media. But I think that there's a little bit of both. I think there's kind of a plan. If you look at the Great Reset agenda, they were talking about that in 2015, 16. Klaus Schwab has talked about that stuff since he started the World Economic Forum in 71. But I agree with Anthony that they're not that bright. It's to micromanage the entire globe. I think they just try to take advantage of crises. You know, you never let a good crisis go to waste. And I think that's kind of what we're dealing with.
You want to know my favorite mask thing that they haven't done yet?
Don't give them any ideas.
I can't wait for the mask mandate in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Right, that's definitely coming too.
Yeah.
Well, you're starting to see a lot of TV shows and stuff like that these days. Man, we got 30 seconds, but you've been standing there, so let's go ahead. We'll get one more question.
I'll make it quick. So, at some point, the fractional reserve system is going to collapse, right? And what I'm wondering is, I don't want to ask when, but what is going to be the indicator that it's about to collapse, and how are they going to create inflation if you run out of people to borrow money? And I get a feeling that the second question that I have is going to be answered, but what is causing velocity to go down?
I need about 30 minutes for that one. But as far as velocity, you got to be careful with that, because velocity is a measurement of GDP divided by money supply. The problem is we can't quantify money. So that's the quick answer there. As far as the dollar collapsing, I think that you got to look at global dollar. Not the dollar collapsing. What I'm saying is. Well, you talked about the fractional reserve banking system collapsing.
Correct.
Yeah,
so
that's.
How do they create inflation when you run out of borrowers?
A central bank digital currency. Because you're talking about inflation, that means more dollars circulating in the real economy.
Yep.
So if you have a central bank digital currency, we all have a bank account there. They can give universal basic income, and they can create as many dollars as they want.
Yeah, but I mean, what is it called? The Fed coin is not here yet, right? So let's say start.
Well, I'm talking about in the future. Yeah, if you're talking about right now, if we go back in, let's talk about the hybrid system, then that's government deficit spending that's monetized by the Fed. Now, what you're talking about is going back to what we had prior to 2020. And you are correct that all the dollars were created by the banking system. So therefore, if they don't have anyone to lend to, if there's no more loans that are being created, more loans being paid off, that's deflationary. You got it.
Okay.
It's just a matter of how you think the system's going to look like in the future.
Government spending, and then STIMIs, whatever it takes to create inflation, right?
And then CBDC.
Yeah, go spend the money, otherwise it expires.
Yeah, that's what I
got
think.
it. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, that's it. We're going to wrap it up. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
Of course, appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Am I still on? Am I still on? All right, all right. We have one more speaker today of our special guest. We kept him till the end of the day because we wanted to keep all you guys here in your seats. But before we do, we have a special guest who is not anywhere on the website, listed anywhere. What? He wasn't on the website. He wasn't on the list. We got Max Kaiser. Max Kaiser, let's give you a mic right here. He just happened to be in Miami for a couple days. And
What up?
I said, hey, can I get you just to stop by and say hi? And, well, we're on vacation right now. We don't really want to get into all that. I'm like, Max, come on.
I couldn't resist orange pilling more people. More orange pills.
Yeah.
Up my deuce.
That's right. He's got the orange glasses.
Take it intravenously.
That's right.
Mark, how you doing, buddy?
So we got him to come by and say hi. He doesn't really need an introduction. Max has been telling everyone they're an idiot for not buying Bitcoin since at least 2011 or 10 or somewhere, right?
Yeah, 2011?
2011.
$1.
When it was $1. He's been telling everybody. He is he's not just a Bitcoin guy, he's a macro guy. He's on RT, and he's been writing the Kaiser report for a long time. He knows about the entire financial system, which of course only reinforces his position into Bitcoin.
That's right.
That
I started as a stockbroker in the 1980s.
Okay, so a stockbroker.
Then I invented a digital currency or a virtual currency in 1996. I have a patent on a virtual currency that I use for the company I started called the Hollywood Stock Exchange. So when I heard about Bitcoin in 2011, I was already predisposed to it, having been in the virtual or digital currency space.
Hey, that's a good, let me ask about that real fast. So a lot of people say, oh, Bitcoin is like MySpace, and there will be another Facebook. But most people don't realize there were several attempts at the virtual currency before Bitcoin was. And so since you were one of those attempts, so when you saw it, you saw that it had solved the problem? Is that
Yeah, in the dot-com boom, there were a number of gaming sites and gaming currencies and attempts at doing digital currency, and mine was one of them. And but none of them took off really because of the problem of centralization. So to jump over from the gaming world to the actual world, you need trust. And no one's going to trust. The reason you can't use a gaming currency to go to 7-Eleven and buy something is because the guy who runs 7-Eleven would have to trust that the person who's running the game is not going to hyperinflate the value of that digital money, and it's not going to be worth anything. But with Bitcoin, it jumps over from, it's essentially a gaming currency, but because it's decentralized in this perfect way, it jumped into the real world. So it kind of escaped the cyberspace and entered the analog space and changed the analog space in a way that, so now it's becoming more like the cyberspace. So I always say you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you. So the way it impacts the way you think, the way you orient yourself toward everything else around you is profound, and you have a consciousness raising. And it changes your view of money, which I think is a good topic for this group, because money is a very misunderstood subject. And with Bitcoin, you have to have an opinion about money. Most people go through their lives without having an opinion about money. They know they want to make money, they earn money, they spend money. They're not sure how the banking system works. They're not really sure how the stock market works or the bond market works. But they know that having more money is better than not having more money. And they know that if they work hard, that's the myth, that they're going to get a certain amount of money. Yeah. But the idea of really looking at what it is, people don't spend a lot of time thinking about that. But with Bitcoin, you're forced to really ask this question: what is money? Yep. And so that is a very interesting question, and it resonates thousands of years. Aristotle had the same question, 2,600 years ago. What is money? He came up with his own solution. And there's been many solutions for money over the millennia, different types, different instances. Because, why do we have money? What is it? These are profound questions. I think at the root of it, Mark, is that money represents this opportunity for humans to exchange, to trade, to have relationships, because we're not here to be alone. We're here to be in groups, to be families, to have communities, to explore. We don't want to just sit around and do nothing. We want to explore. And once you have relationships and you're exploring, you need a way to have a medium of exchange, you could say. And for this, we need to have money. And it's gone through many iterations. And for a long time, gold was the perfect money because wherever you went, you could use gold. And so it gave you a certain amount of freedom because if I have gold, I can travel, I can take my gold with me, and I can have interactions. And but Bitcoin is superior than gold for many, many reasons, and that's why it's supplanting and replacing gold in many ways, and at a rate that's pretty surprising. I'm a little surprised, to tell you the truth, at how Bitcoin is eating into gold.
Yeah.
I thought that would be a few more years in the future, but we actually are seeing institutionally a lot of money is leaving gold ETFs and gold storage and moving into Bitcoin. Institutionally, people are moving into Bitcoin. So there's this demonetization of gold that's going on, and really fast. I mean, the thing about Bitcoin is that the speed at which this thing is happening is breathtaking.
Yeah. And I think it's about to get even faster. I mean, it's this gravity that starts sucking in. As far as gold, a big majority of it, I think about 80% is with central banks. So that's going to sit there for a while. But the 20, 30% that's with retail is starting to move pretty quickly. You're seeing institutions dumping it every day, moving to Bitcoin. But there's a bigger shift that's about to happen. And that is that there's billions of people across the world that aren't even in the financial system. And so what we saw, what was really interesting with the internet is cell phones caused the internet to leapfrog, and you saw that like throughout Africa where people never actually got computers, they just went straight to cell phones. And now we have other countries around the world that aren't in the financial system, and they're going straight into the Bitcoin financial system. One, of course, which we referenced was El Salvador, and I know Max is heading there in a day or two to go down there. So what do you think about how somebody like that who's not in the financial system and they can just actually leapfrog right past it, the first thing they've ever known is how to use like a Bitcoin Lightning wallet, and how fast does that explode?
Right, exactly. You saw the same thing with telephony. So mobile phones replaced all the need for the infrastructure and the copper wiring and everything that went with, and the central controlled networks and the huge infrastructure that went with traditional telephony, and mobile phones were leapfrog ahead. And so this had a big impact on regions of the world that would otherwise not have telephony. So now apply that to money. Money is the last industry and the last part of the global economy to be disrupted by software, essentially. Everything starting in the 1970s has been completely disrupted by software. Every single company is a software company. A car company is a software company. The restaurant business, they use OpenTable. It's a software application. They're a software company. Just about every possible industry essentially is a software industry, and it all runs on the internet. The last holdout in all of this was money. Money had resisted being totally transformed by software until finally Bitcoin came around. So the economics of scale and everything that we've come to understand about software and the technological revolution and the information revolution is now applied to money. So in a lot of ways, a lot of people were already prepared for Bitcoin. They didn't even know it yet. They assumed they knew something about money, and then when you put money into a network economy that we're already living in, and you're like, wait a minute, this just slots right in. Actually, this makes a lot of sense. And now you have millions of people around the world, billions of people around the world who are not part of the formal banking system, but they do have a cell phone. And now they're like, you know what, I'm in Africa, there's 30 different countries, 40 different countries. I want to trade with all those different countries, but I don't even have a bank account, or I can't trade from one to another because of the regulatory environment, because of the political situation. But guess what, I can do this with Bitcoin. Now the entire continent of Africa has been energized, and Nigeria is almost hyper-Bitcoinized. 30% of the population's on Bitcoin. We mentioned El Salvador is already now legal tender. There's 100,000 downloads of the InStrike app a day in El Salvador, so the entire country will be onto Bitcoin essentially in a year.
Yep.
The whole region is moving in that direction. Ukraine is now kind of hinting that they might be going into Bitcoin. That'll start a turf war with Russia. Russia will be like, we're not going to let Ukraine become too wealthy on Bitcoin. We got to start buying Bitcoin. And then Washington, D.C. will be like, holy shit, the Russians are buying Bitcoin. Now we got to buy Bitcoin. So it's going to be like the Sputnik space race all over again. They call it the hash race or the hash war. So governments are not going to ban Bitcoin. Governments are going to be fighting to get as much Bitcoin as they possibly can, or striving to get as much Bitcoin as they possibly can. As part of the game theory that's cooked into the protocol of Bitcoin. You know, when it was first launched, we saw that game theory play out amongst the tech crowd, and then it moved over to the media crowd, the political class. Now we see nation states are actively engaged in this game theorized outcome of who's going to own the most Bitcoin, and that's the game, the great game. That's the great political game, and it's an amazing situation, Mark, because Bitcoin is unconfiscatable and it's held entirely outside of the system. The only way you can get my Bitcoin from me is by doing trade, by offering...
Providing you a valuable good or service.
Exactly. You cannot coerce or violently expropriate my Bitcoin, unlike any other form of wealth before.
Right.
So this is going to have a profound impact, not only on commerce, but on humanity as well, because suddenly we're going to see an amazing premium placed on, not to get too grandiose about it, but love is being monetized by Bitcoin, and hate is being demonetized by Bitcoin. Hate and violence are going to be out of fashion. Love, peace, and understanding are moving up the charts. Yep. And I mean, that sounds, a bit grandiloquent and, hippie-like. But if you just look at the numbers, you can kind of sense that already happening, is that the Bitcoiners are moving into areas that they love. Once you get a certain amount of Bitcoin, you say, okay, now that I've got this amount of Bitcoin, what do I really want to do with my life?
Right.
I don't need to be in the rat race. I don't need to be hoarding, ripping people off all day long. What do I really want to weave baskets in Nicaragua. That's what I really want to do.
What Max wants to do is go around stages and rip up dollars. That's what he does.
I've ripped up many fiat dollars. I think I've ripped up maybe $20,000 over my 17 years of ripping up money.
I want to ask
I'll rip up some right now if you like.
Oh, there we go. Max Kaiser, everyone. I want to ask you.
The amazing thing is, you can take one of those. If I sign it, you can sell it on eBay for more than $1. So I'm creating value.
When we're done, you come pick them up. I want to ask you a question. I know I only got him to agree to come by for a few minutes. So I want to ask you a question that maybe could help some people out. Because everybody here and everybody I've ever talked to said, if I could have only gone back to 2010 and bought Bitcoin, how much money I'd have. And I tell people, you never would have been rich because you never would have held it. You never would have held it, but Max did. And I just want to know how, and more importantly, what lessons can you tell people who think when it gets to 100,000 or 150, I'm going to sell it? What can you say? How did you keep those diamond hands up?
No, I've lost Bitcoin. I've given Bitcoin away, tons over the years.
And
particularly
did you give like 1,000 Bitcoin?
10,000 I offered to Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
When it was under $5. And he said, no, it's the CIA money. I don't want it. I was like, okay. I tried. But also, I mean, there were a couple of people that had faucets open. You just you solve the CAPTCHA and enter a Bitcoin address, and then you get 5 Bitcoin. And that was 20,000 coins were given away that way. Another guy gave away 11 or 12,000 coins. And I think...
but with all the booms and busts that have happened, most people sell. How did you manage to hold I mean,
It's hard. So so we've been through three 90% corrections.
Yeah.
So it went from a 30 to $1, 1,000 to 250, 20,000 to what was it, 3,800, 4,000.
Right.
And now we're at 60, 55, 60,000. So it's very difficult because you also have the entire establishment media really glomming on and jumping on during the down moves, that how ridiculous this is and everything. And then you have the whole competition coming from the altcoin market and all these other types of things. But at some point, you just I think the mentality has to be that I'm stacking sats every day. So it doesn't. I just think I've got to stack sats every day, and I'm always stacking sats, and I just think about it in that way. It doesn't really matter what the aggregate amount of Bitcoin is. I'm just saying I want to stack some sats today, and that's it. I mean, it's just we're waiting for prices. I think 100,000, 200,000 a coin when there'll be a fundamental shift in the world, because you're going to have a class of Bitcoin billionaires at that point that will want to change things, and they'll have the wherewithal to kick a lot of people out of office and put a lot of new people into office. So, no point in rushing. We'll wait around.
All right.
We'll see what's going on at that point. I wouldn't want to recycle back into the fiat economy, because it's like I'm not going to give territory back to the fiat economy. We've got my Bitcoin territory, and I'm defending my Bitcoin territory, and I'm not going to help the fiat folks by recycling back into fiat. So I'm just stacking sats, because the war continues every day. We're fighting the war against fiat, and so we just have to continue stacking sats to defund the fiat world. So the way the dollar collapses, the way the nation state collapses, the way the war machine collapses is it gets defunded. They just don't have the money anymore. The United States military, it's in like 60 countries. It's a $1.5 trillion budget. You saw what happened in Afghanistan. They left $85 billion back, in hardware in Kabul. I figured it out. Like 13,000, that was me. It's like, that's my rocket grenade propelled launcher you're leaving behind that I paid for. Go back there now and get it. That's mine.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, what the fuck, man? Why do I give you guys money and then you go piss it away in the desert like that? Fuck you. I tell you what, how about if we defund you?
Yeah.
How about if we just totally fucked up the money so you can't fire another bullet because you can't afford it anymore? How about we go down the Roman Empire path, you fuckwits, so you don't have any more money? How about that? It's like, all right, you want to play that game? Come at me, bro. Bitcoin was designed to be attacked, right? So the attacks are going to be more intense per design, right? Because the only weapon ultimately that they have to fight with us is to print more money. And guess what that does to my Bitcoin? It goes higher and higher and higher. So attack me, you fucking bitches, all day long. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, Max.
Attack me, bitch. I don't care. It's only going to make my coins go higher, and you're going to be more broke.
If you
Piece
look at
of shit,
if you look at any superhero,
piece of shit.
Out of all the superheroes, you could have
Yeah.
any superpower you wanted. It'd be, lasers or flying or whatever. The most powerful superhero out of all of them is the one that can't die. They can outlive everyone. You don't have to have all the weapons. You just don't have to die, and that's kind of where Bitcoin is.
Yeah, you can't kill it. It's the reason Satoshi is anonymous is because he comes from the future.
Oh.
It's true. We're on a vector. We're going to meet who we really are. As a species, we've been living in the shadows. And we're going to meet Satoshi in the cosmic present. As we proceed along this vector of perfect money, our minds become reoriented toward a global Bitcoin epiphany, or what I call the Bitcoin singularity. And then we're going to break out into a massive orgy. It's one global game of naked twister. olive oil included. 9 months later, baby boom, of course. And they're going to be born into a Bitcoin world.
Here we go.
Pure Bitcoin. Unexpected. You have the eye, like, this guy, what did I do?
Why did I invite Max to come up here and talk
my
to you?
God.
I don't know. You never know what you're going to get with Max, but I got a bunch of laughs, so that works. So, thanks so much for coming by.
Oh, we're negative 4 minutes.
We're negative 4.
All right, well, Mark, thanks so much.
He was on vacation. He didn't want to come talk, but then you can't get him off.
We're going to El
the stage.
Salvador tomorrow. We're going to check out El Zante Beach. Thank you for having me up here.
Yes.
And thank you all. See you all soon. That's it.
Thanks, Max.
All right.
Appreciate it. I'll take that. All right, we got one more speaker. We got a guy coming up. I like to joke that I'm old, but he's old. He's old. He has been writing a magazine called The Trends Journal for over 40 years. He's predicted some of the biggest things that have happened over and over and over for 40 years. He's got perspective, he's got track record, and he's going to bring it to us right now. He's going to tell us what are the trends that are happening right now and where he thinks the world is going. I don't have a list of all the trends that he's covered, but the war, the financial collapse. Well, we need the podium up here. We got it. All right. And so he's been doing this for a really long time. He's a New Yorker. He's a brawler. He ain't gonna take no crap from no one. He's gonna tell you how it is. Gerald, where are you at? Is he here? Are you taking a nap? Come on, Gerald. We'll get some music. Where's the music? Where's the music? Where's the music?
Thank you, man. What is this? Where's that music there? We got that first clip. Bop, bop, bop. Boop, boop, boop. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We did a song. It's called the COVID Blues. We got that COVID Blues song there? No? All right. Lost in space. So, that ain't it. What is this? Okay. So first of all, I want to thank Mark Mawson. What a great team of people he has. Wow, thank you so much. And what a wonderful speakers. Boy, oh boy, what a show. And thank all of you for being here, because I spoke with a lot of you cats and kittens, and what a bunch of cool people. Wow, what a crew. And this is the world that we need. Us. And people say to me, Salenti, your language isn't proper. What am I, in the 3rd grade? If somebody fucks with me, I don't want to take your shit. Got it? Oh, no. They're just going to punch you out. Just say, please, don't punch me out. Don't steal all my money. Don't ruin my life. Please be nice. Fuck off. Who the fuck you think you're dealing with? And that's where we're at. We are in the fight for our lives. Who would have ever imagined this? I mean, I'm a lucky guy. I'm a Napolitano born in the Bronx. 1946, right after the war. Boom, everything's flying high. And I'm the youngest of 5 kids, so I saw all the other stuff ahead of me. I was free. I'd shoot off my mouth, and my father, may he rest in peace, would say to me, Papagala, stop repeating what everybody else is saying and think for yourself. think for yourself. How dare you think for yourself? I'll tell you what to think. Don't you know who I am? I'm your governor of California. I'm little Andy Cuomo, a daddy's boy, born on third base and thought I had a home run, like my little brother Chrissy. What a bunch of shit. And look at the shitheads we have telling us what to do. Who's your favorite shithead? Oh, I like Mitch McConnell. Now there's a shithead for you. Well, no, Lindsey Graham's my kind of guy. Did you come out of the closet yet, Lindsey? No, Nancy Pelosi. Oh, a daddy's girl. You think Nancy would be there if daddy wasn't the mayor of Baltimore before? At the height of it? And Diane Not-So-Feinstein, little Chucky Schumer. Look at the freaks. Look at the fools that we have telling us what to do. Calm down, Celente. Bend over and take it like the rest of us. All aboard, next train to Vaxwitz. Yeah, that's what's going on. We are in the fight for our lives. So, I asked Mark, what do you want me to talk about? And he said, tell the people what's going on. What do you see the future of? I mean, these cats know Bitcoin inside out way farther than I do. Although we had nailed it in our Trends Journal. We said when it broke over 10,000, it was going to go, the sky's the limit, and it did. But I want to thank everybody again. And, you know, they also said your portfolio should express your world views. And that's what I'm going to do the best I can. So I'm going to give you some of the trends that I see shaping up. And then you think about them and say, okay, how can I make money off this? On trendpreneur opportunities. And what can I do to either push it forward, stop it, whatever it is? I'm a political atheist. I don't believe in any of this bullshit. Anybody who tells me you're a Republican or a Democrat, fuck off, don't want to hear shit, grow up. Oh, and by the way, I was the assistant to the Secretary of the New York State Senate at 26 years old. I ran major political campaigns in Westchester County. I designed and instructed American politics and campaign technology at St. John's University. I was the chief government affairs specialist for the chemical industry, killing environmental legislation at the height of the movement, back in the early 70s to into the late 70s, until I started growing up. So I know what the system is. I've been with princes, prime ministers, and presidents. It's a freak show. And we got a bunch of low-life freaks telling us what to do. How could you buy this shit? Anyway, one of the first trends, all things are connected with the trend forecasting. We take a globalnomic view, making connections between different fields. A number of the speakers spoke about it, and particularly George Gammon, about how the bigs are getting bigger. You're a non-essential piece of crap. Go to Walmart. You don't have to social distance. You don't have to do a goddamn thing. Just buy their shit. You're a non-essential piece of garbage. Close up. The bigs are getting bigger. Every week in our Trends Journal magazine, we have bigs getting bigger. All this money is for free. So what's happening? Unionization. You're going to start seeing it really big. They're starting with Starbucks up in New York, up in Buffalo. You're going to see this unionization more and more and more. It's the Great Resignation. This is the latest data. 4.43 million people quit their jobs in September. Only 4.27 million quit their jobs in August. The quit rate is now 3%, the highest on record. How come? What are you doing? You're working in Dollar General? Oh, I'm working in Amazon. Who the hell ever remembered Amazon trucks before? Now they're everywhere. Oh, we're paying them $16 an hour. Oh, great, great. $16 an hour, taxes, rent. What are you left with, $62.50 a week in a hernia? You know, after everything's done? So that's what's going on. You're going to start seeing We are in the 1930s when you're going to start seeing protests. As I say, when people lose everything and have nothing left to lose, they lose it. Every time I go into a Home Depot, a Lowe's, Hannaford's, my heart breaks. My heart breaks when I look at the people working there. What the hell is your future? Once upon a time, there were drug stores, not drug chains. And the people working there figured, hey, maybe I could do this, learn it, and start my own. Grocery stores, not grocery chains. Stationery stores, not stationery chains. Hardware stores, not hardware chains. And they've chained us. And these people are chained to death. They're miserable as can be. They have no future. Again, all these slimy bastards, and you gotta be equal now, bitches that are politicians, did away with the Robinson-Patman Act, Sherman Antitrust Act, Clanton Antitrust Act, and gave the bigs everything. And then that other little piece of shit, slimy, every time he got caught with his pants down, Bill Clinton did away with the Glass-Steagall Act. And everybody loves Jimmy Carter. I love Jimmy Carter. And that little peanut farmer fuck. He's the guy that made the banksters get so big in deregulating the banking industry. There was no such thing as being allowed interstate banking. He deregulated the airline industry. There were 150 airlines when I first started flying. Oh, was it nice too, man, flying first class. Used to roll down a roast. What do you want? Lobster thermidor. And then I'd go in the bathroom and take a one-hitter in there, man, and whoop, I was flying. So, number 2, Planet Meta. Again, I look at things the way they are, not the way I want them to be. We are going into that metaverse. And it's happening. Love it, hate it. And crypto's a part of it. And so too are digital currencies. Everything's going that way. There was a thing called the Industrial Revolution back in the early 1800s. The Luddites fought it. Oh, do you know what people used to do back then? They used to quilt, make their own things, craft their own things. Now we're going to industrialize it. We don't need unique statements anymore. We're going to get big. That's the next phase, is the digital world. Online, you name it. But again, some of it's positive. This online learning, it's big and it's going to stay real. The education system we have was invented at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution when all those people lost their livelihoods, just like now, and they were put into the factories and had to learn how to read, write, do math, and follow orders. And that's the Prussian education system we have. And me, I ran away from the kindergarten at 4.5 years old and crossed the Boston Post Road in the Bronx. I hated school from day one. Time to take a nap, time to take a nap. And everybody, yeah. I'm taking a nap every day. I wasn't tired. Gerald, you have to take a nap. The next day, I took a nap. I laid down. Miss Rose turned around. Foof, foof. I was out of there. But they didn't send me to kindergarten because they know I'd be dead. They used to tie me to a crib with nylon stockings. I'd be out the window. Could you imagine that? They'd have me all shot up with drugs now. I'm so lucky when I grew up. Oh, it was a time to be free. Free. I get in a fight with my father, may he rest in peace. He said to me, "You little bastard, you think I'm telling you what I'm telling you because I want you to be like me? I want you to become yourself." Why, how dare you become yourself today? Why, you should believe what I believe. You have no right to think for yourself or believe what you want to believe. I'm the government. You have no rights. Shove that Bill of Rights up your ass. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the Declaration of Independence, happiness? Happiness is a dirty word. Get back in your house. No happiness. I'm in charge. I'm a miserable, tight piece of shit called your politician. I don't know what happiness is, and you're not going to have any either. All right? So, going back, tune into the new interactive education. It's going to be big. I wrote about this interactive view in one of my books, Trends 2000 in 1996. Headlines, again, we follow the news. Current events form future trends. USA Today. Stretched to thin with staff exhausted. Schools cancel class, all right? Or return to, you got it, distant learning. Again, it's all connected. The metaverse is here. So, in entrepreneur opportunities, interactive view. Next trend, self-sustaining economy. Hey, there's supply chain disruptions. Yeah, why are we buying this shit from China and all these other countries? Going back to Bill Clinton, that bastard, he's the one that brought China into the World Trade Organization. There was a thing called the Battle of Seattle. Anybody remember that? 1999, Battle of Seattle, right? China, the World Trade Organization meeting in Seattle. Over 40,000 people took to the streets to protest China coming in. Remember we were taught to hate those commies? Oh yeah, I grew up during the Vietnam War. We gotta stop them commies. Yeah, but now we're only in, and again, the shirt, by the way, I got in Vietnam, 1996, one of the first Americans there. They taught us to hate them. But now we could use their cheap labor, and now we're importing. It's our second biggest import of Vietnam of shoes and clothing. So, going back to China. We don't have to manufacture anything here. Bill Clinton? Oh, Biden? Biden, when they had that guy Blinken, another little arrogant boy, Blinken, the Secretary of State. There's a shithead that went over there under Obama when they started the war against Yemen, and he went giving Saudi Arabia, United States intelligence to kill all those people over there. He's brought up when they bring in Biden in for president, and they asked him, what company gave Joe Biden from China $23 million for one of his bullshit schools of funds, whatever it is? He wouldn't answer it. They get paid off. Morons and imbeciles call it campaign contributions. Adults call it bribes and payoffs. And that's what this country's become. It's run by the bigs. They're in charge. You want to run for office? You don't have a prayer. This isn't a government. It's a crime syndicate. They're murderers and thieves. Hey, who mentioned Jamie Dimon? George Gammon. Jamie Dimon. It was that guy. What was his name? Jesus Christ? Oh, he became violent, made a whip to drive the money changers out of the temple? Hey, they're too big to fail. Federal Reserve dumped $29 trillion. $29 trillion into the banksters. Hey, they're thieves and murderers. Oh, everybody loved Barack Obama. I hate all these people, by the way, as you may tell. I'm a man of freedom, peace, and justice. Anyway, Obama was always so proper, Salenti. He knew how to say, I want that guy Gaddafi out of there. We're going to destroy the richest country in Africa, where the people have more rights and benefits than a lot of places in Europe. Yeah. But how nice he said it, folks. Folks. He was always folking us. So, supply chain disruptions. They gave it all away. Ready? Current events form future trends. Here we go. Wall Street Journal. CEOs rethink global production playbook. Supply chain bottlenecks have executives seeking supplies and factories closer to home. You want a new movement? How about a self-sustaining America? Don't believe me? There's this guy over there in China that just got more reelected, or whatever you want to call it. Now he's going to be on the same level as Mao, Xi. And you know what he's doing? Dual circulation economy. Yeah, we're going to keep exporting, but we got 1.4 billion people here. Buy made in China. Don't buy anything else. We're going to support ourselves. Yeah, we'll keep selling them this stuff because they can't make shit. But we're going to build our own economy bigger. Made in China. And by the way, you're going to start seeing the whole Western culture gone out of there. They don't want to watch our movies. Style? What style? Style's gone. This country has no style anymore. You know that saying, pigs can't fly? You been to the airport lately? Look what people look like. Look how they dress. But not you people. No, really. Everybody here has your own style, your own grace, and your own dignity. And that's what we need for us to become ourselves. Self-sustaining economy is a big one. Dragflation. It ain't going to be stagflation. It's going to be dragflation. The economies are going to go down, and inflation is going to keep going up. These little bastards and bitches, inflation's only temporary. Oh no, now it's transitory. We were saying it from the beginning. This is real. It's not going away for a while. And by the way, when you start looking at inflation numbers, I follow John, what's his name there? Shadow Stats, John Williams. 14%. 14% inflation. Okay, 14% inflation. You got zero interest rate policy. You have negative interest rates. And the bigs are buying up everything. Merger and acquisition activity is at an all-time high. So, again, as the bigs get bigger, they also lose competitors. When you lose competitors, you don't have pressure to be creative. So there's going to be great opportunities for new creativity that the bigs are going to miss. So, here's some of the data on inflation. Over 50 years, home prices jumped 118% since 1965 after accounting for inflation. You know how much incomes increased since that time? 15%. Apartment rentals. That's the big business. And you're watching all the bigs, the Blackstones, one after another, buying up homes as they did after the dot-com, the panic of 08, when the sales, remember subprime mortgages? Oh, when I say these, they're gangsters. Oh, I was mentioning this guy, Jesus Christ, throws the money changers out of the temple. Whew, 3 days later, the cat's hanging on the cross. So going back to the bankster gang, J.P. Morgan Chase, again mentioning Jamie Dimon, 4 at least felony convictions. Convictions. Anybody go to jail? Nope. Rigging the precious metals market, 2019, paid $900 million. Rigged the precious metals market, they made billions and billions. Anybody go to jail? No. All right, pull over. Where were you? Get out of your car. Stand on your head and repeat the alphabet backwards. Yeah. If you're a little bit over the limit there for drunk driving, and now we're going to lock you up. All right? It's prosecution to the fullest for we the little people of Slavelandia, while all the bigs are taking everything else and get a free ride from their criminality. I was talking about they're nothing more than murderers and thieves. It's a crime syndicate. It's the banksters, as I said, stealing money from us. Number 2, military-industrial complex. Dwight D. Eisenhower, 5-star general, Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces, January 17th, 1961, farewell address, warning we the people, that the military-industrial complex is robbing the nation of the genius scientists, sweat of the laborers, and the future of the children. They passed a budget this year for the military without the intelligence, and that's an oxymoron. What intelligence? $788 billion. When you put intelligence into it, Homeland Security, all this other shit, it's almost $1.5 trillion. Number 3, morons and imbeciles call them big pharma. They're drug dealers. Let's call a spade a spade. They're drug dealers. And the drug dealers are in charge. And then I talked about Meta. Look at the little freaks we have telling us what to do. The geeks. The King James Bible, they say, the meek shall inherit the earth. They got it wrong. The geeks have inherited the earth. Look at these little shits. Could you imagine Zuckerberg, Fuckerberg, telling me what to do? Telling you what to do? Yo, fuck off. I'll tell you what you can say. I'll tell you what you can put on the internet. I'm in charge. I'm little Cook. How that other guy, Peachtree? Look at these little shits. Dorsey? Look at these freaks. We have freaks fucking us over. And not the way I like to be fucked, just to make it clear. All right. What else do we got over here? Median home price, $374,000. That's according to the St. Louis Fed. St. Louis gangsters. All right. What else do we have here? Oh, you look at all the prices. Wheat, steel, natural gas, on and on and on. All right. Another trend. GSB. Gold, silver, Bitcoin is the way I see it. We're going to have a meltdown at some point. And I see those 3 as being the top. You know, in China and India, it's not making the news. The people are buying up gold again big time. That's one of the reasons why you're seeing prices going up. And the central banks still buy the stuff. And silver's used, you know, when your computer breaks and everything, your keyboard, it goes in the garbage. There's no stockpiles of silver. And now with the more and more of solar paneling and on that, I see silver going up. And gold to me is still it's a safe haven asset. And Bitcoin is the new one going into the metaverse. And it's going to keep going. The world is going digital. Again, it's part of the metaverse. It's a new, it's like comparing 1950 to 1850. They didn't have cars, planes, trains. You know, it's a whole different world. And we're going to go into that metaverse, and it's going digital. So currencies here. Again, current events form future trends. Nicaraguans sign up for Africa's first digital currency. Financial Times. New York Times. World crypto. Banks race to catch up. It ain't going away. And taking the whole thing about digital, where it's going, marketers add NFTs to toolbox. The non-fungible tokens. So, knowing that Mark Morse was here and all you people, yesterday the mayor of Miami said, quote, "We're going to create digital wallets for our residents, and we're going to give them Bitcoin directly." That's right. I just made that up. No, I didn't. That's the truth. Just happened yesterday. Twitter sets up crypto team to explore digital assets, Financial Times. So that's where we're going. Trends are born, they grow, they mature, reach old age, and die. The cryptocurrency trend is still a youth. It's at 12 years old. It got a long way to go. Long way to go. A terrible trend, but has a lot of implications. Homeless crisis. It's, again, you know, they do in the paper, they say, well, since the pandemic happened, you know, this happened. No, not since the pandemic happened. Since these low-life pieces of shit took control, closed down businesses and all over the country and all over the world. And that's the other thing. This is global. This is global, what's going on. They're locking down Austria again. They're locking down Norway again. They're locking down Belgium again, the Netherlands, France, Italy. Italy, boy, you want to talk. Oh, again, in our magazine, the Trends Journal, weekly magazine, think for yourself. Yeah. It's not illegal yet. We did the data from Italy. The numbers they put were total lies. It was mostly elderly people over 81 years old with 2.6 pre-existing comorbidities. They BS the numbers all over the place. And that was the second country to lock down after China. The Chinese way you will obey. The cover of our magazine, January 28th, 2020. Coronavirus, 106 dead in China. And the next line was 1.4 billion still alive. What the fuck are you telling me this for? Why do they wear masks in China? Oh, couldn't be because only 1.5 million a year die from air pollution. Nah. Yeah. I used to be on Hong Kong TV throughout 2019 when the riots and protests were going on. And I'd be off camera, you know, talking to the guys. So what's going on, guys? Mr. Salenti, we're not going to stop. We're not going to let the Chinese take over. Hong Kong, 7.5 million people. Over 1 million people were taking to the streets. 1 million out of 7.5 million. In America, with 332 million, you can't get 1 million people out. All of a sudden, you saw it on TV. You're in the Yuan, and boop, guy falls down on the street. Boop, lock down the place. Boop, boop, boop. Lock down Hong Kong, pass a security law. Over. Finito. Done. The Chinese way is now the American way. It is now the European way. It's everybody's way. We used to make fun of them wearing masks and getting locked up. And why do the people do it? As I wrote right from the very beginning. Same reason they marched off to Mussolini, Heil Hitler, and saluted Stalin. So homeless is going to be huge. So I have a solution. The Salenti solution is this is really moronic and stupid to spend all these money putting these people in hotels and housing in cities. I'm up in Kingston, New York, at the foothills of the Catskills. It was the third Dutch settlement. More pre-Revolutionary War buildings than anywhere else. And the seeds of democracy was sown there. When Kingston was the capital of New York State, over 70% of America's Constitution comes from there. And that's why I bought the 3 historic houses on the most historic Four Corner, pre-Revolutionary War stone buildings, because I realized I can't run away. This is my country. Love it or leave it. No, you leave it. But right up where I am, they used to have a thing called the Borscht Belt. Back in the day when all the entertainers, you know, they go to the Catskills. Now they're empty. Let's build homeless communities. Give these people a life. Put them in a pleasant surrounding. Give them things to do rather than wasting billions and billions and billions of dollars and sticking them in a room or letting them sleep out in the streets and cities. This is insanity. And you know why it's insanity? Because we got a bunch of sick bitches and bastards to call politicians that are telling us what to do. Which brings me to another trend, survivalism. This thing's going down big and hard. How are the homicides in a city near you? Look at the people all over the street. Anthony was mentioning in New York. New York, I can't stand the place anymore. You go down into the city, hey, man, hey, you all right? Yeah, it's a freak show. Again, when people lose everything and have nothing left to lose, they lose it. So we have in the Trends Journal, we have survivalism every week. And Bradford Steiner, you know, may rest in peace, he just passed on, was a top close combat guy in the country. My teacher, John Perkins, I had my own school. I used to teach close combat for many years. This was his teacher. So we're teaching people how to prepare. Not only survivalism for that, you prepare for the worst. If the worst doesn't happen and you're prepared, you don't lose anything. If the worst happens and you're not prepared, you lose everything. And what I'm saying, and again, the motto is think for yourself, you better prepare yourself. You better prepare yourself. Because this thing's going to go down big and hard. And prepare, prevail, and prosper. Again, they close. Look at what's going on in San Francisco. Walgreens, Target, closing down stores. You see people walking in, stealing shit and going out. This is real. Who the hell would have believed this? Survivalism. And what else do we have here? GCs, 3 Gs, and a B. Guns, gold, and a getaway plan. And now throw Bitcoin into that one. Migrant wave. We haven't seen anything yet. Latin America, South America, Asian countries, and now they're locking down places again. You're going to see migrant waves like that. You look what's going on now with Poland, and they say that's because of what's going on with Belarus. But now, all of a sudden, the EU, they want to build walls. That's right. They made fun of Trump, who didn't deliver on what he was going to say by building a wall. And I don't believe in the wall. You got all these troops. Where they, like Max Kaiser mentioned, we're in like 800 bases around the world. Bring home the troops. Secure the homeland. Enough of this bullshit, you know. I launched Occupy Peace, and I'm totally against this stuff. Let me tell you something. That guy Saddam Hussein, he has weapons of mass destruction and ties to Al-Qaeda. Yeah, how come that bastard isn't brought up on war crime charges? I knew it was a lie. You know, they did a movie on one of my books. There used to be a TV series, Everyone Loves Raymond. And the woman, Doris Roberts, who played my aunt, Zitzi is the Neapolitan dialect for auntie. They did this movie in 2014, and then Doris Roberts died 15 minutes into the movie. But you get it on you know, Googling it up, Zitzi and Honey Boy, Z-I-Z-I and Honey Boy. She used to call me Honey Boy. And the movie opens up with a guy playing me, Andrew Koss, is on the phone, and I'm saying to the guy in this TV network, you tell your producer we're going to lose the Afghan war. You can Google it up. I got blackballed from all the media. I used to be on Oprah, The Today Show, Good Morning America, everybody, all the time. But gone. You're either with us or with the terrorists. These are the people that are destroying our lives. Look what this country would be if all that money didn't go into the military-industrial complex and went to we, the people of the United States, and brought us to higher levels at every level we could be. Look at the infrastructure in this country. What a joke. I come back from overseas, I land at JFK, shit all over the streets as you're coming in, a dumpy airport compared to other countries. It's up to we, the people. We are in charge. Don't call them a government, as I see it. And again, think for yourself. They are a crime syndicate. So we're going to start seeing more and more of migrant crises. Again, you look at the data from the UN, the World Bank, one after another. The poverty rates are going off the charts. Off the charts. And by the way, very important, one of our top trends for 2020, and we do those in December of the year before, so it's 2019 when we wrote them, the New World Disorder. There were protests and civil uprisings around the world. Hong Kong, France, the Yellow Vests, Lebanon, Chile, Colombia, Bolivia, Peru, Algeria, India, one after another. People taken to the streets. Why? Lack of basic living standards, poverty, government corruption, crime, violence. This is before this happened. Now the COVID war broke down. You're not allowed to protest anymore. Back in your house. So they quieted it down for a while. It's going to explode again. Now, another trend. Talk about supply chain disruptions. Again, the motto is think for yourself. Automobile simplicity. Once upon a time, cars were very simple. You didn't have all this technology in there. There is a time now, again, I'm going back to the data, median household income has declined in the United States in 2020 at the fastest rate ever since they've been taking data. And this is going on globally. Make an automobile that is very simple to drive without this technology into it. You don't need it. So when you go back, J.D. Powers, you know what the average price of a new car is? $40,638. When a truck breaks down, these new trucks and the engines, there's a problem with it, you got to take the whole cab off. That's right. The technology that they have, and then you're restricted in going to different places and trying to change things. It's used to be rolled down windows, right? You know, it's the big fucking deal. You roll down the window. I can't roll it down. I gotta push the button. You know, I'm telling you, there's a huge market for it. There's a huge market to fill because the poor are only going to get poorer. Again, and now we go back to EVs. As we see, we've been writing about it from the beginning. Yes, it's going to keep taking off, but it's not going to accelerate until they come out with something that is better than the battery that they had, which is basically a little, changes from the original one that was invented in 1800. We need a new technology. And I don't see that happening right now. So it's not, again, what are we talking about? 4% of the new automobiles are EV. So there's a market for it as we see it. So climate change, that's going to be big. Blah, 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 climate change. Again, like it, don't like it. Again, don't talk about all the chemicals that they're putting in our food. You like those preservatives, huh? Yeah. You like those artificial colors, GMOs, they're for you. All those pesticides they spray on everything. No, don't worry about COVID's going to get you. COVID's going to get you. Don't worry about all the shit that they're poisoning us with. So anyway, climate change, it's going to be coronavirus to climate change, COVID to climate change, COVID to climate change. That's all the media is going to keep playing on. So again, we're just telling you where it's going, what it's going to do, and it's going to be a big one. And again, you're not going to see a breakdown in coal and oil use for a long, 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 long time. You're looking at coal burning right now at 1997 levels. All these emerging markets like Vietnam, all the ones that started coming back up again when they stole our jobs from us and brought it to the poor countries, they built coal plants because they're cheaper. So it's not going to change dramatically right away. They're going to bullshit about it for a long time because that's all they ever do is bullshit. So, another new trend, unfortunately, COVID War 2.0. Get ready for them to heat it up again as winter comes on. As I mentioned, Vermont has one of the highest vax rates in the country. So this is yesterday's news. 72% of the people are fully vaccinated. You ready? 31% of the cases are vaxxed people. 31%. And that's bullshit because who knows, they're always lying. And then remember, they told us this thing in the beginning. Again, the drug dealers, Pfizer, it had a 95 to 96% efficacy rate. According to the Israeli Health Ministry, 39%. And again, we wrote about it in the magazine back in April, how they were going to start selling us booster shots. They're drug dealers. You're going to need one every year. Look what they're doing to kids 5 to 11. Again, in this week's magazine, I looked up the numbers. 5 to 14-year-olds, there are 41 million of them in America. 41 million 5 to 14-year-olds. 41 million. Since January, 11 months, out of that age group, because that's the numbers that they had that I could look up, 72 people in that age group died of the virus. 72 out of 41 million? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, and what kind of pre-existing comorbidities do they have? We won't talk about that. And now they're vaccinating these kids. This thing is going to keep going bigger. And again, I'm putting this in context because, again, Austria, Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, Norway, tell you what's going on in the school system, vaccine passports needed, and you have the vaccine rate in the United States, according to the director of, the chief medical officer of Watts Healthcare. Oh, by the way, profanity isn't telling somebody, you know, fuck off, I had enough of your shit when they're fucking with you and trying to screw you up. Profanity is calling some shithead a health official, a health expert. How about an official piece of shit? Here's a real piece of profanity. A dignitary. What dignitary? Some political hack who sucked his way up to the system? A dignitary. Yeah, royal, the royal family. They don't shit or piss. And talking about shitting and pissing, when George Gammon showed that Schwab cat, little boy, speaking over there, and all the people that I mentioned that are telling us what to do and how to do it, you confront these people man to man, woman to woman. I had enough of it. As we'd say in the Bronx, they don't know whether to shit or piss. And I mean this. You confront them, they'll back down. And that's the way we have to do it. And as George showed that you know, about the Berlin Wall that we talked about, the other part of that was the people didn't leave. They didn't go one day and go home. They stayed. Next day, more people came. They stayed. They stayed. They stayed. And that's what we have to do. The fight has to keep going on. And again, a peaceful fight. Because if you have a violent fight, boop, you lose. They'll kill you like that. They could care less. How do you like that Vietnam War, huh? Only killed 58,000 guys, Americans, only 3 million Vietnamese. Hey, how about that Iraq War? Who the fuck do we kill? We killed? Only killed over 1 million of them. Of course, the American people, a couple of $1 trillion. They'll kill us if we're violent. It has to be peaceful. And again, that's the way I see it. And you think for yourself. And then, you know, I'm trying to do what I can to change things around to a more positive way. And one of the ways I see it is I started a church. Could you put that clip up? Do you have that clip of freedompeacejustice.com? Yeah, I got that. All right, we'll see it. Maybe I got to hit this thing over here. Freedom, Peace, Justice. Where is that thing? Here, pop it up. Boop. Does that show it? No. Yep. All right. So now think of this. I got that domain name, freedompeacejustice.com, this year. That's how that thing should have been taken up in 1994. So what we're offering, and I had one of the top constitutional lawyers work on this with us. We're offering vaccine religious exemptions. And they are working. Yep. They're working the accolade. Everybody, 99.9999% have worked. If your employer demands will give you a vaccine exemption. We have them for the United States and overseas. And I'm the deacon of the church. And the deacon is moving in, man. So we're doing that. And again, you know, we're doing our best. And when people ask me, what could change it? What else could change it? I believe with all my heart and soul, once upon a time, there was a thing called the Black Plague. And it wiped out an estimated 60% of Europe. What followed it? The Renaissance. Alla Romana alla Antica. In the manner of the Romans and the ancients to describe the quality of their work. Look how low we've gone. Yeah, again, I tell you about, I used to fly first class. They give you a sandwich wrapped up in plastic. Look at this shit everywhere. Plastic everywhere, crap. Look at the music. Look at, again, jazz was the spirit of America. The Count Basie, Duke Ellington. You know, I told you I used to work for I ended up being the #2 guy running a trade association. I put on an event in 1978 in New Orleans. I took over the Superdome, fed 800 people, and had Dionne Warwick as the headline. I did one in Atlanta next year with Ella Fitzgerald. What style this country had. It breaks my heart to see how low we've fallen. And to me, it's bringing back beauty and grace, freedom, love, and liberty. And this country has it. And to me, music is the great communicator. Look at that thing that happened over there in Texas last week with that guy, right? I mean, look at the music. Hey, motherfucker, hey, motherfucker, hey. What are you kidding me? Goes back to the metaverse. You don't have to play an instrument anymore. Now we're going to synthesize it. Music started dying in the mid-'80s, man, and women. And by the way, with the church, it's not only amen, it's women. Got to be equal, you know. The Catholic priest brought that amen in there, boy. Woof. Boy, I got fucked up in Catholic school. My brother, not that way, thank God. I was happy Father Foley was a ladies' man, you know. I had a nun, you know, they needed to give me discipline. So my brother talks me into going to Catholic school. And I had a nun, Sister Marie Rosaire. May she rot in hell. She walks down, she's the principal of this class. She walks down the aisle, grabs me by my little blue tie, and starts slapping the shit out of me. And bam, blew out my middle ear and broke my eardrum. Yeah, and at the time, I used to water ski as a 10-year-old kid in the Hudson River, going over the wakes of ships on a slalom, and I could never get my ears wet again. Anyway, it's the whole system. Oh, yeah, Christ would have loved you. Yeah, terrific, you know. Oh, yeah, the daughter of Christ. I mean, you know, to me, it's all, it's all craziness. But going back, they've taken the spirit out of us. And it's up to us to bring it back. So, besides the church, you have that other tape, that other video I want you to play, that other one? I have the candidate that I believe could be the next president of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, make that louder. Louder. There we go. Hey, My name is Senator Boogie. Vote for me in election time. I will raise wages. I'll lower taxes. I'll put chicken in every pot. I'll put a Cadillac in every garage. In fact, start a fifth party. All you have to do is bring your own fifth. Election time is coming. I'm a real gone candidate. Get to the polls real early. And don't forget the date and vote for Mr. Boogie. Vote for Mr. Boogie. I'll put rhythm in the White House and all the squares have got to go. Going to go to every city, make a speech in every town, kiss everybody's baby when their daddy's not around. Vote for Mr. Boogie. Vote for Mr. Boogie. I'll put rhythm in the White House and all the squares have got to go. Going to print up lots of money, going to sell it for a dime. All you folks can quit your job and have a real good spending time. Vote for Mr. Boogie. Vote for Mr. Boogie. I'll put rhythm in the White House and all the squares have got to go. All right, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Gerald Celente. You know, one of the commitments, I've just a very couple short announcements. We collapsed it to allow Gerald to share with you a little bit extra time. A couple very, very important announcements, so stick with you for just a minute. By the way, is there any passion in that young man? You also notice he's like our Canadian friends who are very reserved, right? He just keeps it all inside. Love that, and I have some comments, but for the sake of time and because we do have some commitments, I'm going to jump right into the announcements. First and foremost, well, I had one comment that I really want to say, and that was, he said, prepare for the worst. And I think that's part of the opportunity is to prepare, because remember we said in times of change, the learners will inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists. So the preparation part is important. And I think we should preface that, if you've ever heard the saying, expect the best, but prepare for the worst. And that way you don't have the stress just preparing and focusing on the worst, just the red, the negative, the challenges. There is some great stuff, as you heard the panel share. So I want to make sure we add that to the front of that so you can expect the best, anticipate and focus on and be grateful, and still prepare for what might come. So I know Mike Dillard was on the stage. He hadn't time to share his story in whole, but I will tell as a friend, he went through some very, very challenging times where he couldn't work and finances collapsed and so forth. And I know we're looking at a macro opportunity for preparation, for investments and stuff. And you want to make sure the micro is taken care of as well, your personal health. And that's why I want to share with you, make sure you are on time in the morning, because we're kicking off with one of my favorite resources, if you will, with Dr. Joe Mercola, first off the bat tomorrow morning. So make sure you are on time. I will tell you, doors open at 8:45. We will start sharply at 9. A couple very quick announcements before we do that. I've got to share something about the dinner tonight. Before we do, we've offered a breakout session tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with Mark Moss. I'm going to tell you the exact intent. If it applies to you and you are committed to explore that opportunity, we shared it with the Platinums and the VIPs earlier today. But Mark has obviously been in high demand, and people are begging and clamoring for not only his time, his resources, but his focus. And he's been so busy doing what he's doing. If you look at supply and demand, there's just one Mark Moss. And so for a year, he's been listening to these inquiries and questions and opportunities for people to have like some inside access to Mark. So tomorrow morning, he's going to share something that he's taken over a year to develop. and it's something called the Inside Line. And there, while we're here, we are going to be offering charter membership into that special group. So there's multiple gatherings a year. There's opportunities to have access to Mark's resources. I'm not going to give you all the details for right now, but I do need to share enough to say this. We need a head count as to how many people are committed. Now, let's just assume there was a six-figure investment and you're a qualified person who could have access to deal flow and knowing that you have $50,000 to $5 million to invest. That's the kind of ideal candidate who's going to benefit most from this, because Mark is going to be sharing his Rolodex, his resources, and the guest experts as well. So if you are interested, I should use the word committed, to show up at 8 a.m. We've created a small breakfast. It will be, pick it up in the lobby and come in this room, and Mark will have an intimate sit-down chat with the small group that's going to be here to give you the details of that program. It's not for everybody. It's not inexpensive. It is a very big commitment, and I think you've probably heard that we're now, this group has a big responsibility. We feel like we're all like-minded, or at least like-vision people in this room, so we do have a responsibility to help contribute and share that to the world. If that is the case, I'm going to share with you that it is an application process. So once you hear from Mark in the morning and you choose to apply, you can meet with one of the advisors or coaches, and we want to find out two things. First of all, is there benefit for you? Are you the type of person that will benefit from having that access, that proximity with Mark and his experts and his deal flow? And the second part is to make sure you're a good fit for the group, because obviously we want to hang out with like-minded and different viewpointed perspectives as well. So if you are interested in coming at 8 a.m., could you do me a favor? We've got a couple people in the back of the room. We need a head count for the breakfast in the morning. So could you stand up if you plan on coming at 8 a.m.? It's, like I said, it's invite only. Stand up, and we want to get a very quick head count so that we can share that with the hotel so we know how to prepare for that. And everybody else just sit tight real quick. Can we get a count in the back of the room? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. Okay, we're not in too bad a shape. Here's what I'll tell you. I counted about 50 people, 50 or 60 people. Here's the situation. We had to book this 72 hours in advance. We booked the breakfast for 40 people. So there is enough food for 40 people. What that means is if you arrive at 8 a.m. and you're one of the first 40 people, I just have to be honest with you, that's what we had to commit to, and we can't change it with the hotel without a 72-hour notice. So if you are committed, be here at 8 a.m. sharp, grab your food, come in the room, and we are going to shut the doors at 10 after 8. So that Mark has about 20 or 30 minutes with you to share his vision and in response to a lot of the questions and the requests that he's received. So please be here 8 o'clock sharp for that. The dinner tonight. Yesterday I got a lot of requests, say, hey, are there any more tickets available for the dinner? And the answer was no. What the staff has done, they've worked with the hotel. It's going to be on the outside terrace, and if you're not aware of it, it's the speaker dinner. So all of the speakers that are still here in town will be joining for a mastermind session for at 7 p.m. I think it was 7 p.m. I said? No, 7:30, I'm sorry. 7:30. So if you've already purchased your ticket for that, it's going to be on the outside terrace, out where the big Princess Cruise boat was sitting out there. So it's just outside of where the reception was last night from 7:30 to 9 p.m. If you bought a single ticket, and I know 2 or 3 of you came to me and said, hey, Scott, can I buy a ticket for my spouse? And unfortunately, the staff couldn't accommodate that, and there was 1 or 2 people who asked if there were just any more tickets. If you are interested, there are 5 more tickets now available for that, just 5. So just see Heather at the main registration table in the back, or excuse me, right out in the lobby if you choose to join someone who's going to the speaker dinner at 7:30 p.m. Yesterday I said a quote, and I know I bastardized it. I said a quote that's been very important to me, and I think it's going to be a good summary for the day. So I went and looked it up, so I had the verbiage exactly correct. And it was from Margaret Mead, and it was a very powerful quote, and I know my wife uses it a lot in working with her clients, and it says this: never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And I think if you'll take a summary of the speakers today, I think we're taking on that responsibility as citizens to be at the forefront, to be more aware, to help understand so that we can create a desired change for us in our future. So if you are not attending the breakfast tomorrow morning, the doors open at 8:45. Please be here ready to go because we are kicking off the day with Dr. Joe Mercola. So have a great evening. We'll see you at the dinner if you're going, and have a great day. Great night.